Henry lay on the bed, sobbing, clutching the book tightly in his hands. He simply couldn't accept an ending like this. It was a fantasy novel set in 19th century England, titled The Queen's Lover. Henry stared at the drip, his heart full of grief and anger. The male lead he loved so dearly, Edwin, had met such a miserable end. At the end of the story, Edwin sacrificed everything he had to fulfill the heroine's ambitions. And yet all he received in return was a cup of poisoned wine bestowed by Elise. The page read, Edwin swallowed his final breath, and in eternal darkness his soul found peace. Henry let out a scream as he read those words. Furiously grabbing his hair, he shouted, "What do you mean he finally found peace? He's completely dead. What meaning does that kind of peace even have?" The more Henry thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his fist into the pillow. He didn't even get a proper romance arc, and the ending was still this tragic. He sank helplessly to his knees on the bed and stared at the crumpled novel. The only sound left in the room was his heavy breathing. Just like that, Henry made up his mind to rewrite all of it with his own hands. The sound of typing echoed through the late night. Using The Queen's Lover as a foundation, he began writing his own fanfiction. Henry stared at the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He felt too sorry for Edwin, so he wanted to use his imagination to fill in all the regrettable blank spaces in Edwin's life. The original story was just too tragic. It never should have been like that. Under the pen name Mrs. Edwin, Henry published his fanfiction. Readers loved the passionate stories he wrote, and the number of likes rose rapidly. But the original author clearly didn't feel the same way. Henry found an email in his inbox. The sender claimed to be the original author, and in the message harshly pointed out that if Henry had asked for permission in advance, things might not have turned out this badly. But now, the author had decided action had to be taken. Henry stared at the words on the screen as his vision began to blur. The moment he finished reading the message, everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the lawn of an unfamiliar estate, looking down at his hands, then at the carriage parked nearby and the busy servants. Henry realized the author had carried out their revenge. He had transmigrated into the world of the book and become Miss Wentworth, the future Duchess of Bristol, Henry. The carriage rattled along a woodland path. Inside, Viscountess Catherine snapped open her fan and fanned herself impatiently. Frowning, she complained, "I am so sick of this old carriage. It's nothing but a pile of useless junk. This wreck is exactly like your father." Henry sat quietly to the side. Why was he so certain this was revenge? Just look at the situation he was trapped in now. Viscountess Catherine noticed his gaze. "Why are you staring at me? How rude." Henry was full of helplessness. Right now, he was only the pitiful daughter in this family. In a sharp tone, Catherine demanded, "What? Does it offend you to hear me complain about your father?" Eunice trembled all over and lowered her head, not daring to answer. Watching this, Henry let out a helpless sigh. This classic wicked stepmother really did love bullying people. Calmly, Henry said, "If you're tired of riding in an old carriage, then you should manage your money more wisely." Catherine froze, clearly not expecting this usually quiet girl to talk back. Henry continued, "We already have enough dresses. Why we still need to go shopping?" Catherine shouted furiously, "What? I've said it before. We must buy new dresses." Looking at the shabby interior of the carriage, Henry couldn't help thinking to himself that this family was so poor they couldn't even afford to replace their old carriage. Candace turned to explain, "It's no use, Mother." Eunice twisted her fingers and muttered softly, "I actually don't need a new dress either." Waving both hands, Catherine declared with great fervor, "We're talking about the ball hosted by the Duke of Bristol. The most sought-after bachelor in the entire kingdom is searching for a bride. Of course I have to make sure my daughters look flawless." Henry sighed inwardly. A wicked stepmother and stepsisters desperate to marry off. Didn't all of this sound awfully familiar? But this wasn't just some ordinary cliche. Henry knew very well that this was the world of his favorite novel, The Queen's Lover. He sneered inwardly. What a grand dream. Too bad the most sought-after bachelor in the kingdom had never intended to marry in the original story. Henry gazed into the distance. The Duke of Bristol, or rather Edwin. Edwin had been born into one of the most illustrious families in the kingdom. He was a man favored by heaven from birth. Yet even after offering Henry all of his loyalty and devotion, he was ultimately betrayed and met a tragic end. That was the archetype of the tragic male lead. Sitting in the carriage, Henry looked dejected. That's right. I love this character so much that I even wrote fanfiction for him. And the reason I'm so depressed is because, according to the original plot, I'm destined to die at the hands of that very charming man. Henry clenched his teeth. This had to be the original author's deliberate arrangement. In the original novel, the Wentworth family didn't even get a full paragraph in the book. It only briefly mentioned that her father, Viscount Wentworth, had openly opposed Edwin. As a result, the entire family was personally wiped out by Edwin. It was Edwin's brutal revenge carried out on behalf of the Queen. Because of that, Henry hadn't realized where he was at first, nor had he even recognized who he was. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently and came to a stop with a heavy crash. Catherine cried out, "Oh heavens, have we arrived already?" Candace looked out the window in confusion. "No, we're still in the middle of the forest." Catherine angrily slapped the seat. "We still have so many shops to visit today. What on earth is wrong with this carriage? Go and see what happened." Taking the chance, Henry stepped out of the carriage. "This feels great. I'd had enough of being stuck in that cramped space with him." Hindle was trying hard to calm the startled Marilyn. Henry quickly walked over and asked, "Hindle, what happened? Why did we suddenly stop?" Turning around, Hindle answered somewhat hurriedly, "Miss Henry, it's Marilyn." She seems to have been startled. Henry looked around in confusion, and then the crisp sound of hoofbeats came from ahead. An exquisitely decorated carriage slowly came to a stop in the middle of the road, dazzling in the sunlight. Looking at the magnificent carriage, Henry was secretly surprised. How could such a luxurious carriage appear in a place like this? The door opened, and a leg in a black boot stepped down firmly onto the ground. A tall figure descended from the carriage and walked toward Henry. He froze in place. While adjusting his black gloves, Edwin spoke in a calm, steady voice. "May I ask if you're the owner of that mare?" Henry looked the man over. From his refined clothing and impeccable manners, he was clearly from a highly prestigious noble family. Henry gave a polite smile and replied, "Yes, I am." He gave a slight curtsy. "Henry Wentworth, at your service." To that, Edwin simply stared at Henry in silence, his eyes carrying a cold, appraising distance. The stare made Henry's skin crawl. What's going on? Why is he looking at me like that? Shouldn't it be his turn to introduce himself now? Henry laughed awkwardly. "So, may I ask your name?" Edwin said flatly, "She's in heat." Henry froze for a moment, unable to process it. "What?" Edwin added, "I mean your horse. She's trying to seduce my stallion." Kirsten pawed the ground restlessly, clearly agitated. Edwin looked at Henry coldly and said, "So could you please take her away? You're blocking our road." As if responding to his words, Marilyn threw back her head and let out another loud neigh. Edwin continued, "My stallion is an exceptionally noble thoroughbred. I absolutely cannot stand by and let just any old mare throw herself at him." The smile on Henry's face stiffened. What nonsense is this guy even spouting? He took a deep breath, trying to maintain the last shreds of courtesy, but inwardly he was already seething. Was this man deliberately picking a fight? Henry abruptly turned to the coachman. "Is what this man is saying true, Hindle?" Hindle looked uncomfortable. "Yes. To be honest, not long ago we did try to breed Marilyn, but she rejected every stallion we chose for her. Even when she's in heat, she's still extremely stubborn. And since she's been alone ever since, I think she's more excited than usual now, miss." Henry clenched his fists tightly. Even if that was true, how dare this man talk about their horse in that tone? Hindle lowered his head and apologized. "I'm terribly sorry, miss." Henry took a deep breath. "It's all right. If Marilyn didn't want to accept those stallions, there was nothing to be done. You did the right thing." Henry walked over to Marilyn and gently soothed her. But Marilyn, choosing a man based only on his looks is not a good idea. Marilyn gave a neigh, as if answering her mistress. Deliberately raising her voice, Henry added, "Just because he's handsome doesn't mean he's worth anything besides that face. There are plenty of men like that in this world. Pretty boys who do nothing but lie and deceive. And for all you know, he might be a complete bastard." The corner of Edwin's eye twitched slightly. He had obviously heard every word of the veiled insult. Henry turned back to Marilyn. "Still, seeing how bold and honest you are makes me truly happy." Henry turned around. "It seems our Marilyn has caused you quite a bit of trouble. We'll move aside at once. Is there anything else you need?" Edwin's lips suddenly curved into a meaningful smile. "Nothing. However, I think I should clear up this misunderstanding. He raised a hand and lightly touched his jaw with his fingertips. Our Kiristan is a stallion from the royal court. His bloodline is extremely noble. Stables all over the country line up to send their mares to him. He has attendants solely responsible for his care, and he eats the finest feed. So naturally, he is far more noble than horses that mate with some random stallion found on the street. I'm sorry, Marilyn will never have the chance to be with him. Henry's smile froze on her face, but she ground out through clenched teeth. I never expected someone as distinguished and busy as you to be so heartbroken over your animal. How thoughtful and attentive you are. Edwin gave a composed smile in reply. Not troublesome at all. Any respectable owner would do the same. Perhaps you should care more about your own horse. Hindle and the other man's attendant were already pale with fear. Shrinking their necks and sweating, they watched the tense scene unfold. Someone please do something. Stop these two. Henry and Edwin faced each other in a standoff, and the air around them seemed frozen solid. The attendant standing nearby trembled inwardly in despair. Somebody please stop these two. Suddenly, a shout came from the distance. Henry! Henry jumped. She turned around. Catherine was storming over, complaining, "Why is this taking so long? Of all times to come out now." Then Catherine got a clear look at the man before her, and her anger vanished instantly. Staring at Edwin, she asked, "Good heavens, who is this handsome gentleman?" Edwin said nothing. He turned and gestured to his attendant. "Let's go, Geoffrey." Then he looked at Henry and said, "Forgive me. I must take my leave." Catherine hurriedly asked, "What happened, Henry? Who was that?" Henry replied blandly, "Nothing special, and he didn't tell me his name." She turned her face away, displeasure written all over it. "I don't care what his name is. Hopefully he steps in horse dung the moment he goes outside. In any case, we probably won't meet again." Several weeks later, one morning, a luxurious carriage stopped in front of the grand mansion. Albert stood beside it, looking somewhat uneasy. He looked at the residence before him and swallowed involuntarily, visibly nervous. Henry sat on the sofa in the drawing room, holding a letter in her hand. It contained a request from the other party to purchase the horse Marilyn. The signature at the bottom read, "Kiristan's guardian." In a professional tone, Albert said, "I assure you, we are prepared to pay a very considerable sum for her. I've also brought the necessary documents. Perhaps you'd like to review them first." Catherine leaned over to glance at the papers, then widened her eyes and shouted, "You really are willing to pay that much for a horse?" Catherine's mind raced as she calculated. This amount would be enough to buy 5 new horses, plus a new carriage, with plenty left over. Henry stared at the letter in her hands, and the image of the man she had met in the woods that day rose in her mind. "So that gentleman wants to buy our Marilyn." Covering her cheeks excitedly, Catherine asked, "You mean the handsome gentleman we met on the road to town?" Albert gave a slight bow in reply. "Yes, my master also wishes to assure you that Marilyn will receive the very best care. He will spare no expense in looking after her." Catherine clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "Good heavens, how generous he is!" But Henry cut in expressionlessly, "No." She lifted her head and looked Albert in the eye. "Marilyn is not for sale." "What?" Catherine shot to her feet. "Have you lost your mind?" Albert asked politely, "May I ask why you're unwilling to sell her?" Folding her arms across her chest, Henry let out a cold huff. "Isn't it obvious?" She indignantly recalled what that man had said before. He'd humiliated Marilyn nonstop and said she was nothing but a common horse you could find anywhere. And now he wanted to buy her from me? The more Henry thought about it, the angrier she became. Why should I trust someone like that? He didn't even have the courtesy to visit in person. She looked at Albert, who was clearing his throat. What if everything he said before was a lie, and he has no intention of taking good care of Marilyn at all? Albert continued, trying to persuade her. "But if Kiristan misses out on such an excellent partner, wouldn't that be a pity? I assure you, Marilyn could never find a better match than him." Henry clenched her teeth, a flash of anger passing through her eyes. "You keep emphasizing how outstanding that Kiristan is, but you should know Marilyn isn't some ordinary horse either. Marilyn," Henry lowered her gaze slightly, "Marilyn is like a sister to me. It doesn't matter how much money you offer. I will never hand my family over to a man who won't even reveal his name and doesn't dare show his face in person." Albert was stunned. Looking at the determined young woman in front of him, he felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Then Henry abruptly changed her tone. "However, if he's willing to come and ask me in person, perhaps I'll reconsider. Cold sweat beaded on Albert's forehead. I will relay your words to him. In his mind, Edwin's devilishly cold pressure appeared before him, and he lamented in despair. I am doomed. Albert hurriedly took his leave, standing by the window and watching the carriage disappear into the distance. Catherine shouted furiously, "Oh, why? How could you just drive him away like that? Henry, what are you thinking? That money could have been used as your sister's dowry." Henry set down her teacup. If he truly wants Marilyn, then let him come and get her himself. Catherine's face turned red with anger. How could he possibly come? A rich and important man like him. Why would he travel all the way out to this desolate place for a mere horse? Henry raised her teacup and took a sip. But that is exactly the mere horse he's willing to pay a fortune for. So I can already foresee that if he wants her badly enough, he will come in person. Catherine clutched her head in anguish. You girl, you're always so arrogant and rude. Henry quietly sipped her tea, secretly wondering whether he would really come. Night fell, and the moon hung outside the window. In the study at the Duke of Bristol's residence, Edwin's voice was cold and low. I sent you there to get things done. Pressing his fingers irritably to his temple, Edwin said, I sent you to solve the problem, not to act like some messenger pigeon. Albert, can you still call yourself my butler? Albert bowed his head deeply. My deepest apologies. My lord. Edwin fell silent for a moment. That horse has already been out of sorts for weeks. I doubt the mare is in much better condition. Could that woman simply be bluffing? Or has she already found another solution? This is ridiculous. Edwin frowned. But I can't just leave Kiristin like this. If this continues, it will affect his health. What a nuisance. That girl truly is far too arrogant. She has no sense at all. Edwin suddenly stood up, startling Albert so badly that he jerked all over. Carefully, he asked, my lord. Edwin looked at him coldly. Why are you still standing there? Tugging at his collar, impatience in his eyes, Edwin said, prepare to leave. The next morning, sunlight poured into the courtyard of the Wentworth estate, while birdsong rose and fell outside the windows. Henry was reclining leisurely against the large bed in her room, reading a newspaper. Suddenly, hurried knocking came from outside the door. Henry lowered the newspaper and looked at the door in confusion. Come in. The maid rushed in, flustered. Miss, something terrible has happened. Henry put down the paper. What is it? Why are you so flustered? Stammering, the maid reported, a gentleman has come to visit. He asked us to tell you that Kiristin's guardian has come calling. In front of the mansion, a low-key yet elegant carriage stood motionless. Edwin stepped out and swept his gaze over the surroundings, his expression as cold and deep as ever. Henry hurried to the window, bracing her hands against the frame as she looked down. He actually came. In the drawing room, Edwin sat quietly, while Henry changed into formal clothes and entered. She sat down across from Edwin with a straight back and a calm expression. Catherine and Candace, seated not far away, were already staring blankly, completely captivated by the unexpected guest's handsome looks and commanding presence. The drawing room was filled with a suffocating sense of pressure. Edwin was the first to break the silence. If my sudden visit has disturbed you, I sincerely apologize. Henry sat in the single chair opposite him, trying hard to maintain an outward composure. But Catherine looked extremely excited, not disturbed at all. You left so hurriedly last time that we never even had the chance to ask your name. So we are very happy to have the opportunity to properly receive such a distinguished guest. Sitting off to the side, Candace blushed deeply and thought to herself, he's so handsome. Catherine let out a hearty laugh. We must be fated to meet again. Henry watched Catherine's desperate attempt to curry favor and helplessly closed her eyes. She really is enjoying herself. Edwin gave a polite nod. I'm grateful for such a warm welcome. He shot Henry a glance. To do as you wished and come in person, we traveled all night without rest. Sitting upright in her chair, Henry gave a light laugh and replied, I see. Edwin gave a cold chuckle. The smile on Henry's face instantly stiffened. Was he mocking us? Leaning forward, Edwin curled his lips into a faintly amused smile. Then I hear you were very dissatisfied with my earlier proposal. Is that true, miss? Catherine hurriedly shook her head. Oh, not at all. Henry is just being stubborn. Henry looked at the man before her. Didn't he say Marilyn would never have a chance to see Kiristin? Yet the moment he realized he needed her, he crawled right back. What a joke. Catherine and Candace were laughing happily at the side, while Henry was full of confusion. Why were these two so fascinated by such a jerk? Edwin put away his smile and asked, May I see Marilyn now? Henry stared fixedly at the man before her, her gaze full of scrutiny. Edwin, maintained the same posture, with no sign of intending to linger. Breaking the silence, Henry said, "You really do seem to be in a hurry. You haven't even had time to take off your gloves. Don't tell me you intend to go to the stables right now." Edwin turned his head slightly and replied, "I simply want to finish things here as quickly as possible. After all, my presence seems to make Miss Wentworth very unhappy." Catherine and Candace immediately sprang to their feet in alarm. "Not at all. If you wish, you may stay as long as you like, my lord. We were just about to have lunch. It would be our great honor if you joined us." The corners of Edwin's mouth lifted into a composed smile. "In that case, if it wouldn't be too much trouble." Beaming, Catherine hurried to lead the way. "This way, my lord." Henry stood in place and sighed helplessly. In the dining room, glasses and tableware clinked as a lavish spread of dishes was placed on the long table one after another. As they ate, Catherine said warmly, "It's been such a long time since we've entertained a guest. This place is so remote and usually very quiet. To have the chance to share lunch with such an elegant gentleman as yourself is truly our honor." Henry fell into thought. Catherine looked at the man expectantly and asked, "Is the food to your liking, my lord?" With his eyes closed, Edwin said, "It's acceptable." The smile on Catherine's face stiffened, and she awkwardly rubbed her hands together. Henry put down her utensils. "Come to think of it, we still don't know this gentleman's name." Edwin sat there silently, showing no intention of answering. Henry stared at him. "Is this guy not planning to respond?" With a slight smile, she continued, "If it's too troublesome for you to tell us your name, perhaps we should just call you Cariston's father." Eunice, who had been drinking water, suddenly sprayed it out. Eunice coughed violently, covering her mouth and trying desperately to steady her breathing. Edwin picked up his napkin and elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth. "That is not a bad idea." He looked at Henry, a trace of amusement in his eyes. "Provided you truly intend for us to become family, Marilyn's mother." Henry froze. What was he talking about? She immediately put on a brilliant smile and replied, "Why, that depends entirely on you, Cariston's father." Candace scolded in a low voice, "Henry, don't be so rude." Edwin pushed away his plate and stood up. "In that case, since we have finished eating, may I ask you to take me to the stables now?" Catherine looked at the food on the table in bewilderment. "Finished already?" Henry rose lightly to her feet. "Of course, Cariston's father." And walked up the stairs, preparing to change into her riding boots. Why was he acting like that? Recalling their first meeting, she remembered he had behaved similarly then. Why was he being so secretive about his name? A sharp voice suddenly rang out. "Henry." Candace looked anxious. "Why haven't you gone to the stables yet? Why are you the only one here? Where's our guest?" Henry explained, "Oh, I was just about to go upstairs and change into my riding boots." Candace clutched the gloves in her hands, looking restless. Henry stopped in her tracks. "Wait." She rushed down the stairs and snatched the item from Candace's hands. "Why are you holding these?" Looking somewhat guilty, Candace argued, "They were just collecting dust in Lady Branson's room, so I borrowed them." "So what? Those things don't belong to anyone anymore anyway." "Don't shout at me." Henry sneered. "Watch your mouth. After all, Candace, she wasn't Lady Branson to you. She was the former Viscountess." "What do you mean those things don't belong to anyone anymore?" "They used to belong to my mother. Now they belong to me. You don't have a single drop of her blood in you, so don't touch her things with your dirty hands." Rage flared in Candace's eyes. Grinding her teeth, she snarled, "You little bitch." She suddenly thrust out a hand and shoved Henry hard in the shoulder. Caught off guard, Henry reeled backward. Her footing gave way, and she fell from the edge of the stairs. "Damn it, I'm going to fall." Henry squeezed her eyes shut as her body lost balance in midair. A hand clad in a black glove suddenly shot out and caught her arm with perfect precision. Edwin steadily caught the falling figure and drew Henry safely into his arms. Still shaken, Henry leaned against Edwin's chest. "When had he gotten here?" In a cool tone, Edwin said, "Forgive me for interrupting your conversation, but unless you intend to keep me here until tomorrow, we'd better head to the stables now." Henry answered blankly, "All right, I'll be there at once." Edwin turned toward the staircase. "Then I'll wait downstairs." Standing on the steps, Henry watched his retreating back, then turned to look at Candace. Candace stood above her, face flushed bright red. Outside the estate, sunlight still shone brightly, and a breeze brushed through the treetops. Edwin descended the steps and, under the attendant's guidance, crossed the courtyard toward the stables. Henry and Edwin walked side by side down the path leading there. Henry was full of annoyance. "I can't believe an outsider saw something like that. How humiliating." Edwin shot the girl beside him a glance. his eyes deep and unreadable. As he strode forward, he asked, "Did Marilyn also belong to your late mother?" Henry was startled. "What?" Edwin added flatly, like those lace gloves. Henry fell silent and unconsciously clenched her hands. Without turning her head, Henri said, "I thought I had already made myself very clear last time when I sent word through your butler." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "I love Marilyn as if she were my family." Edwin's shoulders gave a slight twitch as he walked ahead in silence. Henry was baffled. "I really don't understand how he can bring up something so sensitive so naturally to a stranger. He may look well-mannered, but sometimes he's really very rude." Edwin strode down the wooded path. Without warning, he suddenly stopped. Henry nearly crashed into his back. She halted abruptly. "What?" Looking at him in confusion, Henry asked, "Why are you suddenly blocking my way?" Edwin turned his face slightly, his expression turning strange. "This is too odd." Edwin stared at her. This woman's voice. Fragments of broken memories flashed through his mind, refracting blurry light like shards of crystal. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Edwin examined her face, but that face was completely unfamiliar. Hesitantly, Henry said, Kiristen's father? When he didn't react, she continued, "Could you move aside, please? I'm not sure whether you realize how unsettling it is when someone blocks another person's path like this without saying a word." Edwin simply looked at her in silence. After a moment, he finally said, "Sorry." Edwin remained standing there, watching her retreating back. Henry headed toward the building in the distance. When she reached the stable and looked at Kiristen in front of her, she exclaimed, "Wow." She covered her cheeks with both hands. Up close, he's such a handsome horse. With his arms crossed, Edwin glanced sidelong at Henry. With a smile in her eyes, Henry thought, "Marilyn, you're so lucky." Jeffrey was busy calming the horse. Edwin stepped forward and asked, "Jeffrey, how has Kiristen been lately?" Jeffrey answered respectfully, "My lord, he's still a bit agitated." Looking at the restless Kiristen, he added, "It's all because of that mare, I mean Marilyn. He must have sensed Marilyn is nearby, which is why he's so excited." Hearing that, Henry shot Jeffrey an unhappy look. Edwin let out a quiet sound of reproach and looked toward the horse, making a fuss in the distance. "Such a clever fellow. Just as I thought, he's already realized Marilyn is nearby." Not far from the stable, Marilyn had opened her mouth and was gnawing on the groom's shoulder. The groom cried out in pain. "Marilyn, stop!" Edwin, watch the scene. It seems this mare is still in heat. Just as expected, Henry turned to look at Edwin. "So then, Kiristen's father." Edwin allowed a cold huff at the title. The butler, standing nearby, trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down him. In a chilly tone, Edwin said, "Yes. Go on." Closing her eyes, Henry sighed. "People always say love is about the present, but marriage is a practical plan for the future. There are too many things we need to discuss: the honeymoon, plans for raising future foals, and the dowry. As the parents on both sides, shall we begin negotiations?" Edwin adjusted his gloves. "Of course. I even brought the documents." He raised a hand in signal. "Albert." Albert stepped forward, carrying a briefcase, and handed it to Henry. Looking at the densely packed document, Henry was momentarily stunned. Waving the papers in his hand, Edwin said, "By the way, before we begin," Henry clenched her teeth, anger burning inside her. "This man is testing my patience all day long." Holding up the papers, Edwin said, "I must remind you that Kiristen's bloodline can be traced back to the Habsburg royal family. He comes from a distinguished line of horses that has served the royal family for generations." Folding her arms, Henry said, "So in other words, you have a responsibility to preserve the purity of Kiristen's bloodline. Is that it?" The corners of Edwin's lips lifted slightly into a smile. "I knew a clever woman like you would understand my situation. Marilyn's mother." Henry's tone turned low and solemn. "Kiristen's father, as for my Marilyn, there is only one thing I seek. I hope she can find happiness, rather than spend her whole life longing for a man who will share only one night with her and then abandon her." Edwin gave a faint chuckle. "Kiristen is a noble and loyal horse, so you needn't worry about that at all." Lowering her head, Henry carefully read through the papers in her hands. "In that case, I suppose they won't abandon each other after mating." "Very well. Please give me some time to look over these terms carefully." Her eyes swept quickly over the contents. Wait, he's actually going to rent us a Rogers Houndbrand carriage? Henry could hardly believe what she was seeing. She had assumed he would try to cut corners or take advantage of the term somehow, and had even prepared herself to be extorted. But these terms were far more generous than she had imagined. He had even promised to provide a replacement mare for their use while Marilyn was away. Looking up at Edwin, she said, "Thank you for being so considerate, even going so far as to provide us with a replacement horse and carriage while Marilyn is absent." Edwin replied calmly, "It's nothing." He paused. "However, we will also provide dedicated staff and funds to care for the foal." So in exchange, thinking it over, Henry asked, "You want full guardianship of the foal, is that right?" Edwin answered, "Yes, exactly." Holding the papers, Henry said, "All right, I agree to these terms, but there is one more thing I want to ask of you." Nearby, Jeffrey and Albert huddled together, whispering under their breath. "How long do you think this will take?" "No idea." Edwin turned and asked, "What is it?" With a serious expression, Henry said, "I want Marilyn herself to decide when she and the foal should be separated. I also hope you will allow Marilyn enough time to stay with her child. I don't like the idea of making her and her baby part forever." Edwin was silent for a moment before replying, "I can agree to that." Henry broke into a radiant smile. "Thank you for understanding, Cariston's father." Edwin said nothing more. "Then let's begin." Gently stroking Cariston, Henry murmured, "Please take good care of her, Cariston. Look after my Marilyn well." Jeffrey respectfully said from the side, "I will make all the preparations for their first meeting." Smiling, Henry replied, "Thank you." Edwin crossed his arms. He had originally thought this negotiation would be a nightmare, but the demands Henry had made were surprisingly reasonable. He fell into thought. It seems she wasn't putting on an act. She truly does care deeply for her horse. Perhaps I judged her wrong before. Sitting on the sofa, Catherine complained impatiently. How long are they going to stay in that filthy stable? Candace thought to herself, there she goes again, always complaining without end. Henry, a trace of suspicion appeared in Catherine's eyes. Could she be planning to keep him all to herself? That sly little thing. She must have been pretending not to care about men all this time. Candace thought, that girl must be doing this on purpose just to test my limits. Her plan is to make me look ridiculous in front of that handsome guest. Candace's eyes filled with tears. Sniffling, she asked, "W, what should I do?" And she burst into loud sobs. Catherine was startled. "Oh my heavens! What's wrong, my darling?" Burying herself in her mother's arms, Candace wailed, "Mother, I'll never get married now. It's all Henry's fault." While soothing her sobbing daughter, Catherine angrily glared at Eunice by the window. "How can you still sit there eating? Can't you see your sister is crying?" Eunice was mechanically stuffing biscuits into her mouth. Expressionless, she stared out the window as if none of this had anything to do with her. Then suddenly, Eunice stopped moving, her gaze fixed on the courtyard outside. "Henry, she's back from the stables." Looking flustered, Henry rushed into the mansion. "Are they finished talking?" She shoved open the heavy doors, and the loud crash echoed through the hallway. Abandoning all decorum, Henry shouted the maid's name. "Barbara." She hurried through the hall, her voice sounding especially anxious in the empty building. "Barbara." Kath. Irene, standing by the second-floor railing, demanded, "What happened to you? Or have your manners gone?" Barbara rushed toward Henry. "Miss, what happened?" Henry urgently ordered, "Quick, send someone into town to fetch a doctor immediately." Catherine exchanged a glance with Candace and asked in confusion, "What? Why? Why do we need a doctor?" Candace, as if suddenly realizing something, asked tremblingly, "Henry, did something happen to that gentleman? Is he hurt?" In the stable, the air was heavy and oppressive. Jeffrey lay on a crude sickbed while a doctor busied himself treating his wounds. On another bed lay Hennel as well. Edwin stood with his arms folded over his chest, his brows knit tight, and let out a heavy sigh. Henry said softly, "Please let me explain what happened just now." Not long before, Jeffrey had been leading Cariston. At the same time, Hennel was walking past with Marilyn. But no one had expected that the moment Cariston saw Marilyn, he would suddenly lose control. Neighing excitedly, he lunged toward her, and the two horses instantly began struggling with each other. The tremendous force sent Hennel and Jeffrey flying. With a heavy thud, they crashed hard to the ground. By the time Henry and Edwin rushed into the stable, all they saw was chaos. Henry explained, "That's why I had to rush back to the house at once and send someone for a doctor. The door opened, and Albert entered in a low voice. "My lord." Edwin turned and listened to Albert's report. Albert looked uncomfortable. "It seems all the stable hands in town are unavailable today. I'm afraid we won't be able to hire anyone until tomorrow morning." Edwin frowned. "Not a single stable hand can be found?" Albert replied helplessly, "I'm afraid so, my lord. This town is too small. There were never many stable hands to begin with." Edwin clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Understood. In any case, I was planning to stay here tonight. This works out. I can look after Jeffrey." Henry stood nearby. At that moment, the doctor finished treating the wounds and walked over. Henry anxiously asked, "Doctor, are the stable hands all right?" Wiping away his sweat, the doctor replied, "Yes, my lady. I've done everything I can. Fortunately, both of them only have minor fractures. However, for their bones to heal completely, it may take as long as 3 weeks." Henry let out a sigh of relief. Clasping her hands before her chest, she said, "Thank heavens." A trace of apology showed on Edwin's face. "I hate to trouble you, but it seems I have no choice but to ask this of you. Please help us look after the coachman." Henry replied calmly, "Of course." Then she turned to the doctor. "Doctor, please stay here tonight and rest. I'll have a room prepared for you." The doctor gave a slight bow. "Thank you, madam." Henry walked to the bedside and looked at the injured Jeffrey and Hindle. "Doctor, please take good care of both of them." The doctor nodded. "Yes, madam. I will do my utmost." As Henry walked toward the door, she added, "The maids will assist you. If you need anything, just ask." The doctor bowed respectfully. "Certainly, madam." Edwin stood to the side, silently watching it all. Night fell. The manor was wrapped in quiet moonlight. Edwin walked alone through the empty corridor. At last, he had managed to shake off that clingy Lady Quillian and her daughter. Their affected voices still echoed in his ears, one moment warmly inviting him to stay longer, the next anxiously asking whether the food suited his taste. He stopped walking, his gaze settling on a half-opened door nearby. Henry's gentle voice drifted out from inside. "Please don't worry about the medical expenses. And don't worry about losing your job, either. I'll send compensation to your family as well. I'm sorry Marilyn caused you all so much trouble." Jeffrey lay weakly in bed, his eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, madam." Henry lowered her head slightly. "I know our estate may not be as fine as the places you've worked before, but please think of this as your own home. Just relax and focus on recovering." Startled by such kindness, Jeffrey replied, "Why, yes, madam." Henry turned to look at Hindle on the other bed. "You too, Hindle. Don't move that leg carelessly." Jeffrey's eyes reddened. He had never imagined that a noble lady would show such consideration to servants who did not even belong to her household. Henry rose and headed for the door. "You two get some proper rest." Behind her, Jeffrey and Hindle called out gratefully, "Thank you, madam." Henry pushed the door open and stepped out, humming lightly to herself. Edwin watched her retreating figure, a strange feeling rising in his chest. He couldn't tell whether she was odd or simply different. Edwin withdrew his gaze and walked to the sickroom door, lifting a hand to knock. Inside, Jeffrey was startled and let out a cry. When he saw who it was, he hurriedly tried to sit up. "And my lord," Edwin entered the room. "No need. Don't force yourself unless you want to cause me even more trouble." Jeffrey turned deathly pale and froze where he was. Trembling, he answered, "Why, yes, my lord." With his back to him, Edwin said, "You're Hindle, aren't you?" Hindle hurriedly replied, "Yes, my lord." Edwin turned around. "I was wondering whether the Wentworths are in urgent need of a temporary coachman. Do they have any pressing matters to attend to, or are they planning to travel anywhere?" Hindle hesitated for a moment. "Lady Quillian and the young ladies are planning to attend a ball at Bristol Manor." Seeing the dark look on Edwin's face, he instinctively shrank his neck and added, "That estate is in East Carlton, quite far from here." The corners of Edwin's lips lifted slightly into a meaningful smile. A ball at Bristol Manor? He turned to look out the window. Henry was standing by a distant window. Henry was walking down the quiet corridor when she yawned tiredly. "I'm exhausted." She stopped in her tracks. That was Eunice's room. What was going on in there so late at night? Henry quietly approached and peered through the crack in the door. Candace was harshly scolding her. "You're not going to the ball. Do you understand? Even if Mother grabs your arm and begs you to go, you are not going." Sitting in a chair, Eunice protested in a small, aggrieved voice. But how can I refuse, Mother?" Candace suddenly raised her voice. "You idiot. Just say you're sick or make up any excuse. Don't you understand yet? You are the disgrace of this family. Couldn't you at least try, just this once, to be an obedient younger sister?" Standing outside the door, Anri watched coldly. She's bullying Eunice again. She must be taking out on her because things didn't go her way with me earlier. What a hopeless loser. Through gritted teeth, Candace spat out one last threat. "If I hear the word ball come out of your mouth one more time, I'll tear your dress to shreds." Crossing her arms, Anri said, "I wonder who the real disgrace here is." Candace froze. What? Then she realized what she had heard and pointed at Anri in fury. "Wait, was that directed at me just now?" Anri replied, "What do you think?" Candace shouted, "I heard you perfectly clearly. You were talking about me." Anri spread her hands innocently. "Oh, that? I was just talking to myself." Candace roared, "Stop lying. You clearly said it on purpose, so I would hear." Anri raised one finger to her lips. "Oh dear, do you want everyone in the house to hear what you just said to Eunice?" Just as Candace was about to explode, she caught sight of Edwin approaching from the far end of the corridor. Inside, she cursed, "You shameless little brat. This time I'll expose your true colors." Candace suddenly covered her face and burst into miserable sobs. While crying, she loudly accused, "You've never treated me like your sister, have you? You make me feel like a stranger in this family." As she wiped her tears, she secretly watched for a reaction. "You hate that I'm now the eldest daughter of the Wentworth family, don't you? I know you're always looking for excuses to pick fights with me." Anri stared at her blankly. Watching Candace's dramatic performance, she said, "What nonsense are you even babbling about?" Edwin, having witnessed the whole thing, watched the farce with interest. Anri calmly shot back, "After bullying your own younger sister Eunice, how do you have a nerve to say something like that to me?" Candace snapped, "That's how real sisters talk to each other. But you're different. Watch your tone with me." Anri seized on her words at once. "Got you. So you admit it. You never consider me a sister at all. And you say you feel like a stranger, but when you spend the family's money on 5 dresses every month, you don't seem to feel out of place at all." Then Anri warned her coldly, "And one more thing, don't enter my mother's room again without permission. If I catch you one more time, I promise you won't like the consequences." Candace's face flushed bright red with rage. Pointing at Anri, she shrieked, "Are you threatening me? When father gets back, I'll tell him everything." Panting and stamping her feet angrily, she ran off. Anri watched her ridiculous retreating figure. Good grief, when is she ever going to grow up? She yawned. "Time for bed." Then softly, she said, "Good night, Eunice." Watching Anri leave, Eunice thought, "Anri is so cool." Just then, Edwin came striding from the other end of the corridor. Eunice stiffened in shock. Lightly brushing his chin with his hand, Edwin let out a low chuckle. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. It seems this ball may not be so boring after all. A few days later, Anri sat by the bed with a newspaper in hand. Ever since arriving in this world, reading the morning paper had become part of her daily routine. Why read the newspaper? Although The Queen's Lover was set in 19th century England, its historical details were not entirely accurate. To better understand this world, and to confirm how far the plot had progressed, Anri made a point of reading the news every day. She let out a quiet sigh. Recently, because of the uproar caused by Marilyn, she had been so busy that several days' worth of newspapers had piled up unread. Meanwhile, Hindle and Jeffrey were recovering well from their injuries. What surprised Anri was that the man had not returned to the village, but had chosen to stay overnight at the estate instead. Looking at the paper in her hands, Anri thought to herself, "Although I'm glad Candace has quieted down ever since that man showed up, constantly running into him in the house is definitely unpleasant." She casually turned the page, and a striking headline caught her eye: "A special exhibition to be held at the Royal Palace." Anri gasped sharply, her eyes widening in shock. "Has already reached that part? I can't believe I forgot about this." Anri jumped up from the bed. There was no time to waste. She had to change immediately and have a carriage prepared. However, her steps suddenly halted. A look of horror spread across her face. The estate currently had neither horses nor coachman. What if she went to the village and rented a carriage now? No, if she did that, by the time she arrived, there would only be a few hours left to see the exhibition. But she also didn't have enough money to stay overnight in the capital. Clutching her head, Anri screamed, "No, I absolutely refuse to miss a single artwork at that exhibition." "What am I supposed to do?" Edwin said. "I think I should go and press them about the carriage rental. Our 2 coachmen are both unable to move at the moment, after all." A magnificent white carriage slowly came to a stop before the manor. Everyone gasped in astonishment at the sight. The carriage's exterior was elegant and refined, and the interior was even more luxurious and comfortable. The red velvet cushions looked expensive. Candace jumped excitedly. "It's gorgeous." Catherine was filled with awe. "I can hardly believe we're actually leaving in a Rogers Hound carriage." Candace exclaimed admiringly at the carriage. "Look at this gleaming white body and rose gold trim. It's exactly the style everyone wants right now." Henry stared at the carriage while calculating inwardly. "How much must this cost?" Albert looked at Henry and said, "If there is anything unsatisfactory, please tell me, and I'll arrange a replacement as quickly as possible." Henry quickly shook her head. No, you've already done more than enough for us. Thanks to this carriage, Hindle and Jeffrey can recover in peace as well. Thank you for being so considerate, Kiristen's father." In that moment, Henry was in an excellent mood. At last, she could go to the exhibition. Edwin watched her in silence. "It's rented, not given to you. Just look at your coachman's condition." Then he continued coolly, "I've decided on 10 days. That's enough rest for him." Henry clicked her tongue in disbelief. "Good grief, what a stingy bastard." Turning her head, she said, "I suppose that means I'll have to happily inform someone at his bedside that he must recover before the deadline." Albert called out nervously, "My lord." He gave an awkward laugh and tried to smooth things over. "Of course not. Please use the carriage as long as you like, however long you need. My master simply likes to keep a straight face while joking." Edwin stood there expressionless. But it wasn't a joke at all. The carriage was ready. Looking at them, Edwin said, "Then I'll take my leave, ladies." He turned around. "Please take good care of Kiristen." Henry flashed a bright smile. "Of course. We'll also take good care of this carriage, since it's clearly very precious to you." Hearing the teasing note in her voice, Edwin let out a quiet laugh. Albert stared blankly at Edwin's retreating back, looking rather at a loss. The carriage sped along the country road, the sound of hoofbeats ringing crisply through the woods. Inside, Edwin was looking down at some documents. Albert sat beside him, occasionally stealing glances at his master's expression. At last he could not resist saying, "My lord, you seem to be in a rather good mood today." Edwin replied, "Doi, did I smile just now?" Albert shrank his neck a little. "Not exactly." Edwin asked, "Then why would you say that?" Albert thought for a moment and said, "It was that joke you made earlier about the carriage's rental period. You rarely start conversations with ladies, much less speak to Lady Wentworth as you did just now." After a moment of silence, Edwin asked in a low voice, "Did it really sound like a joke?" Albert blinked. "Wasn't it? You never mentioned any specific rental deadline before." Edwin did not answer, sinking into thought. Albert awkwardly looked away. "Forget it. Pretend I said nothing." Edwin coldly ordered, "Forget all of that. Go and find a way to postpone the ball." Albert nearly cried out, "What?" "My lord, your mother will disown you." "Have you forgotten what happened the last time you announced you had no intention of marrying for the rest of your life?" With a worried face, Albert tried to persuade him. "Postponing the ball will only make her angrier." Edwin impatiently snapped, "Tell me, Albert, who is your master, my mother or me?" Albert broke into a cold sweat. "Of course not, but your mother has already put far too much effort into preparing this ball, my lord. Why are you so opposed to marriage?" Edwin replied indifferently, "No reason. I simply haven't liked women much since I was young." Albert carefully asked, "But why? Because of some psychological trauma? Or because—" Edwin cut him off. "I started disliking women when I was 4, but there was no particular reason." Albert let out a dry laugh. Could that possibly be a joke too? Of course not. Secretly, Albert thought that when Edwin was a child, he must have been thoroughly humiliated by some little noble girl and left with lasting emotional scars. He continued nagging in Edwin's ear. "But you have a duty to continue the family line. Isn't it time to put down those childhood wounds or heartbreak and start over?" Edwin was irritated by the noise. He could even remember the exact date clearly, July 7th, in the summer when he was 4 years old. From that day on, he had begun to loathe women. "But I'm certain no one would take my words seriously, so there's no point in saying it. In truth, I would rather people discover it for themselves. Like Albert here, couldn't you at least consider marriage?" Fragments of memory surfaced in Edwin's mind. It was an afternoon in the garden terrace, where Edwin had sat with his mother. Looking at him, she had asked, "Is it for my sake? You're already 24. When you're older, you'll understand that what your heart wants is not what matters. In his heart, he replied, "Exactly, mother. That is precisely why I do not want to marry." But he knew she was right. He could not go on delaying forever. It was time to begin selecting a suitable fiancée. Edwin made up his mind. I don't care who she is. As long as we can reach some kind of agreement, that will be enough. The next day, in the capital, the Grand Palace complex gleamed in the sunlight. The square was crowded with people, buzzing with conversation and laughter. Amid the crisp clatter of hooves, a magnificent carriage slowly came to a stop by the roadside. Lifting her skirt, Henri lightly jumped down from the carriage and landed neatly on the ground. Gentlemen passing by on the roadside stopped in their tracks, their eyes drawn to Henri. In low voices they marveled, "Good heavens, what a beauty!" Gazing at the palace before her, Henri cheered inwardly, "I finally made it. Wait for me, my precious treasures." Henri walked alone through the gallery, holding a catalog in her hands. Around her, the guests murmured quietly. "She's beautiful," someone whispered. "Her hair and eyes are such unusual colors. But where is her guardian? Did she really come here alone? Girls these days are far too bold." Henri snapped her catalog shut with a sharp sound. She shot a cold glare at the rude man. Intimidated by her look, he coughed awkwardly. Henri continued walking forward, thinking whether I came alone or with someone, what business is it of theirs? In the capital, nobody usually meddles in such things. She stopped before a large painting and looked at the stars glittering within it. Trapped in this world, the only silver lining is. Henri walked alone through the gallery, thinking only of seeing with her own eyes every artistic masterpiece of this era. She even hoped she might discover a true, timeless work here. Henri clasped her hands. "Please let me encounter a true masterpiece today." Her quick steps suddenly stopped, the tip of her shoe halting against the polished floor. Henri let out a soft sigh. Her gaze was completely captured by a painting hanging on the wall. It depicted Andromeda bound to the rocks, with a valiant hero standing beside her. "This painting is," Henri murmured softly, "Perseus and Andromeda." A low, magnetic voice came from beside her. Henri quickly turned her head toward the man standing next to her. Henri froze and blurted out, "Cariston's father." Edwin cleared his throat to cover his awkwardness. "If you call me that, people will misunderstand." Henri turned to him and asked, "Then what am I supposed to call you? You've never told me your real name." Edwin furrowed his brow and let out a helpless sigh, but had no answer. Looking at him, Henri said, "I really didn't expect to run into you here." "Do you like art?" Edwin replied, "Not particularly. It's more my mother's hobby." "Oh," Henri asked in surprise. "So you came here with your mother?" Edwin shook his head. "No, I came alone." He remembered his mother lying ill in bed, coughing continuously as she had pointed into the distance and ordered him to bring back some artworks. Edwin sighed. He had no idea what kind of painting he should choose for her, nor did he understand why she had suddenly become so obsessed with art. With a regretful look, Henri said, "I see. That's too bad." Edwin tilted his head toward her, inwardly wondering why she was pretending to care. Henri's eyes remained on the painting, wandering slowly across the canvas. "Do you like this painting very much?" Edwin asked. Henri fell silent for a moment. "Not exactly. I just happen to know the story well." Inwardly she added, "It was a frequent topic on my art history exams in my previous life." Then Henri continued, "It's a famous story, after all. A hero rescues a princess who has been offered up as a sacrifice." Edwin nodded. "Indeed, this princess is a favorite subject for many artists." Henri let out a faint laugh. "Of course. Who wouldn't want a beautiful prize to show off?" Slowly, she recounted the ancient legend. Because her mother angered the gods, the kind and beautiful princess was forced to become a human sacrifice. Later, she married the hero who saved her and bore him 6 children. Her life was never in her own hands. But I suppose that's exactly how people of this era expect women to live. Even so, Henri tilted her head slightly, her eyes carrying a trace of loneliness. "Sometimes I wish I could be Andromeda." After a brief silence, Edwin asked quietly why. Looking at the painting, Henri answered, "At least someone came to save her." She stared into empty space, bitterness welling up inside her. "I've never had anyone I could depend on. Not here, and not in the world I originally came from." Edwin looked at Henri's back and parted his lips. as if to say something. Ew. A sudden fit of coughing interrupted him. A man stepped forward. Would you mind moving aside a little? Henry and Edwin walked side by side down the gallery corridor, the noise around them seeming strangely distant. Henry adjusted the brim of her hat in secret, annoyed with herself for having accidentally let her true feelings slip. Edwin broke the silence. To be honest, I only came here today to take care of something for my mother. She wants me to buy some artworks to take back to her. Henry nodded in understanding. I see. No wonder you showed up here alone. Edwin turned to her and said, yes. So I was thinking, if you could help me choose a few pieces. As repayment, I'll personally escort you home later. Henry spun around. What? You want me to help you? Edwin explained calmly. You seem to know a great deal about art, so I'm certain anything you choose will be far better than what I would choose. Besides, isn't it rather fun to buy art with someone else's money? Henry's eyes lit up. That'd sound fun. Fine, but no taking it back later. Like a gust of wind, she ran deeper into the exhibition hall and eagerly began selecting works. Edwin stood where he was, watching Henry's light, quick figure as she ran. He thought to himself that her eyes were like two pink sapphires. As the setting sun dyed the sky red, a luxurious carriage stood waiting in the square outside the gallery. Henry cupped her cheeks with both hands. Good heavens, I picked 5 paintings all at once. Edwin was directing the attendants as they loaded the paintings onto the carriage. Put the paintings in first. Beside him, Henry muttered softly, I could never afford paintings of my own before. I got too excited today. I had so much fun. Edwin walked over to the carriage and extended his hand to her. Thank you for your help today. Please get in. Henry added, wait, don't give away any of the paintings you bought today, and don't resell them too soon either. Edwin looked at her in mild confusion. You mean they have investment value? But they were all painted by the same unknown newcomer. Henry lifted her chin confidently. I know, but one day he's going to become famous. Edwin let out a quiet laugh. I'll pass that on to my mother. Henry stared at him for a moment, slightly dazed. The fashionable young ladies passing by nearby were whispering to each other and stealing glances at Edwin, letting out astonished sighs. Sitting in the carriage, Henry thought, he always looks so stern, but he's actually quite handsome. If even a side character can look this good, I wonder what the male lead of this world must be like. She abruptly shook her head, throwing away such idle thoughts. Looking at the picture frames wedged between the seats, she asked awkwardly, do we really have to sit squeezed in with all these paintings? A man and a woman sitting side by side, like this feels a bit inappropriate. Edwin replied calmly. You're the one who said these paintings will become very valuable in the future. They're safer in the cabin than in the luggage compartment. Besides, a man like me can hardly sit in a carriage facing backward, can he? Henry nearly lost her mind. Good heavens, is he flirting? Once she became conscious of how handsome he was, sitting this close only made her more restless. Henry took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Wait, I'm Henri. Back in Courtney, every boy was crazy about me. I can't let him intimidate me. Staring ahead, Edwin spoke as if casually. You seem to get along well with your sisters. Henry immediately flashed a radiant smile. Of course, just thinking that they'll one day marry and leave home makes me terribly sad. Edwin turned his head slightly. Your sister doesn't seem to feel the same way. He recalled the way Henry's sister had behaved when she saw him before. Flustered, fearful, and eager to distance herself. The smile on Henry's face stiffened. I know it may not look like it, but she really does love me. Edwin continued. Really? Then would you also be sad to leave your sisters? Henry answered without hesitation. Of course I would. Edwin murmured softly, that's truly unfortunate. Before Henry could grasp what he meant, Edwin had already turned to her. As a matter of fact, my lady, I am very interested in discussing marriage plans with you. Henry's mind went completely blank. She froze. What? Instinctively, she shrank back toward the corner of the carriage, widening the distance between them. I don't understand what you mean. Edwin did not retreat. Instead, he moved a little closer. What do you think of letting me be your Perseus? Henry stared at him, stunned, and cautiously asked, Are you proposing to me? Edwin answered matter-of-factly, Of course. What else would I be saying? Henry lowered her eyes. Fine. So I didn't mishear him. Then she looked up sharply. But why? We barely know each other, so I'm certain this isn't because of love. Why me of all people? Edwin fell into thought. Why indeed? Sometimes, I too wish I could be Andromeda. Looking at Henry before him, Edwin realized that what she had said earlier did not sound like mere commentary on a painting. It had sounded more like the confession of an enormous secret. Edwin knew her circumstances well. Her only family were that terrible stepmother, those stepsisters who were strangers in all but name, and a father who was hardly ever home. To secure her inheritance, she needed a husband, yet she showed no interest in marriage at all. Perhaps it was because she knew she could not afford a respectable dowry and had no choice but to bow to fate. Edwin thought, precisely because of that, this will be an offer she cannot refuse. You said you wished you could become Andromeda. Henry replied evenly. But what does that have to do with you? Edwin continued. It just so happens that I've been looking for an Andromeda like you. Henry asked, an Andromeda like me? Edwin looked at her and said, what I need is someone who needs a hero, but does not need love. Henry looked at him in surprise. Kiristan's father, I don't even know your real name. You didn't even sign your name on the horse contract. Edwin was about to answer when Henry cut him off. Do you know that people from great noble families all have a quality they can't hide? It's quite obvious. By refusing to tell me your name, you've only told me that the name behind it must carry immense prestige and influence. Edwin's gaze shifted slightly. In a low voice, he said, at the very least, I'm willing to share my name with my future wife. Henry studied him thoughtfully. I think what you need is a child. Edwin answered decisively, not for my sake. Henry pressed, maybe not for yours, but is there no one in your family who feels differently? Edwin fell silent. Looking at him, Henry said, I may learn quickly, but I'm not some particularly noble person, nor do I want to be bound by the duties of a noble lady. Edwin turned slightly toward her. Haven't you realized it yourself yet? Miss Henry, I can give you anything you want. I can become your perfect shelter. Edwin looked straight into her eyes. I don't care whether you're willing to bear the burdens of a noble lady. What I want is you, Henry. Henry stared at him in surprise. Softly, she said, good heavens, you really are direct. Then Henry broke into a brilliant smile. I refuse. Night fell, and Henry stood alone by the window, looking out into the silent darkness. Suddenly, there was a heavy, urgent pounding at the door. Hey, open up, you little witch. I want to know why that gentleman escorted you home today. Henry frowned. Stop bothering me and go to sleep. Cursing under her breath, Candace stomped away down the corridor. Henry let out a long sigh. What a nuisance. Her gaze fell on a large picture frame in the corner of the room. It was the gift she had received when they parted earlier that day. At the manor gate, Edwin had handed her the heavy frame and said, this is for you. Henry had asked hesitantly, what? But this is, Edwin had explained calmly, a small gift to thank you for helping me today. Before leaving, Edwin had left her with one more sentence. We'll see each other again soon. Henry had called after him, hey, wait, but the man had already gone far away. Back in her room, Henry tore off the wrapping paper around the frame. Looking at the painting, she thought, was I too stubborn? Everything he said was true. He even saw through how desperately I want to escape this house. Whether she became a countess or a duchess, there was little difference. If a noble woman wished to live a stable life, in the end, she could not escape the fate of bearing children. The legendary Andromeda had 6 children because Perseus was a considerate husband. Yet there was no guarantee that man could become her Perseus. Besides, she did not truly want to become the rescued Andromeda. She merely, Henry reached out and lightly touched the figure of the hero in the painting. She remembered her mother. In her memories, her mother always gently stroked her long hair. It was one of the few warm things in her life. Henry suddenly stood up. There's no need to let the past keep dragging me down. She picked up the heavy painting again, humming some tune she didn't even know. At last, I have a painting that truly belongs to me. I'm so happy. Where should I hang it? The next morning, sunlight spilled across the outer walls of the manor. Eunice was clutching the bedpost in agony, wailing loudly. Catherine had gritted her teeth and was yanking hard on the corset laces behind Eunice, pulling with all her strength. Eunice cried out in pain, nearly unable to breathe from how tightly she was being cinched. Catherine turned toward the side. Candace, come help me, Candace asked coldly. Why should I help her? Even if you pull every lace until it snaps, it won't change anything. The fact is, she's been stuffing food into her mouth since breakfast began. Catherine shouted furiously, Candace, Candace looked at her mother and said, "Mother, dressing Eunice in something beautiful is like throwing pearls before swine. If she appears with us, it'll only embarrass us. Let's just not bring her to the ball." Henri quietly watched the scene. Then, Barbara urged, "Miss Henri, it's time for breakfast." Henri was gently pushed forward. "All right, I know." In the dining room, Barbara placed a tray on the table. "Miss," Henri looked up. "What is it?" Barbara asked in a small voice. "Do you really not intend to attend the ball?" Henri fell silent. She knew it was one of the most important events in the novel. Countless nobles would gather there, but she immediately mocked herself inwardly. "I'm only a side character. Even if I go, I probably won't even be able to tell what's happening." Setting down her utensils, Henri said, "Why should I show my face at a place like that? I'm not going." Barbara looked disappointed. Henri said gently, "All right, you may go and rest now." From outside came the neighing of horses and the rumble of wheels across the ground. Henri thought, that must be the carriage leaving. Looks like they were in quite a hurry. The dining room door was quietly pushed open. Eunice stood there holding a basket of pastries, her eyes red, clearly having cried. Sniffling, she said, "Henri, I didn't know you were still here." Henri immediately stood up. "Eunice, why didn't you go to the ball? Did Candace bully you and stop you from going?" Eunice lowered her head and said nothing. Looking at a grieved little Eunice, Henri's expression gradually turned firm. "I've changed my mind. Come on, we're going to that awful ball." Eunice hunched her shoulders and pleaded, "Henri, please. I don't want to go at all. Why would an ugly girl like me go to a ball? No one would invite me to dance anyway." Henri replied calmly, "But I know you want to go. Otherwise, why were you crying just now?" Eunice trembled. Henri reached out and gently stroked her cheek. "You're not ugly at all, Eunice. Not ugly in the slightest. Your skin is lovely, and your hair is as beautiful as an autumn wheat field. Your cheeks are rosy like ripe peaches. You don't even need makeup." Eunice stood there stunned. Henri turned and ordered, "Let's begin. Barbara, go to my room and bring me that dress." Barbara was startled. "What? Are you sure?" In a firm tone, Henri urged, "I'm sure. Hurry, I'll show you what needs to be altered." Eunice blinked, still bewildered. A few hours later, she had changed into the dress. Standing before the mirror, Eunice heard Barbara gasp beside her. "Wow." Looking at the transformed girl, Henri said, "That dress looks absolutely beautiful on you, my lady." Then Henri added, "This was my mother's wedding dress. I kept it hidden carefully, so Candace and her filthy hands could never touch it." Eunice asked nervously, "Henri, are you really sure it's all right for me to wear this?" Henri smiled brightly. "Of course. You've given a whole new life. I think this dress has just found its next rightful owner." Blushing, Eunice said softly, "Thank you." Henri looked at her. The dress fit her as though it had been made for her. "I'm sure everyone at the ball will see how charming you are." Barbara and another maid hurriedly urged, "All right, Miss Henri, now it's your turn. We need to hurry. Come on, quickly." Henri let out a helpless sigh. "Fine, let's get this over with quickly." Night fell. The magnificent palace blazed with light. Side by side, Henri and Eunice entered the venue. Henri stepped into the resplendent golden hall. This must be where dear Edwin lives. Cupping her cheeks, Henri wondered whether he had already met Elise by now. At the thought, Henri could not help giggling to herself. Eunice clung close beside her. "Hey, Henri, I think everyone's staring at us." Henri noticed that quite a few male guests really were casting dazzled looks their way. She turned to Eunice and said, "That's wonderful. Didn't you want to dance? Let's go find you a partner." In one corner of the ballroom, a man stood alone beside a white pillar, holding a glass of champagne. Smiling, Henri greeted him. "Good evening, my lord." The man, who had been drinking, was startled and spat out a mouthful of wine, splashing it right onto Eunice's dress. Eunice cried out and staggered back in panic. The man stood frozen in embarrassment. "I'm so terribly sorry." Watching the scene from the side, Henri thought, good heavens. Henri discreetly assessed the man before her. He looked like a sturdy, respectable young gentleman. Though a bit clumsy, perhaps that was simply because he was modest by nature. Inwardly, Henri gave him a passing score. Stepping forward, she said, "Excuse me, my lord. It seems you owe my sister an apology." Eunice cried softly, "Oh, Henri." Henri continued to the man, "The music in the ballroom is about to begin." The man looked a little awkward. "Oh." Then he seemed to understand. Bowing solemnly to Eunice, he said, "In that case, my lady, may I make amends by inviting you to dance?" Eunice froze and stared blankly at the man before her. Looking at Eunice, standing beside him, Henri thought that although both of them seemed stiff and awkward, the mission had been successfully completed. Waving her hand, she said, "Now I can finally fill my stomach in peace." Henry went alone to the long banquet table and began enjoying the delicate sweets. Just as she was eating happily, steady footsteps sounded behind her. "So this is where you are." With her mouth still full, Henry turned around in surprise. Edwin continued, "I've been looking all over for you." Henry suddenly choked on her food and began coughing violently. "How did you know I was here?" Edwin answered calmly. "Guests announce their names when they enter." Henry froze. "I see. No wonder he said that before." She remembered him saying they would meet again soon and inwardly groaned. "I knew I shouldn't have come to this ball." Standing beside Henry, Edwin said, "I'm sure you didn't come all this way merely to eat." Edwin extended a hand in invitation. "Since we're both here, shall we dance?" Looking at his outstretched hand, Henry wondered why he was acting as though nothing had happened that day. Faced with a woman who had just rejected him, didn't he feel embarrassed at all? Henry lowered her eyes and thought it over. "Well, if he himself doesn't care, then neither do I. Besides, I did accept that painting from him. In return, one dance seems fair enough." Lifting her head, Henry replied, "Just one dance, all right." The two of them stepped into the center of the dance floor and began to dance slowly to the gentle music. Henry said, "Yes, Cariston and Marilyn. Pull my carriage here." Edwin looked at Henry and asked, "Then why were you so late?" Inwardly, Henry warned herself, "Pull yourself together. Don't let him take the lead." Steadying herself, she asked instead, "Then have you found yourself a new bride candidate?" Edwin lowered his head slightly. "That look into my heart. I'm still hung up on my first choice, so I haven't even considered any other options." Taking the opportunity, he drew Henry a little closer. Henry replied in a teasing tone, "Oh my. If that's the case, why don't you try lowering your standards, Edwin?" Edwin lowered his head slightly. "Why would I do that?" Hearing how matter-of-factly he said it, Henry thought, this man really is stubborn. Henry looked toward the edge of the dance floor and suddenly spotted two familiar figures. "Oh, I think I found those two witches." Not far away, Candace and Catherine were standing among the crowd. Looking at their ridiculous expressions, Henry thought, what kind of faces are those? He pulled his gaze back. Wait. He looked around. At some point, the once lively dance floor had grown quiet. Why had everyone stopped dancing? All eyes were fixed on the two of them. Uneasy, Henry thought, why is everyone staring at us? Eunice stood at the edge of the dance floor. What a moving sight. It was like something out of a fairy tale. At the center of the floor, Edwin was dancing gracefully with Henry. Eunice thought, because Henry didn't have a dress of her own, they barely had time to alter it. Even so, Henry still looked so elegant and poised. Eunice marveled inwardly. Henry is beautiful, smart, and kind. She's even kind to someone like me. The blond man standing beside Eunice turned his head and stole a glance at her. There was a faint flush on his face. All around the ballroom, the guests stopped what they were doing, their attention fully captured by the pair at the center of the floor. As Anne returned with Edwin's steps, she glanced around anxiously. Why is everyone staring at us? Looking around the dance floor, Anne spotted Eunice. Why aren't you dancing? Edwin asked in a low voice. I apologize for the improper proposal I made the last time we met, my lady. He continued, I shouldn't have presumed your wishes. He bent slightly and spoke close to Henry's ear. This time, I want to hear it from you directly. What conditions would make you willing to enter into a marriage contract with me? Henry froze. Edwin looked into her eyes and said, Tell me, what do I have to do to save you, Henry? The dance came to an end. Edwin politely released her hand and stepped back. Henry looked at the hand he extended and clenched her teeth. She made up her mind. Fine, I'll judge for myself whether you're worthy of being my Perseus. Looking straight at Edwin, Henry asked, I can ask for anything, right? Edwin replied calmly, anything. He took Henry's hand again. Lowering her voice, Henry said, I want you. Staring straight ahead, she added, to turn me into a real man. Edwin abruptly stopped. Turn you into a man? Henry answered calmly, yes. I need you to give me a completely new male identity. Frowning, Edwin asked, You're going to become my wife. Why would you still need to disguise yourself as a man? Henry smiled. Oh my, surely you don't think we're going to stay together forever? Edwin fell silent. Henry went on, Once the contract ends, I'll need that identity to leave. In a low voice, Edwin asked, Are you saying you've already planned to divorce me? Henry moved lightly with the remnants of the dance. I think it's wiser to avoid any permanent arrangement. Who knows? Maybe one of us will fall in love with someone else someday. She tilted her head slightly. And there are still many things I want to do with my life. Edwin listened in silence, a complicated emotion flickering in his eyes. The surrounding guests were still whispering among themselves. Henry could feel their eyes. Why are they still staring at us? Edwin spoke again. So first you want me to help you escape your family through marriage, and then you plan to use our divorce to disappear completely, even going so far as to forge a fake male identity for yourself. Henry nodded as if it were only natural. Edwin said with a trace of helplessness, "That doesn't sound like a fair deal." Henry stopped walking. "Your Grace, you're the one who wants this marriage more. I'm the one making the greater sacrifice. If it makes you feel better, I can turn a blind eye to any private affairs you may have in the future." The surrounding guests glanced at them and whispered about the striking pair. Edwin said evenly, "I would prefer to remain faithful to our vows." Henry gave him a bright smile. "As you wish. I'll play the role of Perseus's loyal wife." Edwin extended his hand, "And I will become Andromeda's loyal husband." The two walked side by side down an empty corridor. Looking straight ahead, Edwin said, "Now that I've agreed to your conditions, you must keep your promise as well." He stopped and turned to Henry. "From this moment on, you will live as Henry and become the Duchess of Bristol." Henry stopped dead in her tracks, her pupils trembling slightly. She froze. "Wait, does that mean you've already decided?" Edwin bowed slightly and said calmly, "Edwin is always at your service." "My lady." Henry stood there in a daze. Her voice suddenly rose. But why? Why are you here? Why aren't you with Elise?" Edwin turned around. "If I'm not here, where else would I be? This is my home." Henry awkwardly looked away. "That's not what I meant." Edwin resumed, walking down the corridor. "I have to admit, I was rather surprised. I thought you were just pretending not to know me." Henry protested loudly. "How could I be?" Looking at Edwin's tall back, her heart churned violently. "Why would Edwin want to marry me? This is nothing like the Edwin I expected. How could this handsome bastard possibly be Edwin?" Edwin chuckled softly. "Though I quite enjoy seeing you like this," he said, glancing sideways at Henry, "I must remind you that it's too late to back out now." In the sitting area, several noblewomen were chatting together on sofas. Edwin stopped. "Mother." The Dowager Duchess of Bristol set down her teacup and looked up in confusion. Edwin brought Henry forward and introduced her. "Allow me to present Miss Henry Wentworth." Then he turned to Henry. "Henry, this is the Dowager Duchess of Bristol." The older Duchess froze. "Wait, could this be?" Edwin replied calmly, "Yes, mother. This is the woman I'm going to marry." The noisy sitting room instantly fell into dead silence. A sharp sound of breaking shattered the silence. The teacup slipped from the older Duchess's hand and smashed into countless glittering shards on the floor. The Dowager Duchess of Bristol shot to her feet. "Edwin, have you lost your mind?" Elizabeth stared at Edwin. "Do you realize you've just made fools of all the guests?" Edwin's expression was cold. "I'm getting married, exactly as you wished. What's the problem?" The ballroom instantly erupted. Guests leaned toward one another, whispering on all sides. "Did he just say the woman he's going to marry?" The old Duchess clearly told us he wasn't seeing anyone. A few elegantly dressed ladies gathered together, muttering darkly, "We spent a fortune preparing our daughters for this ball. Unbelievable." So the Duke had a fiancée all along. Listening to the gossip around her, Elizabeth's face darkened further. "I truly feel sorry for those young ladies. They came to this ball full of hope, thinking they had a chance to become Duchess." He took a step forward. With a light bow, he said, "Ladies, thank you all for attending tonight. I hope you will forgive me for leaving the festivities early." Edwin watched silently. "I hope you all enjoy the rest of your evening, ladies." Edwin's hand came to rest on Henry's shoulder. She looked up in surprise. "Let's go, Edwin," said in a low voice. Henry obediently looked away and let him guide her through the crowd. There was a trace of confusion in her expression, but she still kept pace with him. The noise of the ballroom was shut behind the door, and the world around them fell quiet. In another quiet room, Elizabeth sat deep in thought. The teacup gave a soft, crisp sound as it touched the saucer. Elizabeth said evenly, "I'm sorry I wasn't able to welcome you properly. As you can see, you really did give me quite a shock." Henry dipped slightly in a curtsy. "The honor is mine, Duchess." Elizabeth continued, "You may already have noticed this, but our estate has long been shorthanded, and I've been so busy managing family affairs that I'm afraid I've neglected news from the outside world. So I know very little about Miss Wentworth." "That's only natural," Henry said quickly, bowing her head. "You really don't need to apologize, Duchess. I'm from Courtney in the Southwest. It's a very remote place. It's perfectly understandable that you haven't heard of me." Elizabeth laughed softly. "Oh my, then you must have traveled quite a long way to come here." Seated to one side, Edwin remained silent the whole time, impossible to read. Elizabeth suddenly turned to him. Now that you've introduced your fiancé to me, can you not just sit there in silence? Henry looked at the man beside her. I can't believe this is the real Edwin. Now, I finally understand why he hid his identity. The Briston family wasn't just immensely wealthy. It was also the oldest and most powerful family in the kingdom. And much as it differed from what I'd imagined, I had to admit that he really was incredibly handsome. Edwin seemed to notice her gaze and turned his head slightly. His eyes met Henry's. She snapped back to herself and quickly turned away like a startled deer, her heart pounding wildly. Wait, if he's the Duke of Briston, then doesn't that mean? Henry went rigid. I stole Elise's dance partner, the country bumpkin who stole the Queen's lover. That absurd title seemed practically plastered across her forehead. Elizabeth tilted her head slightly. I am curious. How exactly did the two of you meet, and why did Miss Henry agree to this marriage? Though perhaps it's not quite proper for a mother to say so, I know my Edwin is indeed handsome and elegant. Edwin interrupted his mother. Before it gets any later, perhaps we should pay a visit to Henry's family. Elizabeth pursed her lips helplessly and turned to Henry in complaint. But he can also be terribly tactless at times, always so utterly unromantic. Henry nodded with heartfelt agreement. You truly don't need to tell me twice. Then she quickly wiped the look from her face. It's not like that at all, Duchess. Duke Edwin has always been very considerate toward me. Holding Edwin's arm, Henry thought to herself, even after all the outrageous things I said to him, he didn't take it out on my family. Considering his rumored temper, that practically counts as mercy. Elizabeth paused. I see. Hearing you say that is a great relief. The sound of high heels rang sharply and quickly across the corridor floor. Candace's tears kept pouring down. How could this happen, Mother? How could Henry get married before me? Catherine's face was frighteningly dark as she listened to her daughter's non-stop complaints. The more Candace spoke, the more agitated she became. That mysterious nobleman was actually the Duke of Briston. Good heavens, you should have seen the Duchess's face then. Not only is he interested in Henry, he even introduced her to his mother. Screaming, Candace threw herself at her mother. Mother! Catherine spun around sharply. Enough. Stop crying. It's humiliating. Candace shrank back in fear. Catherine let out a cold snort. No matter what, as long as a Wentworth daughter marries the Duke, I will become. She suddenly covered her face and burst into laughter, her voice filled with greed and ecstasy. The mother of a duchess. Oh, I knew it. Raising that little bitch would pay off someday. Back in the reception room, Catherine put on a false smile. I must admit, even I never expected the Duke of Briston to be so taken with my daughter. Elizabeth echoed politely. That's hardly surprising, Viscountess, considering how lovely and kind your daughter is. Catherine. Putting on a look of astonishment, Catherine exclaimed, I must say, all this feels like a dream. I had absolutely no idea the two of them had been seeing each other in private. Elizabeth asked in disbelief, What did you say? Lowering her voice, Elizabeth snapped, Edwin, what on earth were you thinking? Edwin turned his face slightly. This must have come as quite a surprise. Let me apologize for my rude son, Viscountess Wentworth. Catherine answered, flattered. That is entirely unnecessary. I think this only shows how much the Duke treasures my Henry. Elizabeth's voice carried a note of scrutiny. Even so, she ought to have told you sooner what her true intentions toward your precious daughter were. I insist that all of you stay here tonight and join us for dinner tomorrow. A clear knock sounded at the door. A servant stood respectfully in the doorway. This is Miss Eunice Wentworth, Duchess. Elizabeth smiled in relief. Oh, wonderful. The whole family is finally here. Henry whipped around. Eunice? Catherine blurted out. Who? Eunice hurried toward the doorway, looking both excited and awkward. Eunice, Catherine, stood frozen in place. This is Eunice? Eunice almost never looked like this. Are you sure you brought the right person? Henry had already reached Eunice's side. Easily taking her sister's arm, she smiled at her mother. Don't be silly, mother. We rode here together in the carriage. Henry turned around. Allow me to introduce my dearest friend and also my sister, Eunice. Catherine and Candace were completely dumbfounded, their minds going blank. Elizabeth stepped forward and asked, It's lovely to meet you. Did you enjoy the dance? Nervously, Eunice replied, Igrejas Dachis. She curtsied and said, I had a wonderful time. Thank you. Henry couldn't help laughing inwardly. Just look at your faces. Elizabeth exclaimed in surprise, Good heavens, your dress. Looking it over carefully, she continued, "This way of blending modern fashion into a classic gown is marvelous. Did you design it yourself?" Twisting her fingers uneasily, Eunice answered, "No, it was all Henri's idea." Smiling, Henri leaned close to Eunice and said, "I only added a few touches. It's Eunice's beauty that truly brought this dress to life." Elizabeth nodded in agreement. "That's true. Miss Eunice, you look very beautiful." Eunice stood there in a daze, feeling the warmth of Henri's arm around hers. "Henri is so gentle," Elizabeth asked curiously, "but where did the gentleman who was with you go just now?" With a playful smile, Henri replied, "As you can see, Eunice found herself a very handsome dance partner." Eunice gave a start and froze. Stammering, she said, "He said he would write to me." Elizabeth looked delighted. "That's wonderful." Eunice blushed scarlet and clasped her hands tightly together. Catherine quietly moved closer and exclaimed, "Oh, my dear, I'm so happy for you. Who exactly was that gentleman? It seems we have a great deal to talk about tomorrow." Candace lowered her head slightly and bit down hard on her lip. The next morning, Henri stood alone before a pair of heavy carved doors. Looking at the imposing entrance, she thought this must be Edwin's study. Taking a deep breath, Henri thought, "This is where Edwin strategizes. It's also the private space where he indulges his personal interests. Only the master of the estate knows this place." She took a deep breath. "At last, I get to see it with my own eyes." Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her and firmly rested on the doorknob. Startled, Henri jumped. Edwin looked down at her. "You're early, Henri." Still shaken, she patted her chest. "Gee, good morning, Duke of Bristol." Edwin silently watched her. Edwin studied her back. "So it wasn't just my imagination. Ever since yesterday, she's been avoiding my eyes." Henri tried to keep a calm expression, but inwardly, she was screaming. "Now that I know he really is Edwin, it's so awkward being around him. I can't keep my composure at all." Edwin looked at Henri's stiff unease. Just in case, Edwin walked ahead and said, "I want to remind you that there's no turning back now." Henri blinked. "What?" Edwin went to the desk and sat down. "I'm referring to our agreement. I'm sure news of our engagement has already spread throughout the kingdom." Henri gave an awkward laugh. "Oh yes, I suppose you're right." Edwin's brow twitched slightly. Picking up a file from the desk, he said, "I asked you to come this morning so we could discuss the specific terms of our contract." Henri looked at him in surprise. "Sit down and read it carefully." The two sat across from each other, and the study fell silent. Henri swallowed nervously as she looked at the contract in her hands. She could hardly believe this was really happening. Looking at the written agreement, Henri thought, "I'm really going to enter into a contract marriage with Edwin." She read the first clause aloud. "No one may know this is a contract marriage. Both parties must keep it secret from the public." Clause 2. "This contract shall remain in effect for 30 years. 30 years. Henri cried out. Edwin replied calmly, "If you think that's too long, I can reduce it to 29. Henri glared at him furiously. Edwin gave a small cough. 19 years. Henri could hardly believe her ears. "Is this man haggling with me? Like we're buying clothes at a market?" She said firmly, 3 years. "Not 1 day more." Edwin conceded. "Then we'll make it a 3-year grace period. If neither party violates the contract during those 3 years, we may convert it into a permanent arrangement, and either side may void it at any time." Henri nodded. "Fine." But then he added, "However, terminating the contract will require at least 3 months' notice. We need time to make arrangements for what comes after the separation." Staring at the contract, Henri said, "All right." Then her eyes suddenly stopped at one line. Kissing. Right there in the contract, it clearly stated that any intimate behavior in public, including kissing, had to be discussed in advance. The bride must also spend at least 1 night per month in her husband's room, including the wedding night. Blushing furiously, Henri shouted, "You expect me to spend the night with you?" Involuntarily, images of intimate contact between them flashed through her mind. How dare he write something so indecent into the contract? Edwin pressed a hand to his forehead helplessly. "We would merely share a room. Nothing more." Henri let out a sigh of relief. "Oh." Pointing to one clause, she asked, "Wait, what about this part?" The contract stated that during its term, neither party may have relations with any other member of the opposite sex. "I'd like to revise that line," Henri said. "Change it to, neither party may associate with a member of the opposite sex with romantic intentions." Edwin frowned. "Why make it so specific?" Henri answered righteously, "Because it's a contract. The more specific, the better. Henry continued. Otherwise, that clause might restrict me so much that I can't even speak to another man. Edwin clicked his tongue in displeasure. Fine. He silently watched Henry. She had lowered her head and was carefully reviewing the contract, sunlight falling over her. Edwin called out, Miss Henry. Henry looked up. What is it? Looking at her, Edwin said, Yesterday you mentioned that there were many things you still wanted to do in life. May I ask, what exactly you meant by that? Henry paused. Oh, well, how should I put it? Turning to the painting hanging on the wall, she said, You could call it my lifelong dream. You've probably already noticed that I love art, especially painting. I don't really have much talent for creating it myself, Henry said with a shy smile, but I can recognize great art when I see it, and I truly appreciate good work. I want to support young artists with potential and open a small gallery of my own. If I ever have the chance, I'd also like to travel the world. Edwin replied softly, I see. But inwardly, something stirred in him. She would give up a life of luxury and prestige just for a few paintings? Is she serious? Edwin rose to his feet. As for the divorce procedures after the contract ends, there's still a few things I want to discuss with you. Henry blinked. The divorce? Edwin walked toward the window. Of course, it won't be a formal legal divorce, because at present, there doesn't seem to be any way to dissolve the marriage while preserving both our reputations. Looking out the window, he said, So that means Henri must die. After a pause, he added, In name only, of course. Henry stared at him. Oh. Then she broke into a bright smile. I have no objection. Edwin looked somewhat surprised. Are you sure? If you want, we could try to find another solution. Henry stood up. No, it's fine. I told you before, didn't I? I want a completely new identity. Henry stopped walking. I need you to promise me one thing. With a grave expression, Henry continued, I want your word that my family will be safe. Edwin frowned slightly. Why your family? Has something happened to make you fear for your safety? Or, Edwin's gaze grew deep and cool. Do you think I'm the sort of man who would get rid of you without hesitation the moment you cease to be useful? Henry avoided his eyes. Can you blame me? She thought silently. In the Queen's lover, that is exactly the kind of person you were. Edwin had originally been a noble aristocrat, but once he swore loyalty and became Queen Elisa's shadow, he turned cold and merciless, even killing with his own hands those closest to him. He was like a vicious hound that only the Queen could tame. Henry mulled over it in silence. Once Edwin meets Elise and falls in love with her, that Queen will surely try to get rid of me. I absolutely do not want to die by Edwin's hand under the Queen's orders. Edwin sighed and walked to the bookshelf. He took down a stack of documents. Handing them to Henry, Edwin said, Look at this. Henry accepted them in confusion and froze. It had already been written into the contract. Pointing to one clause, Edwin said, As for the duration of this provision, let's set it at 5 years. It stated that Edwin would support Henry's livelihood for a fixed period after the contract ended and ensure her safety as she began a new life. Edwin continued, Considering that you'll lose all your social ties once you're declared dead, I included that clause for your protection. And since you're worried, I can add another line guaranteeing your family's safety as well. Would that satisfy you? Henry nodded repeatedly. That sounds wonderful. It'll be enough to let me get away smoothly overseas later. Edwin watched her excitement, his expression slightly displeased. Henry noticed the shift in the atmosphere. Well, to be honest, I didn't expect you to take our agreement this seriously. I'm sorry for doubting you before. After a moment of silence, Edwin said, In that case, it's settled. Inwardly he thought, I included that clause only to reassure her, because I'm certain we'll never really divorce. I never expected her to notice that part immediately. Edwin paused, looking somewhat desolate. In her eyes, am I really that threatening and cruel a man? What exactly did I do to make her feel that way about me? A knock sounded at the door. Albert opened it a crack. Your Grace, the old Duchess requests your presence for breakfast. Edwin gathered his thoughts. Finish reading the agreement today. If there's anything else that needs changing, tell me tomorrow. Henry blinked. Tomorrow? A little anxiously, she said, Wait, I was planning to go home today. The two looked at each other, and silence fell between them. Turning his face slightly, Edwin said, I thought that from now on, you would consider Bristol Manor your home. Flustered, Henry waved her hands. But our contract hasn't even been finalized yet. Inwardly, she protested. There's an order to these things, isn't there? First the wedding, then living together, and only after that the registration. Edwin bent down slightly, leaning toward Henry. Consider this a necessary measure for the sake of secrecy. Besides, we still need to settle the final draft. Henry answered awkwardly, but I need to speak with the local priest, and I still have to say goodbye to my servants. Then she gasped, "Oh, I haven't contacted my father yet." Edwin paused. "Right? Your father. I knew I was forgetting something." Henry stared at his expression. What kind of face is that supposed to be? Edwin turned to Albert and instructed, "Send an urgent letter to Viscount Wentworth at once." Albert bowed slightly. "At once, my lord." Edwin looked back at Henry. "Also, if you want any servants brought over from Courtenay, just tell me." Henry sighed. "No, that won't be necessary." Henry turned away in silence. In a low voice, Edwin said, "I thought you'd always wanted to escape that place." Henry froze. Edwin continued, "Adjusting to life here as soon as possible will be the best choice for you." Watching his departing back, Henry couldn't help cursing inwardly. He's such an arrogant bastard. Meanwhile, in front of the grand main entrance of Bristol Manor, a luxurious carriage slowly came to a stop. Catherine said sharply, "Rich people really do know how to entertain guests." Hearing her, Eunice looked visibly uneasy. Catherine clicked her tongue. "Thank goodness. While you still had a bit of youth left, you managed to land a decent man after all." Henry forced down her anger. "Some things really ought to stay inside your mouth." "I suppose so, but I truly never expected you to find a husband before Candace cast him a cold glance and huffily turned toward the carriage. Catherine said, "Does the Duke have any unmarried male relatives?" Without the least courtesy, Henry shoved her into the carriage. "Isn't what they've already done for you enough? The Duchess gave you a brand new dress, and Edwin even agreed to let you keep this carriage permanently." Still struggling inside the carriage, Catherine shouted, "Please, can't you think of your sister for once? Is that too much to ask?" Henry turned away without looking back. Eunice called timidly, Henry, "I was hoping we could ride home together." Henry looked at Eunice. "I am sorry, Ewenike. It can't be helped." Twisting her fingers, Eunice said, "All right, and thank you for what you did yesterday." Henry gave her a gentle smile. "You don't need to apologize." Leaning closer, Henry reminded her, "Make sure you tell me everything about how things go with that gentleman." Bright red, Eunice nodded eagerly. "I will." The carriage slowly pulled away from Bristol Manor. Standing at the gate, Henry waved goodbye. Looking at the grand estate, Henry still found it a little unbelievable. Albert walked over and said respectfully, "My lady, there is a lady who would like to be introduced to you." Chester gave a slight curtsy. "It is an honor to meet you, my lady. I am the housekeeper here, Chester." Henry's eyes widened in shock, and inwardly she cried out, "It's her." She quickly corrected her posture. "I'm very pleased to meet you as well, Miss Chester. I believe I'll be relying on your help often from now on." Chester answered gently, "It would be my honor to serve you, my lady." Henry kept a dignified smile on the surface, but inside she was already thrilled. "Good heavens, I've actually met the old Duchess's right-hand woman. This is like meeting a celebrity." Albert bowed slightly. "Then I will take my leave, my lady." Henry froze in place. Looking at Albert's retreating back, she thought, "Wait, now that I think about it. In the original story, I don't remember Edwin ever having a butler named Albert. Who exactly is this man?" Henry stared at the butler before her. Edwin's butler. He wasn't an important character, but I definitely remember him. In the original story, Edwin's first butler was named Ben. He had served Edwin's father, the former Duke of Bristol. Ben didn't approve of Edwin's indifference toward family affairs, and he even reported everything Edwin said and did to the Dowager Duchess. As expected, Ben was eventually dismissed for backing the wrong side. But according to the original plot, Ben shouldn't have left so early. Albert noticed something was off. "Miss, is something troubling you?" But this butler named Albert has been at Edwin's side ever since the first time I met him. Snapping out of it, Henry said, "Albert, may I ask you something?" Albert bowed slightly. "Of course, miss." Henry fixed her eyes on him. "How long have you been serving His Grace?" Albert replied, "I've been here ever since His Grace inherited the title. Before that, I was his valet." Henry said thoughtfully, "Oh my, then you've been working here for a very long time." "Yes, miss." Henry continued, "But what about the butler before you? Did he retire?" Albert's expression turned subtle. "He resigned." Chester gave a small cough. Lowering his voice, Albert said, "To be honest, the former butler wasn't very competent." Before he could finish, Chester suddenly stamped hard on the top of his foot. Albert sucked in a sharp breath of pain and could only hold back tears. He dare not say another word. Henry asked again, "May I ask his name?" "I mean the old butler." Enduring the pain, Albert answered, "His name was Ben Rowe, miss." Henry froze, and something struck her hard. Just as I thought. I remembered correctly. There really was a butler named Ben who served the Briston family. That means the original storyline does exist. Only some of the details have shifted. Henry sank into thought. If Ben really existed, then he must have left for some unknown reason before I arrived. Why has the plot drifted away from its original course? As Henry walked along the manor corridor, Chester patiently introduced the estate. Briston Manor consists of 3 main residences, miss. The first is the one where last night's ball was held. The second is Elizabeth House, where the Dowager Duchess resides. Chester stopped and pointed straight ahead at the most splendid building. And this is Mayfair House, where His Grace lives and where you will live after the engagement. Henry marveled inwardly. 3 mansions this huge? Following Chester through the spacious corridor, Henry stopped before an ornate door. Pushing it open, Chester said, "And this is the room traditionally reserved for the mistress of the house, my lady." Stepping inside, Henry couldn't help gasping. Turning lightly in the middle of the room, she thought, "This room feels like a declaration of love. It's the loveliest, most elegant room in the entire estate." Watching Henry's delight, Chester said, "Duke Edwin has instructed that you are to have full use of this room, my lady." Henry stopped abruptly. "Who, me?" Chester replied as if it were obvious, "Of course. You will soon become the mistress of this house. That's only natural." Henry lowered her head a little awkwardly. "I suppose so." Looking at Chester, Henry thought, although her manners are perfectly polite, I still feel a bit uncomfortable around her. Chester is fiercely loyal to the Briston family, Henry thought. Seeing someone from the countryside like me move into this long empty room, she must be disappointed. Standing nearby, Chester said, "I have already made sure that everything you need has been prepared. You may move in at any time." Henry silently reminded herself, "In 3 years, I'll probably be gone from here, so I shouldn't get too excited." Turning around, she smiled at Chester. "Thank you. I know this is all come very suddenly for everyone." Chester bowed lightly. "This is simply my duty as Chester." Then Chester stepped out and gently closed the door. In the corridor, Chester thought to herself, I had assumed she would be beside herself with joy at getting this room. She's completely different from her vulgar family. At least so far, she's been polite to the servants. Chester sighed. If all of this is merely an act, then she is indeed a formidable schemer. But if it isn't, then I think this may be the best possible outcome for all of us. Inside the room, Henry opened a jewelry drawer. Her fingers brushed over the dazzling array of gems before stopping on a large ruby necklace. She picked up a lace ribbon. How beautiful, though the style does look a little dated. Setting it down, Henry sat before the dressing table. Something's wrong. Why was Ben dismissed this early in the story? If Ben had been by Edwin's side when we first met, I would have recognized them immediately. Henry suddenly lifted her head. Wait, that's not the only thing that feels off. She recalled the first time she met Edwin. She had sincerely praised him, saying, I never would have thought a busy gentleman like you would care so much about your animals. You really are considerate and attentive. At the time, Edwin had only replied blandly, it's nothing. Any competent horse owner would do the same. Henry closed her eyes. Edwin, I never knew you cared about such trivial matters. In the original story, he was never that kind of person. He knew very well that Kierston was a priceless horse, but he couldn't understand why the Duke of Briston would personally draft breeding records for one. Edwin truly was an exceptional statesman, but he had no interest in the internal affairs of his own family. He was hardly ever home and spent most of the year in the capital. That was why, after the old Duke of Briston died, the Duchess had been forced to handle the entire family's household affairs alone. Edwin never married, and he never bothered to manage his own lands. If not for certain changes, this room should have been completely abandoned, left to gather dust. How could a man like him personally choose paintings for his mother? Unless he'd gone through some kind of awakening, none of this made any sense. Walking lightly, Henry looked out at the view beyond. Standing by the window, Henry knew she had to find out what exactly had happened here before she got dragged into trouble she never expected. Night fell, and Elizabeth House blazed with light. Henry entered the hall slowly with her arm linked through Edwin's. Having agreed to marry this man meant stepping straight into the center of the storm. Elizabeth smiled. Welcome, Miss Wentworth. Henry replied politely. Thank you for inviting me, Duchess. A small dog suddenly darted out from the crowd, happily racing and bouncing across the hall. A little pug, tongue lolling out, ran cheerfully to Henry's feet. One look at the dog, and Henry immediately realized this was the Duchess's beloved Brownie. He's even cuter than I imagined. Crouching down, Henry petted him. "Hello there, Brownie." The smile froze on Henry's face as she suddenly realized she was acting a little too familiar. Tilting her head in puzzlement, Elizabeth said, "Oh, have I already introduced you to my Brownie?" Edwin stood beside them, expressionless. Henry stiffened slightly, realizing she had let something slip. She looked flustered, but then said, "Miss Chester has already told me all about him. You see, I told her that I absolutely love dogs. But my mother was always against it, so I never had the chance to have a pet of my own. I was just telling Miss Chester how wonderful it would be to live with a pet." Edwin listened in silence. Elizabeth smiled gently and said, "I see, Miss Wentworth. You really do have a tender heart." The puppy in Henry's arms barked happily, as if it understood the praise. Looking at the lively scene, Elizabeth sighed. "I can't remember the last time this place felt so full of life. Did you enjoy your day? I heard you've already met our staff." Henry replied with a smile. "Yes, they were all very kind." Elizabeth looked pleased. "As the person currently in charge of managing the household staff, I'm glad to hear that." But Henry felt a slight sinking in her heart. Is it just my imagination, or does this feel like some kind of test? At the other end of the table, Edwin ate quietly. He did not join their conversation, only occasionally lifting his gaze, his deep eyes settling on Henry. Elizabeth thought to herself, she's from the countryside, yet she knows how to speak like a proper lady, and her manners aren't bad at all. There are still areas that need polishing, but she set down her utensils and asked, "Has Viscount Wentworth been very busy lately?" Henry paused before replying, "Yes. He is always working hard for the sake of our family." Elizabeth let out a sigh. I imagine it must be difficult for you ladies to manage the estate on your own." Henry gave an awkward smile. "But he still sends us many letters. He looks after us from afar." Elizabeth shook her head. "I know very well what it's like to have that sort of husband. You don't need to explain anything. Maid, am I right?" Henry gave a dry laugh along with her. Edwin silently cut the food on his plate, as if he had not heard any of it. Elizabeth continued, "You seem especially close to your mother. Close enough to make your sisters jealous. Her behavior last night was certainly very emotional." Lowering her eyes, Henry explained, "She's actually my stepmother. My father remarried 3 years ago. I suppose she became emotional because I was leaving home." Elizabeth smiled and said, "Good heavens, what a loving family. I envy you." There was a meaningful glint in her eyes. The Viscount must have devoted a great deal of effort to educating his only daughter. Henry inwardly groaned. Is this some kind of interrogation? A little stiffly, she answered, "Yes, I studied French, history, and..." Edwin suddenly spoke, cutting off the conversation. "The roast duck is getting cold." Henry froze and looked at him in surprise. With a calm expression, Edwin added, "It tastes best while it's hot." Elizabeth shot him an annoyed glare. "So you've already started protecting your wife? Are you trying to spare her from my questioning?" Edwin set down his utensils. "By the way, Miss Henry, I've already sent a carriage to Courtney to fetch your luggage." Henry's head snapped up. "What? You've already sent it?" Elizabeth frowned. "Edwin, what are you thinking? What about Miss Henry's valuables? Her instruments, for instance." A chill ran through Henry. "She does at least know how to play the piano, doesn't she?" Edwin answered coolly, "We already have plenty of instruments here. Why go to the trouble of moving those as well?" Elizabeth replied thoughtfully, "I suppose you have a point." Edwin added in an even tone, "Besides, Miss Henry prefers art to music." Henry sat frozen in her seat, staring at him in astonishment. "What?" Elizabeth covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh, so that's how it is." Henry sat there silently, full of confusion. "How does he know that?" Elizabeth cleared her throat and looked back at Henry. "Miss Henry, then what kind of, Your Grace, Duchess of Bristol?" A butler-like man suddenly entered and whispered something into Elizabeth's ear. After hearing him, Elizabeth looked startled. "Oh, please, send him in at once." A man with a mustache and a finely tailored green suit hurried into the dining room. Making an exaggerated bow, he said, "Duchess of Bristol, forgive me for disturbing you so late." He straightened, unable to hide his excitement. "But I simply couldn't wait to share this thrilling news." Sitting at the table, Henry stared at the unexpected guest in surprise. She recognized him immediately. Lawrence, an art dealer. His work was to connect artists with wealthy patrons, and since Miss Chester was a generous supporter of the art world, Lawrence was one of the core members of her social circle. Elizabeth asked cautiously, "The thrilling news, you mean? Could it be?" Lawrence answered loudly, "Yes, Your Grace." Elizabeth looked puzzled. "But this year I only bought paintings from one artist." Lawrence excitedly waved his arm. "Exactly. That artist's work has been selected as Painting of the Year." Elizabeth's face filled with shock and delight. "Is that true, Lawrence?" "Every year, the Royal Academy of Art selected one work from its annual exhibition and awarded it the honor of Painting of the Year. This year's winner would receive unprecedented prestige, and the noble who happened to have purchased the winning work or sponsored the artist would be regarded by their peers as a model of exceptional taste. To be chosen by the Duchess of Bristol was an honor for the artist as well. "Congratulations, Your Grace," Henry said with a bright smile. Edwin also gave a slight nod. "Congratulations, Mother." Her mind drifted back to an art exhibition not long ago. In the crowded gallery, Edwin had asked Henry, "Are you sure you don't want to look at the other artist's work?" Stopping before a painting, Henry pointed to the signature on the edge of the frame. "Edward Boink, I assure you, there isn't another artist here whose work surpasses this one." Looking at her confident profile, Edwin said, "You seem very certain." Henry turned to him. "You're the one who told me to buy whatever I wanted. Please trust my judgment." "My lord." She lifted her chin slightly. "I promise you won't regret it." Edwin watched her in silence and thought to himself that she had indeed kept her word. Elizabeth fell into a long silence. For the past 20 years, she had tried to prove that she possessed an eye for discovering artistic treasures, but every attempt had ended in failure. She looked at Edwin in disbelief. This child had succeeded by luck on his very first try. When she had seen him buy 4 paintings from the same artist, she had even been furious. Lawrence continued excitedly. "And this is also the first time in history that a patron has purchased all 5 works submitted to the exhibition by the winning artist." Elizabeth repeated in a low voice, "I see." She suddenly looked up. "What? You just said 5 paintings?" Lawrence jumped at her reaction. "Yes, that's what I said." Elizabeth stood motionless. After a long silence, she finally turned to Lawrence and said, "Lawrence, to tell the truth." Edwin propped his chin on one hand. "Those paintings were actually chosen by Miss Henry. To thank her, I gave one of them to her as a gift." Elizabeth abruptly stood up. "What?" Lawrence's eyes widened as well, and he let out a cry of surprise. The headline in the newspaper was already spreading through the streets. 2 rising stars have appeared in the art world. The Bristol Duchy has confirmed that they acquired all 5 works submitted to the exhibition by the Artist of the Year, Edward Boink. A maid cleaning the hallway asked curiously, "What's she like? Is she very picky or hot-tempered?" "Neither. She's actually very kind." Even more astonishing news soon followed. Although the paintings had been purchased in Edwin's name, the person who selected them was Henry, Miss Wentworth, who had recently been making headlines as Edwin's fiancée. 2 maids carrying refreshments whispered to each other in the corridor. It's true, they even attended the exhibition together. So is this really a marriage born of love? Clearly all of East Carlton was talking about it. In the kitchen, a cook kneading dough said, "I bet everyone in town is gossiping about it right now." Her companion nodded. "Definitely. Even the postman stopped to ask me about the new lady." The newspaper was full of praise for the new star of the art world, saying that perhaps they were witnessing the birth of a figure destined to illuminate the art world, and predicting that this would nurture a new generation of masters, like the Medici family at the height of its glory. Setting down her teacup, Elizabeth said, "I think this is the perfect way for you to enter society, don't you?" Henry was holding the newspaper, reading it carefully. Elizabeth softly called, "Henry." A ripple passed through Henry's heart. She called me by my name. I'm not sure I deserve such honor. Elizabeth smiled and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Soon you'll become the next Duchess of Bristol. For you, nothing is too expensive," she added. "And as you can see, people are even more interested in the gossip about you." The newspaper headline boldly read, "Bristol's Cinderella. Who is she?" That can't be helped. People do love juicy gossip. Henry gave an awkward smile. I've seen that same expression on Edwin's face too. Elizabeth continued, "But no one can deny your exceptional taste in art. At last I have reason to hold my head high in artistic circles." "I have you to thank for all of this, Henry." Modestly, Henry replied, "You flatter me too much." "Your Grace." She recalled the moment when Edwin had revealed that she had chosen all those paintings. At the time, she had panicked, but now she was truly grateful because everything had turned out for the better. Elizabeth clapped her hands. "Now then, I didn't come all this way merely to share this article with you." She reached out and rang the bell on the table. As the clear chime sounded, the door was flung open and 2 maids hurried in. Henry stood there blankly, looking a little at a loss as she watched them enter. Elizabeth introduced them. "Henry, these are your new ladies' maids." The young woman with short hair looked nervous. "And my name is Anais, my lady. It is an honor to serve you. Elizabeth added from the side. Anais graduated top of her class from the Arona Tailoring Academy. The other girl appeared much steadier. She gave a slight curtsy. Bonita, at your service, my lady. It is my honor. Elizabeth went on. Bonita's family has served the Briston family for generations. Henri rose to her feet, and the two maids instinctively shrank back a little, looking awkward. Henri stepped forward and gently took their hands. Thank you. I'm very happy to meet both of you. Holding their hands firmly, she said, I hope to become a duchess worthy of your service. Anais and Bonita. Anais and Bonita stared at Henri in a daze. Sitting nearby, Elizabeth smiled in satisfaction. Thank you for your kindness, my lady. Elizabeth waved a hand. Not at all. Elizabeth stood up. Now, then, let us discuss the next item on the agenda. Henri asked in confusion, what might that be? Striding toward her, Elizabeth said, My dear Henri, from now on your days are going to become very busy. Henri looked at her helplessly. A sharp light gleamed in Elizabeth's eyes. To shut those meddlesome gossips up for good, we are going to prepare a wedding unlike anything anyone has ever seen. Far grander and more magnificent than all others. Stammering, Henri said, what did you just say? Henri threw herself onto the bed, sinking into the soft blankets. This is just too much. She could not help bursting into tears. This intensity is way too much. Tomorrow's schedule starts at 6 in the morning. Lying sprawled across the bed, Henri thought, I haven't even had time to close my eyes, and I already have to get up again. Why is Edwin in such a hurry to get married? After venting, Henri rolled onto her back and lay there quietly. Even so, each day felt more dreamlike than the one before. It had been so long since she had felt anything like this. Staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, she wondered whether her father had received the news by now. Turning over, Henri thought, maybe being busy is a good thing. Then I won't have time to overthink. A week later, Henri stood in front of a fitting mirror. Bonita exclaimed, You look as though you're floating on a cloud. Anais eagerly chimed in, You are absolutely beautiful, my lady. With a proud look, Anais continued, I made sure this gown included every fashionable element currently popular among the young ladies of the capital. There was a knock at the door, and a servant said respectfully from outside, My lady, His Grace would like to speak with you. Turning around, Henri replied, I'll be right. Before she could finish, steady footsteps had already entered the room. Edwin appeared in the doorway. It seems you truly have been very busy lately, my lady. Somewhat flustered, Henri explained, Oh, I didn't realize you meant now. I was trying on my wedding dress. Edwin said nothing. Softly, Henri called, Your Grace. Edwin stared at the elaborate dress. This is too much. Hearing that evaluation, Anais looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Edwin continued critically, Do you really need all these bows everywhere? And why are the sleeves so puffed up? A little surprised, Henri asked, Goodness, does it not suit your taste? I think it's very lovely and charming. Edwin replied coldly, To me, it's utterly ridiculous. He ordered, Alter it. Make it look less gaudy. Lowering her head, Anais answered, Yes, my lord. Inside, Henri was fuming. What kind of attitude is that? That's unbelievably rude. Turning to leave, Edwin said then, I'll take my leave. As Edwin crossed the corridor, Albert immediately followed after him. Albert stared in surprise. His Grace's ears were completely red. Edwin walked away quickly without a word. In the morning sunlight, a red-haired woman sat at a table on the terrace. A wedding invitation from the Briston family? Oh, that rising art world star who's been all over the papers lately. Stroking the head of her hound, she smiled with amusement. Doesn't this sound rather interesting? The corners of her lips curled upward. Perhaps I should go and see for myself what sort of person could cause such a stir. The bells rang through the chapel. Standing before the altar, the priest solemnly declared, By the authority granted to me by God, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Edwin and Henri stood side by side. The priest looked at Edwin and said, You may now kiss your bride. Henri tilted her face up slightly and gazed at him quietly. Edwin reached out, his fingertips brushing Henri's jaw before gripping her chin and pulling her face closer. A sharp shout suddenly tore through the stillness of the wedding. Stop! A woman appeared at the entrance of the chapel, lifting her skirts and holding a rapier. You cunning little rat, how dare you steal what belongs to me? She raised the sword high in her hand. In that case, why don't you have a taste of my blade as well? The long sword came slicing down through the air. Henry could only stare as the blade rushed toward her. With a shrill scream, Henry jolted upright in bed, her whole body trembling violently. She gasped for breath. Raising a hand, Henry gently rubbed her aching forehead and let out a long sigh. She had been having the same nightmare for days. Lowering her eyes, Henry felt deeply uneasy. Maybe it's because the wedding is stressing me out too much. But why do I keep dreaming of that exact scene? Sitting before the dressing mirror, Henry's mind kept replaying Edwin's face leaning close in the dream. That had been her first kiss, and the other person had actually been Edwin. Just thinking about it made her cheeks flush uncontrollably. She knew it was only a dream, but did it really have to be so terrifying? The red-haired figure swinging a sword still lingered vividly in her mind. Before her contract with Edwin ended, was there really any way to avoid that woman? Anais paused in her work and asked with concern, "Miss, are you all right? You don't look very well." Coming back to herself, Henry said, "I'm fine. There are just too many things to think about lately. The wedding is almost here. You look tired too. Don't worry so much. As for altering the dress, I think your original design was already good enough." "No!" Anais suddenly cried out in agitation. "A wedding only happens once in a lifetime. I must make sure it's perfect." But then she sank back into worry, looking dejected again. "I still haven't come up with a new design." In a gentle voice, Henry comforted her. "Really, it's all right. Any sort of dress will be fine." Thinking for a moment, Henry said, "And what about this? Since there's no time to make an entirely new gown, why not remove all the decorations from the bodice of the old one and focus on the design of the skirt instead? Make it look more splendid, like one of those modern-style wedding dresses." Anais froze, and a light gradually kindled in her eyes. She replied in delight, "Miss, I'll go try it once. Thank you so much for the suggestion." Smiling, Henry encouraged her. "I'm sure the final result will be wonderful." Before long, the day before the wedding arrived, Henry's father would be formally calling with the rest of the family. Quietly calculating how the coming meeting would go, Henry thought, once Candace sees this newly made dress, she'll definitely die of jealousy. Catching sight of a figure passing ahead, Henry suddenly remembered. What was that footman's name again? Louis? Louis answered respectfully, "Yes, miss." Walking over, Henry asked, "Has Viscount Wentworth already arrived?" Louis gave a slight bow. "Yes, miss. I have already shown him to the drawing room." Henry smiled brightly. "Thank you, Louis." For a moment, Louis was transfixed by her smile. "And not at all, miss. You look positively radiant today." "Louis Howard." A cold voice came from behind. Louis shuddered. Edwin had appeared at the end of the corridor at some point, glaring at him darkly. Striding forward, Edwin said, "Albert, just how do you usually train these footmen? A servant ought to know his place. You should not be saying such impertinent things." With a grave expression, Albert replied, "My deepest apologies, my lord." In a low voice, he rebuked Louis. "Leave at once." Louis ran off in a flash. Albert lifted a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, letting out a relieved sigh. Henry asked in confusion. There was nothing wrong just now. "Why are you so angry?" Edwin halted. "You think I'm angry?" Henry nodded firmly. "Yes." Edwin withdrew his gaze. "I'm not angry." Under her breath, Henry muttered, "Liar, you're obviously angry." A subtle tension hung between them. Neither spoke again. Edwin was the first to break the silence. "Let's go to the drawing room. The Viscount has probably been waiting a long time." He strode ahead with his long legs, Albert following closely behind. "This way, my lady." Trailing behind them, Henry grumbled inwardly. He's been in a bad mood since early morning. In the drawing room, Viscount Wentworth sat perched tensely on the edge of the sofa, while Eunice and the rest of the family waited nearby. The doors opened, and the Viscount jumped to his feet, his face full of excitement. "Henry!" He hurried forward and pulled Henry into a tight embrace, crying out, "My dear daughter." Henry was nearly stunned by the sudden burst of affection. Looking at her with emotion, Viscount Wentworth said, "How long has it been since we last saw each other?" "A full 4 months. I know you've always been independent, but with something as important as marriage, shouldn't you have discussed it with me first?" Henry blushed bright red. Father, I can hardly breathe." Inside, she grumbled, "I would have liked to discuss it, but you're never even at home." Taking the chance, Henry stepped back. "You came so quickly." The Viscount sniffed. "Of course I did. How could I possibly miss your wedding?" At that moment, Edwin stepped forward, breaking up the family reunion. "It is good to see you again, Viscount Wentworth." The Viscount paused in surprise. "Oh, Duke Briston, I believe we've met before in Parliament." Calmly, Edwin extended his hand, and Viscount Wentworth quickly shook it. With a slight inclination of his head, Edwin said, "I apologize for not contacting you sooner." The Viscount gave a hearty laugh. No need to apologize. What's done is done. I must say, my Henry has always lived in the countryside, so I'm not entirely sure whether she is ready to shoulder the duties of a duchess. Looking toward Henry, he added, of course, I would never reject the opportunity to form an alliance with the great house of Bristol. Edwin replied evenly, You are too modest, my Lord Viscount. Your daughter is both clever and kind. I am certain she will become an excellent duchess. The Viscount looked greatly pleased by this, his face lighting up. I see. Hearing you say that sets my mind at ease, Duke Bristol. Turning back to her, he said, Henry, I know it may be a little late to say it now, but congratulations on your engagement, my little chick. Pressed against her father's chest, Henry felt a chill rise in her heart. At a time like this, why is he still pretending to be a loving father? Though she recoiled inwardly, Henry maintained polite composure. Gently pushing her father away, she said, Thank you. Candace hurried over to Viscount Wentworth and cried, Father. Hooking her arm through his, she said, Don't be too sad, father. You still have Eunice and me. With emotion, the Viscount said, It seems Henry has truly stepped into the role of Duchess already. Henry halted and replied, That should be a good thing for you, father. Candace is even willing to postpone her own engagement, so she can stay by your side and care for you all through next year. The moment Eunice heard that, her face turned deathly pale. That little wretch. She had originally wanted to say many things to Henry, but now Henry felt so far away. Candace thought to herself, It should be fine if I go to her room later, shouldn't it? Night fell. Standing outside Henry's door, Eunice clutched at her skirt, looking nervous and uneasy. The door suddenly opened from within, and Henry called softly, Eunice. I've been waiting for you. Come in. Eunice held a paper-wrapped bundle tightly in her arms. Wow, this is such a beautiful room. Smiling, Henry gently pressed her shoulders and sat her down. See, Eunice, you were just about to come see me, weren't you? Somewhat awkwardly, Eunice replied. Yes. Henry looked delighted. You really did understand what I was thinking. I was just thinking about you, too. What happened with that gentleman you met at the ball? Have the two of you exchanged letters? Eunice suddenly raised both hands and thrust the bundle she was holding toward Henry. Before we talk about that, this is for you. A little shyly, Eunice added, It's your wedding gift. But please don't expect too much. Taking it from her, Henry said, Wow, what could it be? What do you mean, don't expect too much? She unwrapped the parcel, her hands trembling as she lifted out the painting. It was a family portrait she had never seen before. In it, her father, her mother, and her younger self were pressed closely together. In a low voice, Henry said, Could this be? Ever since her mother died, her father had begun erasing every trace of her from the house. Her room had been sealed shut. All the portraits had been taken down. Henry remembered those lonely moments when she sat alone in front of the closed door, hugging herself, clutching the clumsy little picture she had drawn, the only image of her mother she had left. In a small voice, Eunice explained, I thought you might like a painting, so I tried painting one. Henry suddenly looked up. You painted this? Blushing, Eunice answered a little bashfully, yes. I know it isn't very good. Henry cried out in surprise. What are you talking about? She hugged the painting tightly to her chest, her eyes turning slightly red. This is the best gift I've ever received. Thank you, Eunice. Nice froze. Seeing how moved Henry was, she fidgeted awkwardly with her fingers and replied, And no, I'm just happy that you like it so much. Henry noticed traces of paint still stubbornly staining Eunice's fingertips. Her heart was filled with emotion. So Eunice is this gifted in art. I never knew. Henry remembered the old days at the Wentworth estate, when Eunice would quietly appear at the doorway of the studio, watching the busy maid and asking, Barbara, do you need any help? The maid Barbara would reply, Miss Eunice, is there something you need? If you'd like some sweets, I've already asked the kitchen to prepare them. Eunice would simply gaze at the paintings and say, softly, I just wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help. Looking at the younger sister before her, Henry realized that Eunice had actually always known how much she loved painting. All those silent moments, Eunice had been paying attention to her in her own way all along. Seeing how touched Henry was, Eunice realized how deeply her sister missed their mother. With relief, she let out a quiet breath. I'm so glad she likes it. Eunice smiled gently and said, Congratulations on your marriage, Henry. Early the next morning, Chester pushed open the door and entered the bedroom. My lady, did you call for me? Henry was seated at the dressing table. Yes, I want to see the wedding guest list. Chester blinked in surprise. Of course. Would you like to see it now? Henry waved a hand lightly. There's no hurry this instant. Just get it to me before tonight is over. Chester bowed her head. As you wish, my lady. I clearly asked Miss Chester to bring me the list. So why did it end up with me being summoned to Edwin's office instead? Turning around, Edwin asked, why do you suddenly want to see the guest list? Shrugging, Henry replied casually. I just wanted to confirm something. Edwin said nothing and simply gazed at her quietly. The stare made Henry deeply uncomfortable, a bead of cold sweat forming at her temple. This is so awkward. To break the silence, Henry had no choice but to admit it. I was only wondering whether the gentleman my sister Eunice met at the ball was also invited to the wedding. After hearing that, Edwin sighed. All this over that? Women. Puffing up in irritation, Henry shot back. Do you have to interrogate me over every little thing? Edwin pointed at the desk. The list is on my table. Look through it as you please. Henry snatched up the list with a displeased huff. Humph. Opening it, Henry let her fingertip run down line after line of names. Let me think. He said that person's name started with W. Her mind went back to last night's conversation with Eunice. In a soft voice, Eunice had said he wrote in his letter that he would see me again at Duke Briston's wedding. Resting her chin on one hand, Henry thought, if he's already received an invitation, then he must come from a distinguished family. Twisting her hands together, Eunice had added, his handwriting is very beautiful and stationary. Smells very nice, too. Hearing that, Henry smiled teasingly. Oh, it sounds like he may be rather fond of you. Eunice's whole face had instantly turned bright red. Oh, really? Confidently. Henry had given her a thumbs up. He even scented the letter paper specially. That is absolutely a positive sign. Eunice had looked at her in bewilderment, clearly not understanding those unfamiliar expressions. Henry asked, then what is his name? Tilting her head, Eunice tried to recall it. Well, at the end of the letter, he signed with a W. That should be the initial of his name. Searching carefully, Henry murmured to herself, William, Willis, Warren, Walter, Wade, Whiteley. Looking at the densely packed names on the list, Henry thought, there are far too many people. Aside from initial, I have no other clue. Edwin, sitting behind the desk, suddenly said, there are usually only two reasons a man chooses to hide his real name. Henry was startled. Did he guess what I was doing? Just from hearing me read out a few names? Holding up one finger, Edwin analyzed. Either he is a swindler who deceives people with lies, or, he paused, he is someone of very high status, concealing his identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. Listening to him, Henry thought, someone important? Could the man Eunice met really have an extraordinary identity? Lowering her head again, her eyes swept quickly over the list, and suddenly two names stabbed into her sight like needles. William H. Blonwell, Elise M. Blanwell. Henry stared fixedly at the two names as a chill ran up her spine. How can it be them? Noticing her reaction, Edwin asked what? Henry stood frozen. The crown prince and the princess were invited to our wedding too? Edwin replied calmly, yes. Looking baffled, Henry asked, but why? Edwin explained, it's only a formality. The House of Briston has a long history with the royal family. However, I rarely socialize with that royal brother and sister, so they're unlikely to actually appear at the wedding. Prince William, perhaps, but I very much doubt the princess will attend. Listening to him, Henry prayed inwardly. I see. Elise, please don't come. Edwin suggested, if you're truly curious about who that gentleman is, ask me on the wedding day. I probably know most of the unmarried men in the capital. Looking grateful, Henry said, if it wouldn't trouble you, then I'd appreciate it. Edwin withdrew his gaze. Now that you have what you wanted, you may leave. In a small voice, Henry muttered, I was just about to go. There's no need to rush me. Inwardly, she complained. Can't this man last 3 extra seconds without driving me away? Then Henry paused. Oh, by the way, she said softly, thank you for yesterday and for everything else. Edwin remained seated where he was. I'm not entirely sure I understand what you mean. Henry puffed out her cheeks in embarrassment and annoyance. If you don't understand, I don't intend to explain it to you either. Goodbye. With the heavy sound of the door closing, Henry left the office. Alone in the study, Edwin let out a quiet laugh. And so, the wedding day finally arrived. The manor lawn had been decorated beautifully, and guests in splendid attire moved among the displays. The air was filled with festivity. A middle-aged gentleman reached out and caught a falling petal. I thought it was still too early in the season for roses. These were artificial petals scented with rose perfume. The bells echoed over the estate as Henry, with her back to the noisy crowd, stood alone at the chapel entrance. The wedding venue was lively. Servants moved between the round tables, and the guests' voices rose and fell all around. One lady raised her wine glass and said, "It's every bit as magnificent as the rumors claimed." Another replied, "Naturally, this is Duke Edwin's wedding, after all. Too bad the roses aren't in full bloom yet." A guest beside them joked with a laugh. Perhaps that's a statement of some sort. They didn't want the roses stealing the spotlight from the main characters. One female guest seemed to suddenly remember something. "By the way, we'll get to see Duke Edwin in full formal dress today." Another added, "Exactly. He must look incredibly handsome in ceremonial attire. I just hope he doesn't outshine the bride." How could he not outshine the bride? Isn't that woman just a country bumpkin? Even if she puts on the most expensive gown, true nobility is something you're born with. It's not something she can learn. Sitting not far away, Eunice heard the bursts of laughter from the neighboring table. She lowered her head in silence and looked at the cup in her hand. Inwardly, Eunice thought, once they see Anne-Marie for themselves, they'll regret every word they said. "Oh, Miss Eunice." Startled, Eunice looked up and recognized the person before her. The young man gave a light cough, a faint blush on his face. "Sorry to keep you waiting. It took some time to find you in the crowd." Eunice quickly waved her hands. No apology is needed at all." Looking at her, the young man continued, "Congratulations. Your family must be very happy." Eunice smiled gently in response. "Thank you. I'll pass you congratulations. On to Anne-Marie." Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey, Eunice." Eunice jumped and shrank back instinctively. Candace strode over, her tone laced with scrutiny. "Who's this?" Looking flustered, Eunice stammered, this is the gentleman I met at the Bristol ball." Then she turned to the young man and said, "My lord, this is my twin sister, Candace." Candace lifted her chin slightly. "I am Candace Wentworth, my lord. It is a pleasure to meet you." The young man averted his eyes. "Pleasure to meet you, Lady Candace." Candace glared fiercely at him, but he only kept his eyes on Eunice, as if he had no intention of paying her any mind at all. Candace burned with irritation inside. Why won't he even introduce himself? Am I not worthy of knowing his name? Coldly, she said, "Well then, as the bride's sisters, we're very busy at the moment. I'm afraid we'll have to excuse ourselves." Candace suddenly grabbed Eunice's arm and said, "Come on, Eunice." With a startled cry, Eunice stumbled from the force. As she was dragged away, Eunice called out, but Candace, the young man stood there in a daze, watching them leave. Without turning back, Candace hissed in a low voice, "Get a grip. Why would a man like that ever take an interest in a girl like you?" Her tone turned even harsher. "Besides, I bet he has nothing but a pretty face. So stop dawdling." Then, as the solemn bells rang, the ceremony was about to begin. Dressed in a red military ceremonial uniform, Edwin stepped into view. The once noisy venue fell silent at once, followed by a wave of hushed admiration. With measured steps, Edwin walked toward the altar. Inwardly, he thought, "I haven't had a moment's rest since dawn. Perhaps later I can shorten the reception." The sound of approaching hoofbeats struck crisply against the ground. The guests began murmuring softly, and all turned their eyes toward the entrance. Edwin stopped walking and turned to look back. Then, with the bright sound of harness bells, Kirsten and Maryland came to a halt before the chapel doors. The carriage doors slowly opened, and a servant respectfully extended his hand to guide the bride down. Anne-Marie was dressed in pure white. Holding her father's arm, she slowly entered the chapel beneath everyone's gaze. Lifting her head, Anne-Marie looked through the crowd to the front. Edwin stood at the altar, watching the figure approaching him. He could feel his heartbeat pounding fiercely in his chest, and all the surrounding noise seemed to recede in that instant. The world became silent. Arm in arm with her father, Anne-Marie walked forward step by step until she came to a stop before Edwin. Her father placed Anne-Marie's hand into Edwin's. The two stood side by side, facing the assembled guests. The officiant said from above, "Now that both bride and groom are present, please be seated." In a corner of the crowd, Elise watched everything in silence. Her gaze was deep and cold. From her provincial background to the way she looked now, this new Duchess of Bristol had exceeded everyone's expectations. Standing before Edwin and Anne-Marie, the officiant spoke solemnly. "Today we gather here to witness these two souls joined together in holy matrimony as husband and wife. You will vow to support one another in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health." Anne-Marie listened quietly, her expression solemn and calm. As Edwin looked at her profile, a faint flush rose to his cheeks, barely noticeable. Smiling, the officiant said, "You may now exchange rings." as a symbol of your vows. Facing one another beneath everyone's gaze, Edwin slowly lifted Anri's hand, preparing to place upon it the ring that symbolized their contract. Edwin's hand, holding the ring that symbolized their vow, suddenly stiffened as it clasped Anri's. Anri blinked in slight confusion. Why wasn't he putting it on? He looked strangely rigid. Edwin took a deep breath, his fingers trembling faintly, and at last slowly slid the ring onto Anri's fingertip. Anri tilted her head a little and lowered her voice. Softly, she asked Edwin. Anri lowered her eyes, unease coloring her tone. Perhaps my dress isn't to your liking? Edwin answered at once, no. Anri pressed on, sounding a little hurt. Then why are you acting so cold? If you don't like it, you can just say so. Edwin explained in a low voice. No, actually He did not finish. He only silently pushed the ring all the way on, feeling the warmth at her fingertips. Edwin suddenly tightened his grip on Anri's hand. The officiant solemnly declared, by the authority granted to me by God, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Edwin took the opportunity to pull Anri toward him, and with a startled cry, she fell into his arms. Edwin lowered his head close to her ear and whispered, I like it very much. I really do. Anri froze. She shyly closed her eyes, clutching his lapel tightly, her heart full of nervousness and anticipation. I'm finally going to kiss the real Edwin. Anri's body trembled faintly as she waited for that moment to come. Then she abruptly opened her eyes. What just happened? What was that supposed to be? He actually avoided it at the very last second. He was so close. What kind of ridiculous ceremony was that? At that moment, the wedding ceremony came to an end. The two of them were then ushered to the wedding banquet. Anri puffed out her cheeks slightly, still full of resentment. She had really thought she would get her first kiss today. She had been looking forward to it all this time. Once that woman named Elise appeared, she would have to disappear. That was why she had secretly hoped that at least once those fantasies could come true in reality. The more Anri thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. This wedding had been her only chance to kiss Edwin. Edwin glanced sideways, puzzled. Why was she still pouting? He had clearly been considerate enough to spare her feelings. He had deliberately avoided her lips. Edwin stopped walking and said, there is something I need to discuss with Albert. I'll be right back. Anri obediently nodded. All right, please bring me a glass of champagne. She watched Edwin's retreating figure. In that case, I'll just have a few drinks first. As Anri sipped her wine, several elegantly dressed, noble women quietly surrounded her, blocking her path. One of the ladies exclaimed in delight, oh my, there you are, Duchess. Congratulations. Your gown is absolutely gorgeous. The women surrounded Anri, lavishing praise on her. You're such a great beauty. No wonder His Grace the Duke is utterly bewitched by you. Anri put on a polite, graceful smile and replied, thank you, everyone. Then one lady lowered her voice and asked about your wedding dress. Did you design it yourself, Your Grace? The noble women clustered around Anri, their words carrying undisguised scrutiny. We have never seen such a bold and splendid design. Were those roses sewn from silk? A sharp burst of laughter rose from the crowd. I suppose we cannot expect a woman who became a duchess by such unusual means to dress like an ordinary lady in a proper, conventional gown. Now I finally understand how Mina's notorious reputation came about. Hearing those barbed remarks, Anri thought, so this is how it is. The very first time we meet, and they're already showing their claws. Still maintaining a flawless social smile, she said, thank you for the compliment, though there is nothing special about me. May I ask how I should address you, madam? The lady gave a slight bow. My apologies for introducing myself so late, Duchess. I am a Marchioness Rosselli. It is a pleasure to meet you. Anri looked at her and repeated the name to herself. Marchioness Rosselli. Then, Anri said evenly, as for that wedding dress, Edwin and the Dowager Duchess generously helped me design it together. I am very grateful for their support. It truly was a perfect gown, was it not? Anri snorted inwardly. Since my husband and mother-in-law both had no problem with it, it is hardly for outsiders like you to criticize. I'm delighted you think so highly of my husband's taste, Marchioness Rosselli. The Marchioness blinked, letting out an awkward little gasp. Lightly swirling the wine in her glass, Henri continued. To tell the truth, the gown I am wearing now was originally the one I intended to wear for the wedding. I told Edwin that I thought this one was already perfect, but he insisted it was too plain for me and made me prepare an entirely new dress. Henri inwardly added, "This unbearable radiance must surely come from being showered with my husband's devotion." In any case, Edwin really had asked me to change into a different gown, so it wasn't entirely a lie. The hostile atmosphere instantly shifted. Several young noble ladies approached with shining eyes. "Madam, may I ask who made your dress? Was it Charlotte or Audrey? That design is revolutionary. Could you introduce me to the dressmaker? I happen to be planning to marry next year." Henri was surrounded by this sudden enthusiasm and seemed a little overwhelmed. While she was struggling to respond, beneath the shade of a nearby tree, Elise was quietly watching the scene. Elizabeth called out to Edwin sternly, "A duke such as yourself ought to take more interest in social matters." Edwin replied expressionlessly, "I have been occupied since dawn, doing everything a good son should." Elizabeth's tone allowed no argument. "You should know that ending the reception too early would reflect poorly on your wife. This is her chance, as the Duchess of Bristol, to leave a strong first impression." Edwin said bluntly, "I want to spend some time alone with my bride." Elizabeth was so startled by the directness of his words that she nearly lost composure. "What? Have you no sense of shame at all?" Edwin ignored his mother's anger. Turning to Albert behind him, he said, "Make sure everything is finished before sunset." Elizabeth shouted angrily after him, "Hey, I wasn't finished speaking to you yet." Albert hurried forward to soothe her. "Please calm yourself, madam." Edwin crossed the venue alone, about to go find Henri, when a figure suddenly stepped in front of him. Standing opposite him, Elise said with a hint of amusement, "Please accept my most sincere congratulations." Edwin stopped. "Excuse me, and you are?" Elise feigned surprise and leaned back slightly. "Oh dear, it seems I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Evans, Count Blorin. His Majesty granted me the title of Count. Since I come from a foreign land, it is hardly strange that you have not heard of me. I run a small business, mainly in art education and exhibitions." Edwin stared at her in silence, his gaze full of scrutiny and caution. "Thank you for attending our celebration, Count Blorin." Edwin rolled the unfamiliar title over in his mind again and again. Elise warmly extended a hand. "Please, feel free to call me Evans." Edwin looked at the outstretched hand and gave an inward scoff. "That wretched sense of humor of yours truly hasn't changed at all." Rather than taking the hand, Edwin raised his own and smacked hers sharply aside. "Oh, I see." Edwin looked at Elise coldly. "I'm not sure why you went to such lengths to attend this wedding, and I have no interest in finding out." He was about to turn and leave when Elise softly said behind him, "Actually, compared with you, I am far more interested in your wife." Edwin's body stiffened instantly. He spun around, his eyes terrifyingly dark. "What did you just say?" Elise immediately raised both hands. "Oh, please don't misunderstand. I was referring to your wife's exceptional artistic taste." Edwin still stared at her. "So what of it?" Elise continued, "I merely hope to make her acquaintance. In the line of work I am in, her unique insight would be invaluable." Inwardly, she muttered, "This man is still exactly the same. Provoke him even slightly, and he becomes this aggressive at once." Edwin refused decisively. "Absolutely not. Goodbye." With that, he strode off without another glance. Elise quickly caught up to Edwin and said, "If my business succeeds, your wife stands to benefit greatly." Without turning back, Edwin rejected her again. "Unnecessary." Elise stopped walking, her expression turning serious. "If you truly treasure your wife, then you should understand that at least hearing my proposal will be worthwhile. Rumors about your wife's humble birth have already spread through society." Edwin clenched his teeth. "Count, from the moment we met, you have done nothing but behave outrageously." Elise sighed inwardly. "Men," putting on a mild smile, she said, "I only wish to offer my greetings, nothing more." Edwin fell into thought. Why would she not leave us alone? I truly do not understand why she would go to the trouble of dressing as a man just to see Henri. If I cannot get rid of her, perhaps I should arrange for them to meet under my supervision. At last, Edwin relented. "You may see her during the ball. That is the furthest I will allow." Elise smiled in satisfaction. "Thank you very much, Your Grace." In a cold voice, Edwin warned, "If my wife expresses displeasure and you still persist in such rude conduct, I will not be nearly so courteous then as I am now." Elise waved a hand with a smile. Rest assured, Your Grace, I am not the sort who clings stubbornly to those who reject me. Edwin shot her a sidelong glance. He had already wasted too much time on this person. Looking into the distance, he saw Henri surrounded by fashionable ladies. He had not intended to leave her alone for so long. He needed to get back to her quickly. Elise watched Edwin's back as he left, the corners of her mouth curling in amusement. Softly, she said, "You truly love your wife, don't you, Your Grace?" Your eyes can scarcely leave her for even a moment. Before she had even finished speaking, Edwin whirled around and grabbed Elise by the collar. "I'm not a patient man, Evans. I have heard enough of your nonsense." Elise raised her hands. "Oh dear, if I have offended you, then I apologize." Edwin abruptly let go and shoved her away, then turned without another glance and strode off. Watching Edwin's resolute back, Elise let out a low laugh. "That bastard, even after seeing through my disguise, he still dares treat me like this." Elise watched from afar as Edwin walked toward Henri. The two of them standing together looked exceptionally harmonious. Still, this trip was not in vain. "It seems I have finally found the Duke of Bristol's weak point." Henri turned her head and met Edwin's gaze. In the garden, the fountain burbled softly, while guests' laughter and conversation rose and fell all around them. Henri kept a proper smile on her face, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly from holding it for so long. She glanced around. She had not seen her family all day. Worse still, Edwin. Where on earth had he gone? A white-gloved hand suddenly rested on Henri's shoulder. She turned in surprise. Edwin stood behind her. "My apologies for keeping you all waiting." The noble women around them exclaimed one after another, "The Duke of Bristol." Henri immediately slipped her arm around Edwin's. "Ladies, forgive us, but we must prepare for the ball. I hope you continue to enjoy the banquet." Amid everyone's well wishes, Henri gave a small wave as Edwin led her across the lawn. In a low voice, Edwin asked, "Are you enjoying the reception?" Henri answered at once, yes. In her mind flashed the miserable scene of being besieged by noble women just moments earlier. She then asked, "Your Grace, have you seen my family anywhere nearby?" Edwin replied, "If you mean your mother, the Viscountess, she is with my mother." Following his gaze, Henri indeed saw her mother chatting pleasantly with the Duchess. Edwin went on, "But I have not seen your two younger sisters." Henri was jolted. She thought of Eunice. "I need to meet the gentleman connected to Eunice." Edwin looked puzzled. "I thought you had already met him." Henri explained seriously, "I mean formally. I cannot let my sweet, innocent sister Eunice remain alone with a suspicious man who will not even reveal his name." Hearing that, Edwin felt as though something had stabbed him straight through the chest. Edwin stopped walking and said, "Regrettably, this is not the best time to go looking for your sister." Henri looked up in surprise. Edwin lifted her hand and slowly lowered his head. He pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. Graceful music began to fill the garden. The musicians had started the violins. Looking at Henri, Edwin said, "We must begin the first dance." Henri stood frozen, her cheeks turning bright red in an instant. As the dance continued, she kept spinning across the floor. She was breathing hard, feeling as though her strength had been driven to its absolute limit. "This is going to kill me." In the ballroom, Edwin whirled Henri around at astonishing speed. "He's practically using me to mop the floor," Henri wailed inwardly. This is definitely all because of that one wrong thing she had said earlier. Edwin finally halted the dance, handed Henri a glass of champagne, and said, "Perhaps you should rest a little." Henri snatched the glass and complained indignantly, "It's our wedding day. Couldn't you be a little kinder to me?" Edwin calculated quietly to himself. "She looks utterly exhausted. At this rate, no one will dare ask her to dance again. I only want to give you a perfect dance." Henri shot back irritably, "Yes, of course. You're right." The two stood on the terrace, watching the couples in the ballroom. Everyone seemed to be having a wonderful time. Turning to Edwin, Henri said, "Edwin," looking toward the crowd in the banquet hall, she asked, "I was wondering whether anyone from the royal family attended, or just as you said before, did they all decline the invitation?" Edwin's expression darkened. "You seem very interested in the royal family." Henri answered somewhat awkwardly, "Well," she sank into thought. According to the original story, Princess Elise had inherited the looks of her father, His Majesty the King, and was a captivating beauty with fiery red hair. Her brother, however, Prince William, was entirely different, both in appearance and temperament. He was the opposite of his sister. Prince William had blonde hair, very much like the late Queen's. He was shy and gentle by nature. Henri knew very well that William was not the sort to attend such a grand occasion of his own accord. Drawing herself back from her thoughts, she became serious. I have to find out exactly who that person calling himself W is. Henry said candidly, to be honest, I am simply curious. I have never seen a member of the royal family before. What about you, your grace? Have you met the crown prince? Or Princess Elise? Edwin fell silent for a moment. Which one are you really curious about? The crown prince or the princess? Before Henry could answer, Edwin had already extended his hand to her once more. Shall we have another dance, Henry? Looking at the hand held out to her, Henry hesitated briefly before placing hers in it. I was just about to say, leaning closer to Edwin, she whispered, I was only wondering what kind of woman you would like. Edwin froze. What? Henry continued, I thought perhaps someone like Princess Elise might be closer to your ideal type. Edwin's face went rigid at once, and a bead of cold sweat appeared at his temple. Why would you say such a thing, especially on the day we are married? Henry muttered softly, sorry. I thought this was just another ordinary day in your life. After all, you even went out of your way just to avoid kissing me. Edwin frowned deeply. I was merely respecting your wishes. Henry pursed her lips. What does that have to do with respecting my wishes? Turning her head away in displeasure, she added, fine, but you should at least have told me beforehand. Edwin replied calmly. What difference would that have made? As the music shifted, Henry stretched out her hand. In the midst of a splendid turn, she and Edwin were briefly separated. Elise caught Henry smoothly and guided her to one side in step with the dance. Happy newlywed life, Duchess of Bristol. Henry jolted in surprise. She quickly adjusted her expression and returned a social smile. Thank you. As the steps turned again, Edwin returned to Henry's side. Edwin tightly clasped Henry's hand and drew her back into his arms. Amid flowers and cheerful voices, the two continued to dance. It is meaningless for you to ask about my ideal type. None of that matters to me. He paused, then fixed Henry with a deep, steady gaze. Besides, who knows? Perhaps I have already found her. Henry's eyes widened abruptly. What? Before she could press him further, the dance did not stop. She was forced to keep turning with the music, her heart crammed with questions, yet only able to move mechanically across the floor. An hour later, Henry slumped into a chair. I'm going to die. The guests around them looked at the utterly exhausted bride. She must be worn out. Poor thing. She danced for an entire hour. No wonder she's this tired. Henry gritted her teeth and glared at Edwin. That bastard. He definitely did it on purpose. Just to avoid answering my question, he dragged me into dancing for an entire hour. While she was stewing in resentment, a voice sounded by her ear. Madam, are you all right? Would you like something to drink? Henry looked up and saw a hand holding a wine glass out toward her. She answered reflexively, oh, thanks. Her voice stopped short. The person before her was the very same man she had caught a glimpse of on the dance floor earlier. Elise gave a slight bow. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Duchess, I am Evans. Looking at him, Henry thought, so it's him. Even from a distance before, he was conspicuous. Elise continued, you made a very strong first impression on me, so I felt I had to come and greet you personally. Keeping her polite smile, Henry replied, it is a pleasure to meet you. Inwardly, however, her thoughts raced. What exactly did he mean by first impression? The rumors that I threw myself in front of Edwin's carriage to stop it? Or the gossips saying I bewitched him with my beauty? Lowering his voice, Elise said, I heard that every piece by this year's Artist of the Year was personally selected by you. Henry's eyes widened in shock. How did he know about that? Elise smiled faintly. Do you have a moment to chat? Looking at Henry, Elise said, your wedding dress is proof enough. It reveals your keen eye and exceptional taste, madam, especially the embroidered roses at the hem. It is such a creative and beautiful touch. Henry covered her mouth and smiled lightly. You flatter me, but that gown was not my own work. It was made by my maid. Elise seemed a little surprised. Most ladies would only commission gowns from the finest shops on the high street. That dress was the work of my very talented maid. She was hired for me by the Duchess. Henry looked at Elise and said, I must admit, Count Blorin, you seem very different from other men. Elise gave a little start. Me? Smiling, Henry explained, most gentlemen would never take such a strong interest in the details of dress. To them, clothes are either pretty or not. Elise gave an awkward laugh. Clearing his throat, he said in a lower voice, since we are speaking of talent, discovering hidden gems in this kingdom has always been my goal. Those treasures of extraordinary talent who have never had the chance to shine, merely because they wear skirts, are buried from sight. Just like you, madam. You can recognize a future masterpiece at a glance. Henry gasped in surprise. She could not help feeling a little flustered. What am I supposed to do? The only reason I know who the artistic masters of this age are is because I came from the future. With an awkward laugh, Henry waved her hand. I am really nothing special, just an ordinary admirer of art. Elise immediately objected. No, you have a queen's insight. There is no need for such modesty. Henry froze in shock. Looking at her, Elise said, Henry, were you named after Queen Mary, the queen who survived the Puritan Revolution? Somewhat shyly, Henry admitted, that's right. My mother named me after the queen because she hoped I would become patient and strong, like my namesake. My mother told me that as long as I did not lose hope, I could endure any tragedy. Smiling, Henry said, I never lose hope. Elise sighed admiringly. Your mother sounds like a very wise woman. Considering that Queen Mary was also famed for her artistic gifts, it seems your mother even possessed the ability to see the future. The two let out a light laugh. A little embarrassed, Henry replied, Goodness, I must say all this praise is rather overwhelming. Elise was about to continue. So I was thinking, a cold voice suddenly cut in from behind him. A gentleman ought to know better than to approach a lady so casually. Elise whipped around. Duke of Bristol. I merely stopped to say hello. Standing to the side, Henry watched the scene. What is wrong with him? Expressionless, Edwin stepped forward and laid a hand on Elise's shoulder. Since you have already said hello, I suggest you leave now. The ball is about to end. Elise had no time to react before Edwin seized him by the collar and dragged him backward. Wait a moment, Duke of Bristol. Helplessly, Henry waved her hand and called out, How can you treat your guest like that? She sighed in regret. What a pity. I wanted to hear more about his work. Oh well, I should at least try to remember his name. I'll probably receive a letter from him soon enough anyway. Drawing back her gaze, Henry thought, I can't just sit here all evening. I should go greet some of the other guests. Then, a low voice came from behind her. Henry, Count Wentworth looked at her. My dear daughter. Awkwardly, Henry replied, Father. The smile on her face stiffened. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I still have a father. Her entire body went rigid, and she had no idea what she should say to him. Looking at Count Wentworth, Henry asked, Did all your friends come to the wedding? Count Wentworth replied with a smile, Of course. They are all here, and all of them are insanely envious that I have such an excellent daughter. How fortunate I am. With a calm expression, Henry said, That's nice. There are many famous political figures here as well. Perhaps you should go speak with them. Count Wentworth froze. What? He hastily defended himself. That is not important. Today is my daughter's wedding. Count Wentworth looked emotional, his eyes shining, and said with feeling, If only your mother could see you now. I am certain she would be proud of you. Henry fell silent. Lowering her eyes, she let out a faint sigh. Then she lifted her head, her gaze touched with coldness and sorrow. I thought by now you had already forgotten everything about her. Count Wentworth looked as though he had been struck by lightning. Henry, how can you say such a thing? I could never forget your mother. But you never. Henry looked at Count Wentworth and continued, You never once returned to this country for the anniversary of her death. Every year, I had to go to her grave alone. She remembered those days, dressed in black mourning clothes, holding a bouquet of white flowers, standing all alone before a desolate gravestone. Looking at her father, Henry asked, Do you know what I did whenever I stood there by myself before her grave? I always prayed. I prayed that Mother would never hear how you abandoned this family. Count Wentworth remained where he was. After a long moment, he tried to stop her in a trembling voice. Henry gave him no chance to explain. Avoiding his approach, she turned away. Then I hope you enjoy the party, Father. Count Wentworth stood there and let out a heavy sigh. The comb's teeth glided softly through hair with a faint rustling sound. Young Henry sat obediently as her mother arranged her long hair. In a gentle voice, her mother told an old story. And so, King Charles I and Queen Mary resolved their conflict and fell deeply in love. Looking at her daughter's flustered face, Mother could not help laughing softly. Stroking Henry's hair tenderly, she said, In the end, the Queen had no choice but to take their child. Back to France. Mother continued that faraway tale. For 10 whole years, the Queen struggled desperately just to survive. She did not even have a place she could call home. Yet the Queen never gave up. Mother's voice turned firm. She protected her family until her son grew into adulthood and inherited the throne. Is that not remarkable? Little Henry turned and asked, But Mother, why did the Queen have to suffer so much? Mother paused slightly. Henry, the meaning of this story is that your life is in your own hands. Her expression grew serious. Life will not always treat you gently. You must learn how to face hardship if you want to become the true victor. Little Henri broke out in a nervous sweat. Is that really something to say to a 6-year-old? Mother's expression softened again. So you must never lose hope, Henri. You should always strive to find your own happiness. Do you understand? Happiness is not something that will simply fall into your lap for no reason. Little Henri nodded hard. I will, mother. Her mother smiled in satisfaction and pulled her daughter into her arms. That's my good girl. Nestled in her mother's embrace, Henri felt that warmth. To be reborn beside such an extraordinary mother. I truly am happy. Resting quietly on the table was a family portrait. In the photograph, father, mother, and the young Henri stood side by side. Those had once been their most perfect days. Sitting before the dressing table, Henri gazed at the old photograph. But mother, even though I always try to stay optimistic, I still stumble over the smallest things. Henri reached out, her fingertips gently brushing over her father's face in the photograph. I think it's time to say goodbye to father and goodbye to the Henri I used to be. The rhythmic sound of hoofbeats struck the ground as carriage wheels rolled on. Henri's heart was utterly calm. I have no reason to go back anymore. Elise suddenly pulled hard on the reins, startled. I cannot believe the Duke's behavior. Could be so crude. Edwin looked at her coldly and replied, I was about to say the same to you, Count. A noble should not skulk about like a thief. Edwin continued, since you have done whatever you came to do, goodbye. Elise sucked in a breath. Must you be so cold? Inwardly, she cursed him. What a petty bastard. The way he treats his wife is revolting, as though she were some puppy he had just bought. Then I look forward to our next meeting, Duke of Bristol. Edwin remained silent, a trace of chill in his eyes. Then he turned and looked toward the distant garden. Henri was standing beside Count Wentworth, the two of them speaking quietly. Edwin withdrew his gaze. She is speaking with her father. I should not interfere. After all, this is the last day of her life as Miss Wentworth. The sunset dyed the whole sky red, its afterglow falling over the grand manor. The clamor of the wedding gradually faded. Edwin returned indoors and let out a long breath. I never want to go through anything like this again in my life. Being married once is more than enough. There came a knock at the door. Albert pushed it open and respectfully asked, My lord, did you call for me? Edwin straightened his cuff. I need you to do something. Edwin handed him a calling card and said, Look into this man for me. I want to know his background, his profession, and the sort of people he associates with. Albert took the card. Count Blorin, standing alone by the window, Edwin sank into thought. The name Blorin was plainly a reverse construction of Brannuel. He frowned slightly. Clearly, she had put no real effort into disguising her identity. Did she truly not care if her real identity were discovered? In that case, rather than investigating the identity itself, what mattered more was finding out what she intended to do under that name. Albert said, My lord, Mrs. Chester has already prepared your bath. It is time to get ready. Edwin started in surprise, then cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. I understand. Henri lay asleep upon the wide bed. A soft voice called by her ear. Lady Briston. Henri's eyes flew open, full of alarm. Lady Briston? A maid stood beside the bed and said gently, It is time to get up. Your bath has already been prepared. Slowly sitting up, Henri rubbed her eyes and replied, Oh, thank you. Watching the maid bustle about, she felt an odd sensation. Being called a duchess still felt rather strange. With the maids attending her, Henri walked toward the bath. Flower petals floated lightly on the surface as she let her thoughts drift with the steam, gradually growing accustomed to this brand new identity. Anais softly called, Madam. Anais lowered herself respectfully. Your eyes look a little swollen. You must be tired. I will fetch a cold compress for you. Henri answered quietly, Thank you, Anais. Henri inwardly felt relieved. If she admitted she had cried because she missed her mother, it would be far too embarrassing. Busy with her work, Anais encouraged her, Please hold on just a little longer, madam. The most exciting part is about to begin. Lowering her head shyly, Henri said, Anais, don't say that. Just then, Henri's stomach. Loud a low, rumbling growl. Henri covered her face, mortified enough to want the ground to swallow her whole. This is so humiliating. Anais asked with concern, Are you hungry, madam? Shall I bring you something to eat? Henri quickly shook her head. No need. I already ate a great deal earlier. Anais straightened and said, Very well. If you change your mind, please tell us at any time. Henri breathed a sigh of relief. All right, thank you. Inwardly, she warned herself again and again that she absolutely must not eat. What if food got got stuck in her teeth, or her stomach stuck out. What then? And if he had to listen to her stomach growl all night, would that not be even more embarrassing? What if she had bad breath? Then all this careful dressing up would be for nothing. Her thoughts became a complete tangle. She shook her head sharply, trying to fling away those mortifying ideas. Nothing is going to happen anyway. Why even worry about it? Could it be that you were still hoping for his kiss? That thought startled Anri so badly that her cheeks flushed crimson and she shrank deep into the bath. The maids were startled and hurried toward her. Lady Briston, night fell. Anri sat alone on the edge of the large bed. Her stomach let out another loud growl, painfully clear in the silent room. She let her shoulders droop weakly. I'm so hungry. What is he even doing? Why isn't he back yet? Anri stared at the elegant dessert stand on the table. The little cakes and sweets gave off a tempting fragrance. One piece shouldn't matter, right? I really should have eaten more earlier. She shook her head hard. No, I absolutely cannot let him catch me wolfing food down. Besides, her lips were still painted with lipstick. Anri looked around. Being alone together in a place like this was far too nerve-wracking. She looked toward the adjoining room. Edwin's private sitting room was right next door. Should I go over and see him? No one else will come to this floor tonight anyway. Maybe I could suggest that we sleep separately. Anri walked to the heavy wooden door and knocked softly. Excuse me, my lord. She pushed the door open a crack and cautiously peered inside. Edwin? Strange. No one. She noticed that the light in the bathing room was still on. Perhaps he was still washing up. Standing in the middle of the sitting room, Anri called, Edwin, are you there? Why is it so quiet? Could he have been so tired that he fell asleep in the bath? Anri sucked in a sharp breath. A terrible image flashed in her mind. Falling asleep in the tub was dangerous. Without thinking further, she shoved open the bathroom door and cried, Edwin, are you all right? Through the hazy steam, a broad, naked back came into view. Edwin was standing by the bath, droplets of water sliding down the defined muscles of his back. Hearing the noise, Edwin snatched up a towel and turned around, his eyes full of shock. Anri's face went scarlet in an instant, her mind going blank. She let out a shriek, covered her eyes, and ran. Edwin stood rooted to the spot, staring at the fleeing figure. Has she gone mad? Edwin flung open the door. He had already pulled on a white shirt, though his face still carried the remnants of a flush. The bedroom was utterly silent. Edwin stopped. Come out, Anri. I know. You're in here. He started walking, carefully searching the room for the figure that had fled in panic. Anri was hiding behind the heavy curtains, both hands clapped over her mouth. What am I supposed to do? I panicked so badly just now. Edwin's footsteps drew nearer and nearer, finally stopping right in front of the curtain. I can hear you. Anri's eyes flew wide, her heart pounding as if it might break through her chest. Edwin abruptly pulled the curtain aside, trapping Anri between himself and the window. I can hear every breath you take, every single one. Flushed bright red, Anri suddenly thrust both hands against Edwin's chest and shoved hard, trying to force some distance between them. Her face burning, Anri blurted, I'm very happy to see you, my lord. Edwin arched a brow slightly, folding his arms. Happy to see me? Avoiding his gaze guiltily, Anri gave a dry laugh. Then, lifting her skirts, she turned and hurried away without looking back. Edwin stared darkly at the woman before him. How could you barge into my bath like that? Though you are indeed my wife, such conduct is an unacceptable invasion of my personal privacy. Anri froze where she stood. Flustered, she waved her hands and explained, I swear I really did not mean to do anything rude. It's just, you were in there so long, and I truly had something very important I want to discuss with you. Folding his arms over his chest, Edwin said, could you not have waited until I came out? Well then, what exactly did you want to discuss? Sitting at the edge of the bed, Anri said, well, honestly, this newlywed life makes me uncomfortable. Since your room is right next door, I thought perhaps it would be better if we slept separately. Edwin tilted his head slightly. He gazed at her in silence. Anri shrugged. What I mean is, we're both exhausted right now, aren't we? So perhaps we should simply focus on getting a good night's sleep first. Edwin put his hands on his hips. The two fell into a standoff. Pressing her clasped hands to her lips, Anri said, about what happened just now. I truly am very sorry. Edwin bent down. Do you really think that looking at me with such pitiful eyes will make me let this pass? Clearly, whatever you wanted to say just now could have waited until after I had finished bathing. Anri shrank back a little. I know, but then something occurred to her. Putting on a righteous expression, she said, "Don't worry. I only saw your back." And I was so startled then that I didn't even get a good look at whatever else I might have seen. Edwin pressed a hand helplessly to his forehead. "Do you think saying that makes me feel any better?" Steeling herself, Amory said, "Don't be angry. Come have some delicious sweets. Then afterward we can each go back to our own room and sleep. What do you think?" Edwin answered coldly. Regrettably, Edwin advanced on her with heavy steps. "Miss Henry, I do not like being told what to do." Intimidated by his forceful presence, Henry instinctively retreated backward. "Do not come any closer." In her panic, she twisted to avoid him, but her foot slipped. She lost her balance and fell backward heavily onto the soft bed. Henry squeezed her eyes shut and cried in terror, "Wait, I'm not ready yet." Henry opened her eyes in confusion. Edwin looked down at her and ordered, "Don't move." He reached out and seized the bell pull hanging by the bed. There came a hurried knock from outside the door. Chester pushed open the door and asked, sounding a little rushed, "Did you call for me, my lord?" Without turning around, Edwin ordered, "Remove all this food. Tell everyone to leave this floor." He lifted a hand and casually brushed aside the loose hair over his forehead. "As you can see, I am rather pressed for time at the moment." Chester lowered his head in alarm. "Yes, my lord." Henry let out a cry of despair inwardly. "No, my beloved desserts." She abruptly sat up on the bed. "Perhaps you could leave the pudding, or at least the wine." Edwin reached out, his fingertips lightly brushing Henry's cheek. "Why would we need wine, my lady?" Leaning close to her ear, he spoke in a low, intimate voice. "I am already drunk." "Drunk on you." Henry went utterly still. What nonsense is he saying? Has this man gone insane? Chester immediately pushed the serving cart out and hurried from the room. A chill ran through Henry. Seeing the situation slipping out of control, she decided to risk everything and strike back using Edwin's one weakness. She suddenly thrust both hands at Edwin's waist and mercilessly tickled him. Edwin staggered backward in disarray, and the charged atmosphere vanished at once. In disbelief, Edwin demanded, "Are you some kind of pervert?" Sitting on the bed, Henry shouted back, "Who are you calling pervert? You're the pervert here. You suddenly pounced on me like that." Turning her head aside in a huff, she added, "I can't believe you actually had them take away all the sweets. I'm really hungry, you know, Edwin." He let out a helpless sigh. "I only wanted to put on a show for my subordinates and act as though my wife and I were close, so that afterward we could naturally sleep separately. We can't let anyone know that we didn't spend our wedding night together." Henry froze, softly repeating the title under her breath. "My wife." He fell silent for a moment, then turned over and lay with his back to Edwin, muttering grumpily, "Fine. You nearly scared me into having a heart attack just now. You're really good at playing with a woman's heart, aren't you? No wonder you have that kind of reputation." Hearing that, Edwin gave a faintly amused smile. "I could say the same thing about you. You've been driving me crazy all day, and even now, you still—" The atmosphere in the room turned awkward. Edwin was the first to break the silence. "All right, let's not argue on our wedding night. Let's just say we were both at fault." Henry buried her face in the pillow. "Fine. I'm hungry and tired, and right now, I just want to sleep." She closed her eyes and softly said, "Good night, my lord." Edwin replied in a low voice, "Sweet dreams, my lady." Chester pushed the dining cart down the corridor, the wheels making soft, rattling sounds. She hurried through the doors. Inside the room, a young man was holding a wine glass and eating snacks. Chester's sudden entrance startled him, and he asked in surprise, "Miss Chester, you look not like you've seen a ghost." Chester stood in the doorway, her face pale, her eyes full of barely concealed shock. Chester shook her head hard. "Don't ask. I was just wondering whether that man I saw earlier really was Lord Edwin." The young man asked with concern, "What happened?" Chester suddenly covered her flushed cheeks. "It's nothing. Maybe this is thought for the best instead." The young man stared at her in confusion, completely unable to understand what had happened. As the night deepened, the ducal estate slowly fell silent. Edwin stood beside the bed, looking down at the already sleeping Henry. He raised a hand and lightly pressed his fingertips to his abdomen, where Henry had scratched him earlier. Could that really have been a coincidence? When people tickle someone, aren't they supposed to go for the armpits or the sides? Edwin's fingers tightened slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling. The way she reached for me just now, it was almost as if she already knew exactly where on my body I was most ticklish. Edwin abruptly stood up. "I'm overthinking this. Even my mother doesn't know that. How could she possibly know?" He stopped, turned his head, and looked at Henri lying on the bed. A complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. Henri slept quietly, her breathing light. She has no idea what this marriage means to me. He bent down and gazed at her peaceful, sleeping face. I'm even afraid to fall asleep. Edwin leaned close to her ear. What if all of this turns out to be nothing but a dream? From the depths of his memory, the figure lying in a pool of blood surfaced once more, the nightmare he could never escape. A heavy ancient book opened in the silence, its pages flipping rapidly, recording the past of one who had been cursed. Once there was a man born with a silver spoon in his mouth, yet destined to live a miserable life. Though he had everything, he treasured nothing, because he knew full well that the power and wealth in his hands could never bring him true happiness. A family portrait, stained with ink, showed the three figures broken apart. Grown-up Edwin stood before portraits of his parents, his back radiating loneliness. A large hand pressed hard on Edwin's shoulder. He cried out in terror, "Father, I'm sorry." The man's voice was cold and severe. "If you truly understood what you did wrong, Edwin, you wouldn't be shedding such pitiful tears." The heavy wardrobe doors were locked tightly. Young Edwin was shut inside that cramped darkness. He pounded the doors in despair. "Father, please, let me out," because no one had ever wished Edwin happiness. He had never thought to pray for happiness for himself. He devoted the rest of his life to an almost self-immolating desire, chasing the queen like a mad dog, letting his reputation fall into the mire and blood while swallowing his pride. Rumors spread beyond splendid frames. People pointed at his back and whispered, "He follows the queen around like a dog. He isn't even worthy of being her lover. He's the disgrace of the Briston family." Then his mother's death burned away the last scrap of warmth in his heart. Beneath a dead tree, an overturned stool and a hanging rope became shadows that could never leave his memory. Elise staggered backward in fear. "It was Duke Moore who sent those assassins, not me. Please, you have to believe me." Edwin advanced in silence. Blood dripped from his sword in his hand. Elise suddenly changed her expression. "Let's stop fighting, Edwin. Drink this glass of wine. Let's toast to our reunion." At last he realized that what he had once mistaken for love had been nothing but despair from beginning to end. Edwin raised the glass, tears slipping from his eyes. Looking at the woman before him, he said in a low voice, "Liar." Abandoned by the world, he drank the poison wine. Blood bloomed like flowers in a void. He murmured inwardly, "Come to hell with me, Elise." Edwin suddenly pulled Elise toward him and kissed those lips that belonged to despair. The wine glass slipped from his fingers, tracing a star-like arc through the air before crashing to the floor and shattering completely. Willingly, he fell into hell. The heavy ancient book slammed shut with a dull boom. The story ended there. Edwin's eyes flew open. Around him was nothing but lifeless emptiness. He looked around at the boundless darkness. Where is this? It's pitch black everywhere. But I'm already dead, aren't I? Is this hell? A blurry voice sounded in the darkness. What a marvelous story. Edwin turned sharply. The heavy ancient book beside him was flipping rapidly. But I do feel a little sorry for the male lead, Edwin. Edwin looked around warily. What exactly is happening? Whose voices are these? A mocking voice rang out again. How can you pity him? He abandoned his family and even became a murderer for a woman. Edwin's pupils contracted. Those voices echoed in his ears like a judgment. He doesn't deserve a happy ending. But there's always something special about a man willing to destroy himself for love. What a moving story, Edwin. Standing in the void, listening to them pass judgment on his life, he heard another cold voice ask, "What's so remarkable about this story?" The voices overlapped in the darkness. One said excitedly, "This story is amazing." Immediately another replied indifferently, "I think it's boring." If I were Edwin, I would have given up on Elise long ago. A shrill scratching noise echoed through the void. Edwin clutched his ears in agony. "Stop, please stop." It felt as though his soul were being sliced apart by countless invisible blades. Again and again, until much later, after he had completely lost himself, he finally realized that the fantasies tormenting him were nothing more than that the sound of pages being opened and closed over and over. In the darkness, Edwin raised his head, his eyes holding a deathly clarity. Listening to those unfamiliar voices freely judging his life, he finally understood one thing. Every choice he had made in his life, no matter how hard it had been, no matter how painful the process, had actually been predetermined from the very start. It was nothing more than a fixed route towards self-destruction. Edwin had even been stripped of the peace of death. He lifted his head. So this is my curse. He realized he was destined to exist forever, merely as a tool created to satisfy others. His life had never belonged to himself. It belonged to that nameless author and to those faceless readers. Edwin collapsed heavily to the ground. A cold voice mocked him at his ear. Pitiful Edwin, why would I waste love on someone like you? When you can't even keep a little love for yourself, what you feel for me isn't love at all. You're just a child throwing a tantrum. To me, you're nothing more than a toy you can't have. No one will ever love you, Edwin. Edwin roared from the abyss of despair. That's not true. A blinding light suddenly exploded. Edwin jolted awake from the blood-soaked dream, breathing hard as he looked around. Then, amid the sudden upheaval, a trembling female voice came from the void. He may have treated you like a toy, but you never gave him a chance. Elise, how dare you judge Edwin like that? You're the one who never understood what love is. Edwin stood frozen, listening to this voice, defending him in a way he had never heard before. The woman's voice gradually sank lower, breaking with a faint sob. Someone does love you, Edwin. She covered her face and wept. Or at least, I love you, Edwin. I promise I'll make sure you find happiness. Edwin sank down in the void, his face full of disbelief. Me? But I'm only a character in a book. Who would go this far to protect me? He looked up blankly. Why? Before he could make sense of it, another burning light completely engulfed him. Edwin raised a hand to shield his eyes, unable to look straight into the glare. When he opened them again, it was July 7th, the summer when he was 4 years old. A woman in a purple dress stood with her back to him. It was a figure long blurred in his memory. Edwin stared at her blankly, not daring to make a sound. The woman turned around. Edwin. She quickly came over to him. Edwin, what's wrong? Are you feeling ill somewhere? Edwin looked up at her and thought, she's so beautiful. Tears suddenly poured from his eyes without warning, as if all the grievances and despair from his previous life were spilling out at once. The woman was frightened. Edwin, what on earth is wrong? That day became one Edwin would never forget. He had been given a second chance. Edwin suddenly threw himself into the woman's arms and held her tightly, feeling that real, warm body. In that moment, he was no longer the lonely soul abandoned by the world. Edwin nestled close in his mother's embrace. Though he knew this world was nothing more than one built from words in a book, the warmth and light he felt at that moment were more real than any memory he had ever had. Choking back tears, he whispered, I'm fine, Mother. Ever since returning to this starting point, I have done my best to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. Instead, I chose to become a qualified heir to the Duke. His father's broad hand fell on his shoulder, praising him. Excellent, Edwin. I'm proud of you. You are the true heir of the Bristol family. To him, beginning this new life as a Duke was not difficult. Whether it was playing the role of a proper son or preserving the dignity of the family at a funeral, he handled everything flawlessly. As an adult, Edwin attended social functions in a crisp military dress uniform with his mother on his arm. He removed every rotten parasite from his life, keeping only the absolutely loyal followers. Albert reminded him quietly, that lady, the Duchess, is ready. Edwin gave a faint nod. Although his life had already settled onto an extremely stable path, deep within him remained an unattainable dream, one he still could not reach even after living a second life. Welcome. Edwin gazed at the beam of light descending through the void. He had once longed to personally thank the voice that had broken the curse, but he also knew that it was ultimately impossible. That voice belonged to a reader from another world, while he was only a character in a book. The only repayment he could offer was to work hard to find happiness in this world. Edwin stood by the window, looking out at the silent night. He was no longer the puppet of fate. He turned and looked at Henri lying on the bed. In his first life, he had never crossed paths with this woman at all. Henri glancing back over her shoulder from horseback with a smile, that pure, vivid expression. That was what had first drawn him in. Edwin took a step forward. To him, Henri was living proof that he had successfully escaped the failed life of his past. He sat on the edge of the bed and bent down to look at Henri's sleeping face, his eyes filled with a gentleness and calm he had never known before. Edwin reached out and lightly covered the back of Henri's hand, feeling that reality that belonged to him. That's why all I want from you is for you to stay by my side forever. Stay within my sight. He lowered his head, picked up a strand of Henri's hair, and softly kissed it against his lips. I beg you, never leave my side. Henri looked especially peaceful in her sleep. Edwin gazed at her. I cannot bear not to lose sight of you. The birdsong outside the window woke the morning. Sunlight poured into the magnificent dining room. Looking at the scene before her, Elizabeth sighed with emotion. I never thought I'd live to see a morning like this. When I first heard you two didn't want to go on a honeymoon, I worried for quite some time. But now, it seems I was worrying for nothing. Sitting at the table, Henri's gaze drifted unconsciously toward the doorway. Chester was standing there. Henri felt a pang of regret. Oh no, I forgot Chester saw that yesterday. She withdrew her gaze. Thank you for going to so much trouble for us. Elizabeth looked proudly at the newlyweds and said, the two of you should get some proper rest today. You must be exhausted. After all, from now on, your days are only going to get busier and busier. Henri lowered her head slightly. Thank you. She maintained a polite smile, but inside, she felt a sharp ache. Looking at the trusting face of the elder before her, Henri couldn't help thinking. Since she assumes we spent last night together, she's probably already counting how many grandchildren she'll have to hold. Henri apologized silently. I'm sorry, madam, but the only thing your son gave me last night was the chance to sleep well. Henri turned to look at her husband beside her, remembering that when she woke up this morning, Edwin was already gone. She wondered whether, in the days ahead, he would still be willing to cooperate the way he had last night. Elizabeth set down her cutlery and asked, by the way, did you get acquainted with everyone yesterday? Henri came back to herself and replied, yes. I've already greeted all the ladies in the parish and quite a few guests from the capital as well. Elizabeth nodded with satisfaction. That's good. We should plan a garden party to strengthen the new social ties you've established. Listening to her mother-in-law's suggestion, Henri thought to herself that she was right. As a duchess with no roots at all in the capital, I really should join high society circles to build a firm position for myself. But I only intend to be the Duchess for 3 years. That kind of long-term social investment may not be necessary. Henri unconsciously clenched her skirt for a moment. But since my mother-in-law has been so kind to me, I feel obligated to go along with it. Besides, one never knows when good connections might come in handy. Henri nodded and replied, I think sometime this month would be suitable. Seeing that Henri agreed, Elizabeth immediately turned to her son and asked, Edwin, can you spare some time to attend the party? You only need to show your face. Edwin, the hand holding his cutlery, paused slightly. He lifted his head. After yesterday, I'm sure no one doubts anymore that Henri is my wife and the Duchess of Bristol. Elizabeth clicked her tongue in displeasure. We only held a wedding. That's not enough to satisfy everyone's curiosity about Henri. If you truly love your wife, you shouldn't mind sparing 10 short minutes for her. Edwin, after a moment of silence, he finally gave in and nodded faintly. Henri quietly raised her eyes and stole a glance at her husband's cool, stern profile. Edwin lifted his teacup and took a sip. Henri, the hand holding Henri's teacup, trembled slightly. He said my name. Hearing him call me directly by name somehow feels a little embarrassing. Elizabeth set down her teacup and asked, my dear, do you have any plans for today? Henri came back to herself and answered, I was planning to go to the greenhouse and have a chat with Mrs. Dillis. Smiling, Elizabeth suggested, if you'd like to see the most beautiful greenhouse in the kingdom, just say the word. Edwin, you're welcome to join us as well. Henri immediately added, I'd be delighted. Edwin suddenly spoke. Henri, startled. Henri answered, yes, my lord. Edwin looked at her and asked, could you give me a little of your time this afternoon? Henri blinked in surprise. Of course, certainly. Seeing Edwin take the initiative to invite Henri, Elizabeth smiled to herself in satisfaction, her eyes full of pride. Afternoon sunlight bathed the wide racetrack, where several fine horses were roaming leisurely over the grass. Standing by the fence, Henri looked in astonishment at the endless expanse of green before her. Edwin had actually set aside this much land just for his horses. I finally understand why everyone calls this place the Grand Track. Edwin, he led Henri toward the fence. Keelstan and Marilyn stood together. When Keelstan saw his master approach, he let out a cheerful whinny. Edwin gently stroked Keelstan, who looked very docile. Watching the scene, Henri asked, is this why you brought me here today? Edwin turned to her and said, I thought you would want to see Marilyn. Henri's eyes widened with delight. Marilyn came over affectionately, nuzzling Henri's cheek and even playfully nibbling at the brim of her hat. Happily petting Marilyn, Henri said, I missed you so much, Marilyn. Looking at the two horses before her, she remembered that the groom Jeffrey had said Keelstan had been helping Marilyn adjust to her new home. Marilyn looked genuinely happy, leaning against Keelstan. The two horses looked extremely close. Anyone could see they were falling in love. Henry let out a relieved sigh. Gently stroking Marilyn's face, she felt truly happy to see that Marilyn was doing so well here. Henry looked at the black stallion beside her and said, Keelstan, thank you for taking care of Marilyn. Keelstan let out a bright whinny in response. Somewhat moved, Henry said to Edwin, these two pulled our wedding carriage yesterday, but I never had a chance to properly thank them. Standing nearby, Edwin replied, My lady, you've been busy ever since you arrived here. Besides, these two are newlyweds as well. I'm sure they've been enjoying their own private time together. Henry paused slightly at those words. Marilyn haughtily flicked her tail and ran off toward the deeper part of the field. Keelstan, flustered, whinnied and chased after her, as if begging forgiveness. Watching the two horses run off, Edwin's expression darkened somewhat. Why do I feel like I'm looking at my son and his overbearing wife? Henry softly called, My lord. Edwin stopped and answered, What is it? Lowering her head, Henry said, If you don't mind, you can keep calling me Henry directly from now on. She lifted her head, her face faintly flushed, and added, I think it's better if things are a little simpler. At that, the corner of Edwin's mouth curved in a nearly imperceptible smile. Henry froze for a moment and looked at him in confusion. Gazing into her eyes, Edwin asked, Then can you do the same for me? Before Henry could react, Edwin lowered his head slightly. How long do you plan to keep calling your husband, my lord? Henry's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly turned her head away. That smile was far too lethal. Even though she usually seemed sharp and capable, when it came to romance, she was really just a girl experiencing first love. Henry steadied her breathing. Sorry. I think my lord still comes more naturally to me for now. The two stood side by side beneath the shade of a tree, looking out at the distant field. Edwin replied softly, I understand. He turned his face slightly, a blush still lingering on it. Edwin, looking at her profile, he said, Then it seems I'll have to work harder to win your heart. A breeze passed over the field. In the distance, Marilyn and Keelstan were nestled close together, enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Henry nervously twisted her skirt in front of her with both hands. She spoke softly. My lord, I plan to go to the capital this weekend. Could you come with me? I want to buy my sister Eunice a gift to thank her for the wedding present she gave me. I like to choose it myself. Edwin looked at her uneasy expression. No problem. I'll make time. Before he could finish speaking, Albert called out loudly, My lord. Edwin and Henry turned at the same time. Looking apologetic, Albert said, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you both, but this urgent letter has just arrived from the palace. I thought it should be delivered to you at once. Edwin frowned. I only got married yesterday. Couldn't they at least let me rest? Henry was secretly startled. A letter from the palace? After reading the letter, Edwin suddenly clenched his fist. One line was faintly visible. A chance to let your beloved stallion serve 2 broodmares and continue the bloodline. Edwin was silent for a long time. I am sorry, Henri. Looking out toward the track, Edwin said, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you to the capital this weekend. He withdrew his gaze. It looks like I'll have to make a trip to the palace. There are some things I must persuade His Majesty to abandon. Tilting her head in confusion, Henry asked, Persuade His Majesty to abandon what? Adjusting his cuffs, Edwin replied, It's nothing serious. He turned to the attendant beside him and inform them that I will arrive on time. Though Henry only pouted inwardly, she felt somewhat dissatisfied. If it's nothing serious, why can't you just tell me directly? Edwin looked at Henry in silence. He knew very well that if he told her the king had set his sights on Keelstan, it would only upset her even more. On the track, Keelstan was running side by side with Marilyn. Edwin watched them. His Majesty has always wanted something of mine. I have to go to the palace myself to refuse him. For now, I have no intention of letting Keelstan mate with any other mare. Aside from not wanting, not to get entangled with the royal family, Keelstan is currently completely infatuated with Marilyn. I'm afraid he wouldn't cooperate with anyone else anyway. Frowning, Edwin said, It would just be a waste of everyone's time. Henry looked at him. He really does look upset about going to the palace. I wonder what exactly the king asked for to irritate him this much. Edwin turned around and asked, Henry, do you absolutely have to go back to the capital this weekend? Why don't we reschedule and pick a day that's convenient for both of us? Henry was silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, No, that's not necessary. It's only a quick trip anyway. Edwin nodded after hearing that. Duchess Anne of Bristol sat on the sofa with a teacup in her hand. Anais came running over excitedly. "Look at this." Anais held up the magazine in her hand. Setting down her cup, Anne asked, "What's that?" "It's Belgravia, a magazine devoted to refined culture and the arts. Although it often publishes professional articles about fine art, its views are usually superficial and lack academic value. The real reason it is so popular with society ladies of every rank is the latest gossip mixed in among the pages." Pointing to the magazine, Anais asked excitedly, "My lady, do you see anything interesting? There's an article about you in here." Henry looked surprised. "About me?" Anais nodded. "It's about your wedding." Henry took the magazine and let her gaze fall over the densely packed print. She softly read one of the lines aloud. "The dead count's daughter won the duke's heart with her boldness." Henry looked at the sketch of her wedding dress in the magazine. "I never expected my wedding gown to cause such a sensation. But for people of this era, that design really is quite avant-garde." She closed the magazine. "I was worried people might find it too revealing and dislike it. Now it seems it was a pleasant surprise." Somewhat embarrassed, Henry said, "I didn't expect everyone to respond so positively. I really didn't do much, so all this praise feels a little undeserved." Anais immediately objected. "What are you saying, my lady? You designed that dress yourself. And besides you, who else could have worn it so perfectly? At the time, you looked just like a fairy from a myth." Henry blushed from the praise and replied with a smile, "Thank you, but I really didn't do much. All this praise is making me shy." She suddenly stopped, as if remembering something important. "Oh dear, I forgot. I have proper business to attend to today." Turning her head, Henry instructed Bonita. Bonita immediately bowed slightly in response. "Yes, my lady." Henry asked softly, "Could you bring Miss Chester for me?" Chester soon entered the room, standing off to one side and looking somewhat uneasy. Henry picked up the teapot and naturally poured Chester a cup of tea. Alarmed, Chester hurriedly said, "Duchess of Bristol, please don't do that." "Holding there. That is supposed to be my duty." Smiling, Henry replied, "It's all right. I can manage something as simple as pouring tea. I only wanted to thank you for all your help during this time. Here, try it and see whether it suits your taste." Chester looked down at the teacup, anxiety filling her heart. "Is she punishing me because I reported what I saw on the wedding night to the Dowager Duchess? Otherwise, why is she forcing me to break the rules and sit here as if we were equals?" Lifting the cup, Chester said, "You don't need to apologize to me, my lady. I merely did my duty as a maid." Henry laughed softly. "I know, but I still wanted to express my gratitude." Chester took a sip of the tea and looked up in surprise. "This tea?" Looking at Henry's sincere smile, she said, "My lady, this is an excellent cup of tea." "Henry," she pointed to the wooden box on the table and said, "Why don't you see what's in that box?" Following her gesture, Chester looked over. Henry continued, "I prepared a small bonus for the staff of the estate to thank everyone for their hard work recently. There are 157 employees in the manor in total, if I remember correctly. The envelopes have all been labeled. You only need to distribute them. Of course, there's one for you as well, Miss Chester." Chester was startled. "My lady, you are far too generous." Henry pushed the wooden box toward her and said with a smile, "If you feel uneasy accepting it, you may simply think of it as a little bribe. It's a reward for your loyalty, and I hope you'll continue to offer such excellent service in the future." Chester bowed deeply and said, "Thank you very much, Duchess of Bristol." Holding the wooden box, Chester suddenly froze, as if remembering something. Come to think of it, the day before your wedding, one of the footmen resigned. So at present, there are only 156 employees in the manor. Henry's eyes widened in surprise. "Goodness, who resigned? I must have been too busy then. I didn't notice at all." Chester replied, "His name was Lewis Howard. He left because someone recommended him for another job." Lewis Howard. In Henry's mind appeared the image of a young man. She remembered that on the wedding day, he had blushed and told her she looked lovely. "I remember him. He was a very nice young man." Henry asked, "Why did he leave?" Looking slightly puzzled, Chester explained, "His Grace personally recommended him for the new position. Apparently, a baron in the capital had a better vacancy, and Lord Edwin wrote a recommendation letter himself so Lewis could take the post there." Henry was stunned, filled with disbelief. Edwin had personally written a recommendation letter for an ordinary footman? Night fell, and candlelight flickered in the study. Edwin sat alone at his desk, reviewing documents. A soft knock came at the door. Henry pushed it open and said quietly, "Forgive the interruption, Duke." She stepped into the room. "Have you had dinner?" Edwin set down the quill in his hand and replied, "Yes. I ate a little in the office." Henry nodded. "That's good. I felt a little lonely eating by myself, so I thought I'd come and see you. Edwin paused and looked at Henry in silence. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to the dining room and eat with you. Henry blinked in surprise and let out a soft little gasp. Seeing Edwin's serious expression, Henry couldn't help laughing softly. All right, then it's settled. Looking at Edwin, she thought, I never expected him to give such an adorable answer. He really has changed. He's completely different from the cold Edwin I remember. His personality may seem the same, but the choices he makes always surprise me. Edwin picked up his pen again. Was there something else you wanted to discuss? Coming back to herself, Henry replied, oh yes. I actually came because I wanted to ask whether I need to meet with a lawyer. Edwin's pen suddenly halted, leaving an ugly blot of ink on the paper. Henry, he let out a deep sigh and rubbed his brow irritably. Why will my wife need a lawyer? Henry blinked. Well, because after our contract ends, I need to make plans for my life afterward, don't I? Thinking as she spoke, she continued, I think I should start preparing now for what will happen 3 years from now. Edwin looked at Henry seriously and said, if you really need a lawyer, I'd be more than willing to help you with those matters. Henry shook her head. I don't want to trouble you, and I have the right to meet a lawyer myself, don't I? Besides, it will be more efficient that way. The atmosphere between them immediately grew tense. Briston let out a long sigh and helplessly pressed a hand to his forehead. Fine. Our lawyer comes once a month, but if you'd like to see him sooner, I can ask when he's available. Hearing that, Henry smiled brightly. Thank you, my lord. Good night. The study door closed softly, and Edwin sat alone behind the wide desk. I really don't know what to do with her. Henry's image came to mind. She blushes over the smallest things, yet when she stands against me, she never backs down. Thinking back to their first meeting, Henry had seemed very bold and sharp-tongued, then as well, nothing like an ordinary girl. But 3 years really is a long time. Edwin lowered his eyes. He was certain he had enough time to change her mind. There was no need to rush. Meanwhile, in another quiet room, Henry sat at a desk, her pen scratching across the paper. She listed a string of questions she needed to clarify. The first concerned the family's contribution. The second concerned Ben's whereabouts. And the third concerned the fact that he still had not met Henry. Henry stopped writing. The third is what worries me most. Why haven't they met yet? Sitting alone by the window, Henry was full of confusion. Why haven't Edwin and Elise met yet? According to the original story, the two of them should have met at a ball hosted by Briston. At that ball, in order to observe Edwin without being disturbed, Elise deliberately dyed her hair and wore glasses, trying to conceal her identity. Yet her mysterious and elegant air only drew more attention. To escape the crowd, she fled alone to the terrace. It was there that she met Edwin, who likewise wanted to avoid the noise. But Edwin spent the entire ball with me. Even though Eunice and I arrived late, before I got there, he should have had plenty of time to run into Elise. The more Henry thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Could it be that even though they met, they simply weren't attracted to each other? She irritably grabbed her quill and let out a troubled groan. No. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. As a devoted reader of this story, she could not accept the plot straying so far off course. At the time, Edwin's proposal left me so dazed that I completely forgot about that important scene. Afterward, I'd been busy with all sorts of things and never had the chance to sit down and think it through carefully. Henry ran her fingertips lightly over the leather-covered notebook. I truly don't know how to think about the Edwin of now. I thought I knew him better than anyone. She stood and slowly paced the empty room. Stopping before a huge oil painting, she stared at the blurred image within it. But one thing is certain. I don't have any time to waste. 3 years is not much time at all. Morning sunlight shone over the grand estate. A carriage was already waiting quietly below the steps. Lifting her skirt, Henry hurried down the broad stairs, then suddenly stopped and let out a surprised little cry. Edwin stood not far away in the corridor, as steady and composed as ever. Henry walked over and asked, I thought you'd already left. Edwin turned to her and replied, I was just about to go. Before I leave, I wanted to give you something. Edwin took a card from inside his coat and handed it to her. This is the business card of the lawyer I mentioned before. Henry reached out and accepted it. Thank you. A trace of puzzlement stirred in her heart. Why give it to me now of all times? Was he standing here, waiting just to hand this card to me personally? Henry lowered her head and carefully tucked the card into her small handbag. Edwin stared at her and said, Don't stay out too long. You should be home before dark. Henry asked in surprise. What? Is there any reason I have to come back early? Edwin explained seriously. I've heard a gang of robbers has been lurking around the outskirts of the capital. They seem to target ladies who are still on the road after dark. Henry drew in a sharp breath, looking somewhat nervous. Edwin continued, the Capitol Police have been overwhelmed with this case. Patrolmen are everywhere in the streets. It's only a matter of time before they're caught. He paused, then added, but it's never a bad idea to be careful. Henry nodded. I understand. I'll be careful. Elsewhere, in a magnificent building in the capital, Duke Briston, the Emperor's voice rang out. Since I know you dislike beating around the bush, I'll say it plainly. I'm not asking you to hand over Keelstand immediately. So frankly, I don't understand why you're being so stubborn. It would be a terrible waste to let such an outstanding stud go unused. Surely you don't want to give those excellent genes to just any mare, do you? Edwin lowered his head slightly. Please believe me, Your Majesty. It also pains me greatly to keep refusing your proposal. The Emperor let out a cold laugh. Huh, you don't look pained in the slightest. Leaning back in his chair, he looked at Edwin sharply. And what about 3 years from now? He's still a young horse now. I'm willing to wait a few years. Edwin set down the wine glass in his hand. Even then, it's very likely I would still have to refuse you. Keelstand is not the sort of horse who will obediently go mate just because I order him to. As an exchange, if Keelstand has offspring in the future, I would be willing to give the royal family first breeding rights. With a loud bang, the Emperor furiously slammed his fist onto the table. His cutlery rattled noisily. The guards standing to the side all stiffened in fright. It seems we won't reach an agreement today. With a dark expression, the Emperor said, we'll discuss this matter another time. He stood and coldly threw out a sentence. Duke Briston, make yourself at home. I have other affairs to attend to. I'll take my leave. Edwin bowed slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor clicked his tongue in displeasure and gave a hostile snort. Edwin let out a long sigh, looking somewhat weary. At the same time, in a spacious corridor on the other side of the palace, Elise was striding forward with a hunting rifle on her back. Jenna followed behind, praising sincerely, Your Highness, your memory is always astonishing. There was authority in Elise's gaze. I think my hunting skills have already surpassed Maximilian's. What do you think, Jenna? Maximilian suddenly barked loudly, wagging his tail excitedly, as if refuting his mistress's claim. Smiling, Jenna replied, Your Highness, Sir Maximilian seems not to agree with your opinion. Elise gave a soft laugh. What a cheeky little thing. She was just about to keep walking when her eyes were drawn to a figure outside the window, and she let out a quiet sound of surprise. Looking at the figure crossing the courtyard below, Elise thought to herself, Duke Briston, what's he doing here? I assumed he would be too occupied enjoying newlywed life to bother with anything else. Jenna asked quietly from beside her, That's Duke Briston. Shall I ask about the purpose of his visit? Elise shook her head and refused. No, there's no need. As if suddenly remembering something, her eyes grew deeper. Oh, that does remind me. What is our great sovereign most obsessed with these days? He has been wanting a top-quality stallion for breeding, hasn't he? Standing before Gray's atelier, Henry let out a heartfelt sigh of wonder. Wow. She pushed open the door and entered the shop, the bell giving a crisp ring. It was her first time personally visiting an art supply store. The shop was filled with an array of painting tools, and many unfamiliar items dazzled her eyes. Henry's gaze fell on a neatly arranged box of colors. Are those paints? She bent down curiously and looked closer at the display on the counter. Anise quietly followed behind her. At that moment, Joseph stepped forward, his tone carrying a trace of unease. May I help you with something, miss? Henry turned and replied, Oh, I'm here to buy a gift. Do you have any recommendations? The shopkeeper answered readily, Of course. We have many items here that would make suitable gifts. The shopkeeper studied Henry closely, privately marveling that he had never seen anyone with pink hair before. Could this be the rumored new Duchess of Briston, the rising star of the art world, the one who had bought every work by the Artist of the Year? The shopkeeper cautiously asked, If you don't mind me asking, who is this gift for? Henry answered a little shyly, Oh, it's for my older sister. She likes painting, but I don't know much about art, so I'm not sure what she would like. After hearing that, the shopkeeper suggested, In that case, paints are always a safe choice. Would you like me to recommend a few brands? Duchess of Briston. Henry started in surprise and asked, Oh, you know who I am? The shopkeeper gave her a bright smile. Of course, your keen eye for discovering new talent is already quite famous. The shopkeeper gave a playful wink. After all, if you want to do business in the capital, it's not enough just to know the latest in furs and hides. You also have to keep up with every trend. You must move with the times. Henry smiled awkwardly. It is a little embarrassing, but I'm truly honored. She looked at the shopkeeper and said, in that case, I'll trust your professional judgment completely. Please recommend whatever you think is best. Henry added, price is not an issue. At once, a gleam flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. If that's the case, then please allow me to show you Walter Newman Company's new watercolor paints. The shopkeeper opened the lid of a box and introduced them to Henry. These paints contain glycerin, so they're very convenient to use. They dissolve quickly and set well. Looking at the novel packaging, Henry asked, Walter Newman? The shopkeeper nodded. Yes, they're a new company, but they've already become known for the high quality of their products. This particular line is especially popular because of its newly developed container. The shopkeeper picked up one of the paints and showed it to Henry. With this container, you can see the color inside directly, and it's much lighter than the animal bladders other brands use. Henry lifted the transparent container and asked in surprise, is this glass? The shopkeeper nodded again. Yes, you do have to handle it carefully, but the convenience it offers is absolutely worth it. Henry took the container and lightly ran her fingers over the label. So it was still too early for metal paint tubes to exist. Staring at the black bird emblem on the label, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Wait, where have I seen this mark before? Henry suddenly jolted. Oh, I remember now. This is the company that would eventually invent tube paint. If I remember correctly, it was a tremendous contribution to the art world. Walter Newman saw the potential in a paint tube that had originally been invented by an artist for personal use, then bought the patent. They added the screw cap design, and just like that, the modern paint tube was born. This new kind of container made paint more portable than ever before. Artists began carrying their paints outdoors, into nature, to capture ever-changing scenes. Henry stared at the paint in her hand, imagining the future. It was portable paint that made Impressionism possible, ushering in a new era of art. Some of those masterpieces could be completed in only 3 hours. If tube paints still weren't on the market now, then did that mean they hadn't been invented yet? Henry tightened her grip on the glass container. Am I about to witness a revolution with my own eyes? She squeezed the container in her hand and fell into thought. Then Henry suddenly lifted her head. Anais, we have to move quickly. I may have even more to do today than I expected. Anais blinked. Pardon? As if she had just remembered something, Henry said, oh, but before that, we need to buy Eunice's gift first. She turned to the shopkeeper and said, please give me 2 sets of these paints and the best brushes in your shop as well. 1 full set in every size. Pointing at the counter, Henry continued, and that one too. The shopkeeper, all smiles, rubbed his hands together. Certainly, my lady. In his study, Joseph was bent over a mountain of ledgers. The nib of his quill raced across the paper with a constant scratching sound. Suddenly, the wall clock chimed, its heavy toll echoing through the room. Joseph abruptly stopped writing and looked up at the time. Good heavens, look at the hour. A hurried knock came from outside the door. Helen stood there calling, Mr. Joseph, the Duchess of Bristol has come to see you. Joseph instantly panicked. Please wait just a moment. A loud crash suddenly came from inside the room. Helen jumped, while Henry and Anais also stood in the corridor looking startled. The door slowly opened, and Joseph appeared, drenched in sweat, wearing a stiff smile. It is an honor to see you, Duchess of Bristol, Henry replied politely. The pleasure is mine as well. Joseph stepped aside. I'm honored that you came in person to see me, my lady. Please come in. Helen, could you prepare some tea? But Henry suddenly interrupted. Please wait a moment. She turned to Anais and said, Anais, could you go buy some chocolate sweets for me? She handed a gold coin to Anais. Anais paused in surprise as she accepted it. Henry added with a smile, there's no rush. Take your time choosing. You can even look around nearby if you like. Anais bowed respectfully. As you wish, my lady. Joseph stood to one side, visibly uneasy. Has the matter become so serious that she needed to send her attendant away? Henry looked at Joseph and said, as the one who drafted this marriage contract, I trust you understand my situation very well. Joseph nodded. Yes, my lady. Are you here because you want to amend the terms of the contract? Henry shook her head. No, that's not why I came. Looking him straight in the eye, she asked. The term of this marriage contract is 3 years, correct? Joseph answered, yes, my lady. Henry continued, I want to confirm whether everything has been properly arranged regarding the new identity I'll use after the contract expires. Joseph hesitated slightly. Well, leaning forward, he opened the file in his hands. Article 11 does indeed mention the funds you will be entitled to at that time. It states here that the money will be transferred into an account under the name of a fictitious relative. Are you hoping to expand that section? Henry nodded. Yes, I've already thought of an identity. Looking at Joseph, she noticed that once he entered work mode, he became a completely different person, professional and efficient. Joseph smiled happily. I see. I had actually planned to ask you about this in detail the next time you visited. It's a great help that you came to me first. Thank you, my lady. Seeing how cheerful he looked, Henry thought to herself, he really hasn't changed much after all. She took a slip of paper from inside her clothes and slid it across the desk to Joseph. I'd like you to use this name as my new identity. It was my mother's maiden name. Joseph took the slip. Oh, certainly no problem. Looking at the name written on it, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This is far less serious than I expected. It looks like a French name. Did she really come all the way here just to discuss this? Henry continued. I have one more question. I'd like to ask your advice on something. Joseph felt his heart tense. So now her real purpose is finally coming. Is it? Smiling, he replied, Please go ahead, my lady. Henry asked, Are you free this afternoon? Joseph laughed brightly. I've kept the entire afternoon open for you, Duchess. Henry smiled radiantly. I'm glad to hear that. Henry looked at Joseph and said, Because I need you to accompany me somewhere. Joseph replied automatically, Of course, wait, what? Me? As the sun set, a magnificent carriage sped through the streets. It came to a smooth stop in front of Joseph's office. Edwin stepped down from the carriage and looked around. The street was nearly deserted. He muttered under his breath, They should be finished talking by now. But where's the carriage? Did she already go back? Helen nervously poked her head out from behind the door. My sincerest apologies, my lord, but Mr. Joseph is not in his office right now. Edwin's expression darkened instantly, and a chilling coldness seemed to radiate from him. Frowning, Edwin asked, Where is he? No, before that. Has the Duchess of Bristol already returned home? Helen looked extremely flustered. Well, they left together, but they didn't say where they were going. Edwin abruptly pressed a hand to his forehead, the vein in the back of his hand twitching. They left together? How long ago? As Helen stood there a loss, a voice came from behind her. Duke Bristol. Helen turned in surprise. Oh, Mr. Joseph. Joseph came out through the doorway. What brings you here, my lord? Joseph stood before an imposing building, looking up at the sign that read, Paint Company. He clenched the briefcase in his hand. The place she wanted me to accompany her to is a paint company? Joseph turned to look at Henry beside him. She was elegantly holding a teacup. Inwardly, Joseph tried to guess why she had come to a place like this. Henry said softly, I was worried they might refuse to let us in since we didn't make an appointment in advance. Yet the people here were clearly delighted by their arrival. Henry continued, but I knew that letter of recommendation would come in handy. Joseph replied with a smile, Haha, you really prepared thoroughly, as expected of the Duchess of Bristol. But Joseph knew perfectly well that the letter had been unnecessary. In this city, who would dare refuse the Duchess of Bristol? After hesitating for a moment, Joseph asked, My lady, may I ask why you brought me here? Before he could finish, the reception room door opened and Henry hurried in, wearing a welcoming smile. Duchess of Bristol, my sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting. He approached the Duchess of Bristol, gracefully took her hand, and bowed over it. My lady, my name is Henry. William hesitated a moment, then stepped forward and bowed as well. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm William. William lowered his head and gently kissed the back of the Duchess's hand. Then he lifted his gaze and lingered on her face for a brief moment. Henry replied with a smile, Thank you for such a warm reception. Our visit was rather sudden, after all. Henry laughed heartily. Not at all, my lady. It is our honor to receive you. We're delighted to meet the rising star of the art world. Henry looked at the woman before him and thought privately, she looks much younger than I imagined. But why would the Duchess of Bristol come all the way here to visit humble paint merchants like us? The Duchess turned slightly and introduced her companion. Oh, this is Joseph, the Bristol family's lawyer. At the mention of his name, Both Henry and William looked surprised. Joseph? Could this be that Joseph? Henry marveled inwardly. Could this be a perfect chance to gain a new investor? Henry said with sincere admiration. A scientist and an artist working together. Some people might think the two of you belong to completely different worlds, but you truly make a perfect team. It's wonderful to see that you decided to start this business together. Henry laughed and patted William on the shoulder. That's all thanks to this genius here. Without him, none of this would have been possible. He has an astonishing talent for recreating any color you can imagine. Henry let out a little gasp. Wow. And I must say, the coat you're wearing is absolutely charming. Every mark on it is proof of the years of passion and effort you've poured into paint. William's face turned bright red in an instant, and he stammered, "If this." Henry cut in teasingly, "Oh, just look at you." Smiling, Henry said, "I understand now why Walter Newman were able to gain a firm foothold in the art world so quickly. Today, I saw your latest products at Gray's Atelier, and I was truly impressed. Especially the watercolor paints packaged in glass syringes." Henry looked delighted. "Oh, so you're already familiar with our new products?" Henry nodded. "Yes, Gray introduced them to me. I must say, this is nothing short of a revolution. Not only are they easy to carry, but they're also sealed well enough to keep for a long time." Henry explained proudly. Compared to the old paint stored in animal bladders, it really is revolutionary. It also allows the user to control the amount of paint precisely, reducing waste. While Henry spoke enthusiastically, William lowered his head beside him. "We've also received many complaints that the glass tubes are too fragile, so I'm not sure I can call it a complete success." Henry whirled around and hissed under his breath, "You idiot. This is the perfect chance to win over a major investor. Don't ruin it for me." Henry immediately put on a smile again. Please forgive William. He's been so busy developing new products lately that he hasn't been resting properly." Henry asked with interest, "You have a new product already? Your work speed is remarkable." William's expression turned serious and focused. "Oil paint can't be stored like solid pigments. Glass is too fragile. It simply isn't the safest material. I've been thinking that as supporters of art, our duty is to provide artists with the best possible materials." Henry listened quietly, thinking to herself, so they still don't know anything about metal paint tubes. That means this may be an opportunity to accelerate innovation in art. A hopeful light shone in Henry's eyes. This world was ultimately built on fiction, not real history. In that case, interfering just a little shouldn't matter too much, should it? She set down her teacup, the bottom clicking crisply against the saucer. Looking at the two men before her, Henry said, "Now that we've spoken this much, I'm certain I came to the right place. I believe the two of you will be very interested in my idea." Leaning forward slightly, she asked, "Could I trouble you for a pen and a sheet of paper?" Henry and William froze in place. Joseph also looked startled. Smiling, Henry continued, "I think I may have found the answer to the problem you're facing." A little while later, William stared fixedly at the sketch on the paper, his hands trembling. He cried out, This is a truly revolutionary idea." Holding the drawing of a metal tube with a screw cap, his eyes shone with feverish excitement. "I can't believe I never once thought of making something like this." Henry asked hesitantly, "My lady, we've only just met. Are you really certain you want to share this idea with us?" Henry answered calmly, "Yes, because at present, I lack the resources to make it a reality." At the side, Joseph pressed a hand to his forehead in helpless disbelief. William was already completely absorbed in the drawing. A tin container with a screw cap. Tin is highly malleable, easy to process, and resistant to corrosion. The cost may be rather high. That is a drawback. But if we place orders in large quantities— William suddenly lifted his head. "My lady, do you happen to have a sample of such a product on hand? If so, may I examine it closely?" Looking at how impatient he was, Henry laughed inwardly. It seemed he had finally found his voice again. Henry suddenly raised a hand. "Please wait, my lady. If you are willing to share such a precious idea with us, what exactly do you want in return?" In an easy tone, Henry replied, "Once the product goes on sale, please set aside 10% of the profit from the first 5 years." She paused, then continued, and deposited into the account of a gentleman named Henri Dubois. Joseph abruptly shot to his feet. "What, my lady, we could negotiate a far better deal than that." Henry, too, practically sprang up from his seat. Only 10% for 5 years? My lady, are you certain that is all you ask? Sitting beside him, William wondered, who on earth is this Henri Dubois? Henri said softly, yes. It is a very attractive proposal, isn't it? The coachman tightened the reins. Respectfully, he called into the carriage. My lady, sitting inside, Anais said, do you know how frightened I was when I returned to Mr. Stewart's office and found that you weren't there? Geoffrey was just waiting there all alone. Henri gently comforted her. I am sorry. I didn't mean to leave you behind. That's why I had Geoffrey wait there for you, so he could bring you to me. But thank you for going to buy all these delicious chocolates. Henri took out a piece of chocolate and offered it to her. You should have one too, Anais. Her heart was full of delight. What a wonderful day. I had planned to come home early, but I was having so much fun that I completely lost track of time. A man's figure rose in her mind. I wonder if he'll be worried. But our estate isn't far from the capital. We should be home soon. Suddenly, the horses let out a shrill, agonized whinny. A violent jolt followed, and the entire carriage lurched sharply. It jolted hard. Anais screamed. Still shaken, Anais clutched at her and asked, my lady, are you all right? What happened? Why did the carriage stop so suddenly? Then deafening gunshots rang out one after another, shattering the silence of the wilderness. Anais screamed in terror. Henri froze in place. This can't be happening. Anais clutched tightly to Henri's arm. The two huddled together as the carriage shook. Pale-faced, Henri shrank into the corner with Anais, staring fixedly at the tightly shut door. With a loud bang, the door was flung open. Henri swallowed nervously. These must be the masked bandits Edwin mentioned. One of the masked robbers sneered. Looks like we hit the jackpot. Their leader barked, hurry it up. We're not joking around. One bandit kicked Geoffrey savagely. Geoffrey collapsed to the ground in pain. Do you have any idea who you're provoking? Anais cried out. Henri stepped in front of her. All right, we'll do as you say. Just stop. The robbers surrounded them in the forest clearing. One of them raised a musket. Hand over your purse. Henri stared at the gun, startled. A firearm? Aren't those only issued to soldiers? Hiding behind Henri, Anais whispered, my lady. The robber shouted impatiently. I said hand it over. He suddenly reached out and snatched the purse from Henri's hand. Anais cried, my lady, spreading her arms. Anais stood protectively in front of Henri. You'd better not touch her, or you'll regret it. The robbers paused for a second, then burst into arrogant laughter. What? Is she some duchess from somewhere? Sorry, little girl, but my gun doesn't care about noble titles. Anais trembled with rage, glaring at them through clenched teeth. You bunch of... Henri lightly patted Anais on the shoulder, signaling her to calm down, then said to the robbers, all the money we have is in that purse. Take it, and then let us go. Please. The robber chief stepped forward. Hey, we're the ones in charge here now. You don't get to negotiate. He raised his musket, the barrel almost touching Henri. Search the carriage, he ordered. Another robber pointed a gun at Geoffrey. Get up, bruised and battered. Geoffrey slowly lifted his hands and rose to his feet under the threat of the gun. Seeing Geoffrey and Anais dragged into danger because of her, Henri was filled with guilt. I'm so sorry for getting them into this. This is all my fault. She clenched her skirt tightly. I should never have insisted on going to that company. If we hadn't lost so much time, we would already be safely home. These robbers never appeared in the original story. I was too careless. I have to take responsibility and protect Geoffrey and Anais. A robber kicked over the paint box. He crushed what was inside underfoot and spat disdainfully. What the hell is this? It's all trash. Riding in a carriage this fancy, and this is all you've got. Couldn't you have bought some jewelry instead of this junk? Henri stared at the ruined things. Those were for Eunice. She shook with fury. The robber chief lost patience and leveled his gun at Henri as he approached. Forget it. Hand over anything valuable you've got on you. At the exact instant he reached toward her, Geoffrey suddenly lunged forward and seized the robber's wrist, desperately trying to wrench the musket away. Struggling with him, Geoffrey shouted over his shoulder, Miss, get back into the carriage now. The robber snarled in fury. You bastard, you've got some nerve. In the chaos, a sharp gunshot tore through the silence of the woods. The bullet grazed Geoffrey's cheek, and he froze. The robber shoved him away hard, sending him crashing beside the carriage. Clenching his teeth, Geoffrey muttered, Damn it. The robber chief roared. Have you lost your mind? Next shot, I won't miss. He began beating the fallen Jeffrey with fists and kicks. I was going to let you all off, but now there's no need for that. Henry screamed and rushed forward. Stop. You've already taken everything we have. Please just let us go. But her heart was full of dread. We have to give them whatever they want and make them leave quickly. The moment they realize who I am, they will never let us go so easily, because they know the Duke will hunt them down to the end. Henry swallowed hard. Who knew what these cruel bastards might do? To avoid leaving witnesses, they might very well murder us all. I have to think of something. Then Henry suddenly froze. She felt something against her chest. Henry reached out and held out a pearl necklace and a ring set with a massive gemstone. Here, take these two. The robber chief accepted them, his eyes gleaming at the gem's shine, and let out a smug laugh. Now that's more like it. Glad to see you finally learned. Expressionless, Henry said, these are all the valuable jewels I have on me. The girl behind me is only a maid. There's no need to search her. She doesn't have anything worth taking. Anais leaned close to Henry and whispered, My lady, are you really going to give him those things? Calmly, Henry replied, It's fine. Looking at the ring in the robber's hand, she calculated in silence. A unique piece of jewelry like a wedding ring would be easy to trace, especially that gemstone. It was worth a fortune. Even if it was sold, it would be easy to recover later. Henry lifted her head. If you don't believe me, search further. But as you can see, we only went out to buy paint. We obviously aren't carrying more valuables. The robbers looked them over thoughtfully. Fine, but we're taking this one with us. The robber chief gave a cold snort. Until we're out of the area, we can't let you pull any tricks. After all, he just tried to attack us. A chill swept through Jeffrey's entire body. I'm dead. Absolutely not. Henry's sharp shout cut off the robber's movement. The robber chief turned. What did you say? Don't tell me you think you still get say here. Fighting down her fear, Henry said, if you kidnap him, it'll only cause a bigger commotion. It'll make it harder for you to get away. Besides, hostages are troublesome. You won't be able to control him easily. Henry turned and pointed at the two fine horses in front of the carriage. Take those horses instead. They're of excellent bloodline. You'll get a good price for them. See? Even after the gunshots, they're still very calm. The robber chief hesitated and glanced at the horses. Henry quickly pressed on. Exactly. With horses, you'll be able to escape faster, won't you? And if you take them, we won't be able to chase after you. Jeffrey looked at Henry with deep gratitude. Mississippi, the robber chief thought for a moment. Fine, that actually makes sense. Henry let out a long breath. It worked. The robber chief laughed smugly. I thought today would be a waste, but this turned out to be a fine haul. How had we not noticed these horses earlier? Jeffrey thought grimly to himself. We may have escaped the worst for now, but without the horses, being trapped in this forest is still dangerous. The robbers called to one another. Let's go. Find somewhere to have a drink. Jeffrey stared fixedly at the firearm at one robber's waist. I have to get every penny back from them. Holding his breath, he rose onto his toes and crept closer without making a sound. It's time to repay Miss for saving my life. Jeffrey suddenly swung the whip in his hand and lashed it hard across the horse's hindquarters. Startled, the fine horses let out a piercing cry and reared high, throwing the robber who had been about to mount them violently to the ground. He screamed and crashed into a pile of jagged rocks. Jeffrey shouted at Henry and Anais, "Run, now!" He didn't stop there, but used the chaos to charge at the fallen robber. I have to get that gun back. Henry screamed in terror. Jeffrey, watch out behind you. Jeffrey whirled around just as another sharp gunshot ripped through the forest, painfully loud. Henry squeezed her eyes shut and clutched Anais tightly in her arms. Anais let out a cry of despair. Henry slowly opened her eyes, dazed. On the distant path, a figure stood still beneath the moonlight, holding a horse by the reins. Jeffrey stared blankly at the robber collapse before him. The man was clutching his wound in agony, and the gun in his hand had already fallen to the ground. Not far away, the muzzle of another gun still gave off a thin curl of smoke. Edwin stood there stern-faced, holding his long gun steady, his cold eyes fixed ahead. Joseph looked at Edwin and asked, "Duke Briston, what brings you here?" Edwin coldly shot back, "Where did you go just now?" Joseph looked uneasy. The Duchess had some business to take care of. I accompanied her. Edwin pressed, "Where did you go?" Alarm flickered through Joseph's heart. The lady had a contract with a paint company to discuss. Once it was done, she departed straight for home. After a moment of silence, Edwin said, "So you only just parted ways?" Joseph nodded stiffly. Yes, that's right." Edwin's gaze grew darker. "You let her leave alone at dusk when bandits are roaming everywhere, and you didn't arrange even a single guard?" Joseph went rigid, realizing he had made a very serious mistake. Edwin strode quickly to Chester and ordered, "Go to the police station. Tell the patrolman to send 2 men toward Bristol Manor. Say there's a carriage that needs escorting." Joseph answered in a panic, "Yes, I'll go at once." Edwin turned to Handel. "I'll ride out myself. You remain in the capital tonight." Handel answered weakly, "Yes, my lord." Edwin stopped and suddenly called to the servant who was about to leave. "Joseph." Joseph gave a violent start and froze. Edwin glanced sideways at him. "Are you carrying a gun?" As the night deepened and a solitary moon hung behind the clouds, Edwin silently checked the long gun in his hand, then gripped it tightly. A long gun crashed heavily to the ground. Edwin stepped over the dry leaves and advanced toward the bandit hiding in the shadows. "Damn it," the robber cursed under his breath, stumbling backward in panic as he tried to grab the weapon on the ground. Edwin lunged forward and delivered a brutal kick, sending the pistol in the robber's hand flying instantly. It traced an arc through the air before dropping uselessly in the distance. Edwin stepped on the robber's wrist. The man screamed in agony and curled up on the ground, trembling violently. Looking down at the robber on the ground, Edwin said, "All of you are vile creatures." Geoffrey, seeing Edwin's cold expression, called out shakily, "My lord." Edwin snapped his head around, his gaze like a blade as it cut toward Geoffrey. "Why are you standing there in a daze, Geoffrey?" Geoffrey shuddered all over. Edwin barked sharply, "Never lower your guard." Geoffrey immediately straightened his back. "Why, yes, sir." Edwin turned away again, his gaze shifting to the distant trees as he repeated the name in his heart. "Henry." Henry stared ahead blankly, a flush rising to her cheeks as she cried out in astonishment, "Edwin." Edwin looked at her in silence, his expression complicated. Henry suddenly noticed something and sucked in a breath. She screamed in terror, "Edwin, behind you." Edwin's gaze sharpened, and he moved like a gust of wind. A masked thug burst out from the shadow of the bushes with a short knife in hand, lunging straight for Edwin's back. Edwin twisted aside, and the blade sliced past him with a cold rush of air. The attacker missed and was just about to turn and strike again when he found Edwin had already pulled away. A gunshot exploded through the woods. The bullet pierced the thug's body cleanly, and blood splattered across the grass. Seeing it all, Henry staggered back, both hands clamped tightly over her mouth. Edwin slowly lowered the pistol, staring coldly at the corpse. Then urgent hoofbeats rang out in the distance, breaking the deathly silence. Several patrol officers on tall horses came galloping over at full speed. Geoffrey looked toward the sound and cried out, "The patrols! The patrols are here! Lord Edwin must have sent for them." "Thank goodness, my—" A pained voice suddenly cut him off. "And my lady." Anais was tightly holding the weakened Henry in her arms. "My lady, please hold on. Please don't leave me." Anais was heartsick. I was supposed to protect her, but in the end, she protected me. Edwin steadily caught Henry and gently took the unconscious woman into his arms. Lowering his head, he looked at her with eyes full of worry. "Henry, she isn't hurt, is she?" Anais answered softly, "No, she's all right." Edwin let out a long breath. The heart suspended in his chest finally settled. Thank God. The patrol officers sealed off the scene. The carriage was stopped in the forest clearing. Leaning against the carriage window, Henry had regained some color in her face. "I finally feel much better. If Edwin hadn't arrived in time, there's no telling what terrible thing might have happened. Once we get home, I have to thank him properly." Edwin was speaking with the police captain, who bowed respectfully. The carriage door opened with a crisp sound. Edwin looked at the maid waiting beside it and said, "Anais." Edwin instructed her, "Take good care of her. Also, have Chester come help as well. Make sure every one of the lady's needs is attended to." Anais nodded hard. "Yes, my lord." After giving his instructions, Edwin turned to leave. Henry hurriedly called out, Edwin stopped, flustered. Henry called after him, "Wait, aren't you coming back with us?" With his back to her, Edwin said, "I still have some matters concerning the patrol officers to deal with. You should return to the manor and rest first." Henry stood there, stunned, a complicated emotion welling inside her. The carriage door was suddenly pushed open, and Joseph rushed in, looking excited. "My lady, seeing that you're safe is such a relief," Henry asked in confusion. Joseph continued. Duke Briston suddenly appeared, and then he rushed in alone with a gun. I was terribly worried. Henry's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, then were these patrol officers also called by His Grace?" "I thought it was you, Joseph." Joseph answered firmly. "Yes, that is correct." Henry sank into thought. Was he really that worried about me? She lowered her head. The extent of his concern far exceeded what I imagined. Even though he needs rest himself, he stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. When I see him, I'll apologize to him in person. At that moment, she had no idea what awaited her next. After returning to the manor, Henry stopped in the corridor, looking uneasy and anxious. In a cold voice, Edwin asked, "So you waited here all this time just to ask me that? You must think I'm a fool, don't you?" Henry, a few hours earlier, night had already settled over the manor. Henry climbed the steps unsteadily as Chester and Albert hurried over to meet her. "Miss, you back so late? We were terribly worried." Henry looked pale and utterly exhausted. The servants all looked horrified. Forcing herself to remain composed, Henry instructed Albert. "Albert, please prepare a guest room for Geoffrey and call for a doctor to examine him tomorrow. He had a very hard time today. He's outside." Henry then looked at Chester and said, "Tonight, Anais absolutely must not be left alone. Chester, I'm sorry, but could you please look after her especially well?" Chester answered respectfully, "Of course, Mississippi." "Then what about the Duke?" Henry replied, "He'll be back soon. We only happened to run into him. Also, if Geoffrey and Anais could be given a few days off, that would be wonderful." Albert bowed his head. "As you wish, Mississippi." Anais waved her hands awkwardly. "And miss, I'm really fine." Henry looked at her. "Anais, please do as I say. That's the only way I'll be able to relax." Anais lowered her head and answered softly, "Yes, Mississippi." Chester stood nearby, his expression grave. Suddenly, Henry cried out, "Ah, that's right." She remembered the things that had been destroyed and was overwhelmed with sorrow. "The paints I bought were all ruined. Never mind, I'll think about it tomorrow." With a sigh, Henry said, "First, I'd like to take a bath. Could you prepare some hot water for me?" Chester replied, "Of course, Mississippi. I'll accompany you upstairs." Late at night, the heavy sound of a door opening broke the silence of the corridor. Edwin hurried inside. He looked tired, one hand pressed to his temple. Hearing the sound, Henry immediately ran to the stair railing and called out, "My lord." Edwin stopped and looked up at her. "Why are you still awake?" Henry came to stand before him and answered, "I was waiting for you." Their eyes met for a brief moment. A short silence fell. Uneasily, Henry broke it. About the patrol officers. Did everything go smoothly?" Edwin stared at her for a moment in silence, then asked, "So you waited until now, just to ask me that?" Albert approached carrying a lamp, looking hesitant. Edwin turned away. "That will be all for tonight. You may all withdraw." Albert lowered his head. "Why, yes, my lord." Albert held the oil lamp out to Henry. "Miss, it's dangerous to walk alone through the dark corridor." Henry answered softly, "Thank you, Albert." Carrying the lamp, Henry climbed the stairs alone, her footsteps echoing through the quiet hallway. Unable to help herself, she called again, "My lord, you weren't injured, were you?" Then she asked, "And what will happen to those robbers in the end?" Edwin answered coldly, "They will not be dealt with lightly. Why are you still not back in your room resting?" Looking uneasy, Henry explained, "My mind is in chaos. My heart has been racing the whole time, and I'm worried about Geoffrey and Anais too, so—" While Henry was speaking, Edwin suddenly stopped. She walked straight into his back and let out a small cry of pain. In a severe tone, Edwin demanded, "If that's the case, then why didn't you come home earlier in the first place?" Henry froze. Looking down at her, Edwin continued, "Didn't I warn you? Even now, when I tell you to go rest, you ignore what I say, and you still have the leisure to worry about everyone else." Henry shrank under the rebuke, feeling guilty. Edwin turned to face her. "Henry, you must think I'm a fool." Henry hurriedly waved her hands. "And no, not at all. What I really wanted to say was, thank you." Edwin paused, surprised, and repeated, "Thank you." He reached out and grabbed Henry's wrist. Henry jolted. She froze completely. Then explained this. In a low voice, Henry said, "It may sound like I'm making excuses, but at the time, I truly thought that was the best option." She looked up at Edwin and continued, "I thought that if we left them with the ring, we'd be able to trace the robbers later. Edwin gave a cold snort. You truly are unbelievably reckless. He turned away and said coolly, that's enough for tonight. Go back to your room. Holding a lamp, Henri stood in place without a word, staring at Edwin's retreating back. Then she turned and hurried after him down the corridor. Henri said urgently, I could not give them the ring. I had to persuade them to let us go, didn't I? Edwin did not look back. And if they really had let you go, then what? You would have been abandoned alone in the wilderness beside a carriage with no horses. Henri lowered her head. I thought that if I didn't come back on time, someone from the manor would surely come looking for me. So Edwin stopped walking. And did things turn out the way you wished in the end? Henri froze, her face flushing red as she stood there at a loss. Edwin pushed open a door, and only then did Henri suddenly realize. When did we arrive at my room? Edwin stood by the door. Do you understand now how rash you were being? Still a little unconvinced, Henri protested. Does all of this really have to be my fault? The robbers were the ones prowling the road. Edwin gripped the doorknob. So what you mean is, none of this was your fault. Turning away, Henri said, what I mean is, your attitude is far harsher than it needs to be. Edwin looked at her in silence. From now on, wherever you go, you must report your destination to me in advance. Henri stared at him in shock. What? Edwin continued coldly. No, perhaps it would be better to simply forbid you from going out at all. Henri could hardly believe her ears. What? Ignoring her protest, Edwin walked to the door and said, for the time being, stay in the manor and get some proper rest. Henri hurriedly cried out, Duke, but with a crisp click, the door shut, leaving Henri standing alone in the middle of the room, frozen in a daze. As the night deepened and a crescent moon hung over the treetops, Geoffrey handed Edwin a pink cloth pouch in the open space outside the manor. Edwin reached into the pouch and took out a ring, examining it carefully in the moonlight. It was the ring Henri had handed over to the bandits earlier. Edwin stared at it resting on his fingertips. He knew very well that Henri had meant no harm, yet an indescribable irritation rose within him. If he had arrived, even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The next day, Chester stood before Henri and said, My lady, I will reorder those paints for you. Standing in the spacious room and watching Chester leave, Henri sank into despair. She shouted no. Now I really am trapped. Morning sunlight streamed through the treetops, accompanied by the sound of birdsong. The sound of tea being poured into a cup rang clear and pleasant. Yawning, Albert walked into the room. Good morning. Chester, may I have a cup too? Chester lifted the teacup and took a sip. Good morning. But can this really be called a good morning? Albert let out a bitter smile and sighed. Did his grace even sleep last night? I don't think he got even 3 hours. When I went to tidy the study earlier, I ran into him, still shaken. Albert continued. For a second, I almost mistook him for the late Duke's ghost. While pouring him tea, Chester replied calmly, Don't be so dramatic. Albert shrank back a little and muttered, so cold. Do you know what happened last night? I heard bandits attack the carriage. Chester stiffened in surprise, his hand stopping mid-motion. What? Lowering his voice, Albert went on, Geoffrey told me. Those bandits even pulled out guns. And then Lord Edwin suddenly appeared and took care of the two of them all by himself. Albert sighed in amazement. Good heavens. Thank goodness it didn't get worse. Yes, I thought everything had been resolved perfectly, so I can't understand why the two of them ended up arguing again afterward. Chester gently set the teacup back onto the tray with a light clink. After thinking for a moment, he said, I think I know why. Albert looked at him in confusion. Chester spread his hands helplessly. It must have been Lord Edwin. Not scolding her. Albert adjusted his glasses and said sympathetically, after going through something that terrifying, she must have been frightened out of her mind. I can't help feeling sorry for her. Chester sighed. Lord Edwin probably only wanted to express his concern for her safety. Albert disagreed at once. Even if she really did do something wrong, everyone knows that if you're gentle with her, she'll apologize. Chester turned his head. Being too gentle isn't always a good thing. Sometimes you have to be blunt, even if it offends the other person. The two glared at each other, neither willing to give an inch. In the end, they both turned away, refusing to speak to each other. Henri suddenly opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. After lying there in a daze for a while, She got up, walked to the wash basin, scooped up some water, and splashed it on her face, trying to wake herself up. She sat at the dining table, mechanically chewing her sandwich while Bonita waited quietly nearby. After swallowing a bite, Henry muttered, "I really." Suddenly she stopped, her expression darkening. "I'm still very angry." The scene from last night rose again in her mind. Edwin standing by the door with a cold face, loudly scolding her, while she could only defend herself in grievance. I really did try my best, and in the end, those are the only awful things he had to say to me. She sat there and began eating furiously. Bonita called softly with concern, "My lady." Chester entered the room and said, "The doctor has arrived." Henry set down her utensils and replied, "Please send him in." Carrying a medical bag, Albert entered the room. He gave a slight bow and said, "It is an honor to meet you, my lady. I'm Albert Clark." Henry looked at the man before her and greeted him hesitantly. "Hello." Albert sat down in the chair by the bed and skillfully opened his medical bag with a crisp click of the clasps. Henry leaned against the headboard. She felt that something was off. Albert noticed the intense stare. Her gaze is sharp. Henry asked, "How long have you been serving as the family doctor?" While taking out a stethoscope, Albert answered, "About 5 years. Before that, I studied under my father and worked as his assistant." "And your father now?" Henry asked. Albert explained patiently he retired recently. His health has declined quite a bit. With the thermometer in her mouth, Henry silently watched the doctor in front of her. As expected, this man hadn't appeared in the original story. No wonder he looked so young. In Henry's memory, the previous family doctor, Albert's father, had been a deeply improper man. He used his reasonably handsome face to flirt with every woman he saw. Looking at his pocket watch, Albert said softly, "Please wait another 3 minutes, my lady." Henry fell into thought. This was the second change in the manner already. Why had the course of the story changed so much? Albert put away the thermometer, examined it carefully, and said, "Fortunately, there's nothing seriously wrong with your body. Your temperature is normal. There are no obvious external injuries, and your appetite seems fine as well." Hearing this, Chester, who was standing nearby, let out a relieved breath. Closing his medical case, Albert gave a gentle reminder. "Although your body is fine, last night's fright may leave emotional aftereffects. I recommend that you rest well for the time being." Henry nodded. "I understand." Henry asked with concern, "Ah, then how is Anais?" Albert replied, "She is resting well too." Henry smiled in relief. "Thank you, Dr. Albert. Please make sure to take good care of Anais and Geoffrey." Albert bowed slightly. "Thank you very much for your concern, my lady." Chester stood to the side, silently watching the scene. Looking at Henry's sincere expression, he thought to himself that the Duchess truly was unlike most nobles. Her concern for the servants around her came from the heart. Stretching on the bed, Henry asked, "Then may I get up and move around?" Closing his medical case, Albert said, "A moderate walk would be fine." "What?" Henry shot to her feet, crying out in disbelief. Chester lowered his head, looking deeply troubled. "Although this is the Duke's order, I still feel very sorry. The Duke has instructed that you remain at home for the time being and focus on recovering." Henry objected angrily, but Dr. Albert just said my body is perfectly healthy. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. Wait, he really is going to ground me? Standing by the window and looking outside, she felt full of resentment. But all my paints were ruined. I have to go buy new ones. Chester tried to soothe her gently. Perhaps you could use this time to rest properly and then discuss it with his grace later. Henry stormed back and forth around the room, muttering under her breath as she paced. "I'm definitely going out today. Just staying in this manner and seeing him will only make me feel worse." Seeing this, Chester added awkwardly, "If you insist on going out today, Anais will be very worried as well." Henry stopped in her tracks. She fell silent for a moment, and the determination she had been radiating vanished instantly. Deflated, she trudged over to the sofa and collapsed onto it with a long sigh. Looking at her like that, Chester hesitantly reached out, wanting to comfort her, but not knowing what to say. In a muffled voice, Henry complained, "This is so unfair. We could have talked it out properly, but he had to be all dark and stubborn." She lifted her head. "Since he wants to be like that, then I absolutely won't yield to him either." In the study, Albert stood before the desk and respectfully reported, "My lady is resting in her room." Leaning back on the sofa with a newspaper in hand, Edwin listened as Albert continued, "She seems very dejected because she wasn't able to go buy new paints." Edwin's fingers tightened sharply around the newspaper. Did I really go too far? In his mind, he pictured Henry. Keeping her locked in a room all day really couldn't be easy for her. Paints. If I buy them for her, she should be pleased, right? A few days later, the atmosphere in the study was still gloomy. Albert entered once more to report. My lady remained in her room all day yesterday and did not come out. Edwin set down the newspaper in his hands. His brows furrowed as he asked from behind the desk, "Have the paints been prepared?" Albert bowed slightly. "Yes. While writing to Miss Eunice Wentworth, my lady mentioned that these paints should be sent over as a gift." Edwin froze. Closing his eyes, he knitted his brows tightly in irritation. "Is that what she said?" Sensing the coldness radiating from him, Albert hunched his shoulders and stammered, "And no, that isn't exactly what happened." Meanwhile, Emery was lying leisurely on her bedroom bed. She had slices of cucumber on her face and was chewing another slice in her mouth, looking utterly content. She instructed, "Please tell him that I will be dining in my room again today. Say that I'm still not feeling well. Since he wants me to stay in my room so badly, then I'll do exactly as he wishes." On the first day of her confinement, Anne-Marie put her hands on her hips. "Anais, I told you to rest properly." Anais smiled and answered, "But, my lady, I feel more at ease staying by your side." Anne-Marie fell silent for a moment. "Looks like words alone won't work. In that case, I'll have to use my final method." She suddenly raised her head and called, "Bonita, go to the kitchen right now and bring me what I want." Bonita asked hesitantly, "Yes, my lady. But may I ask what it is for?" A low chuckle escaped Anne-Marie, and the sound of it gave Anais an inexplicable sense of unease. Turning to Anais, Anne-Marie asked, "Well, how does it feel?" Feeling the coolness on her face, Bonita replied, "I've never tried anything like this before. It's cold and slippery, but it feels nice." Looking at the two maids seated side by side, Anne-Marie said, "Once you rinse it off, your skin will feel wonderfully soft. Since I'm going to be shut up in this room for a while, it's such a relief to have the two of you with me." Bonita and Anais widened their eyes. "Really? Is that truly all right?" Anne-Marie replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, of course. "Why not? This is what you call employee benefits." Laughter filled the room as a wooden spoon stirred thick mask mixture in a bowl. In the dining room, the soft clink of cutlery sounded. Edwin set down his fork. "She's unwell?" Chester hesitated before answering. "Not exactly. She just seems a little depressed." Edwin closed his eyes. Dealing with people who weren't employees was always tedious and difficult. "She's always been this sensitive." Edwin stared silently at the tabletop. "I've lost my appetite." On the third day of confinement, cheerful laughter echoed down the corridor along with a lively melody. A bustling activity was underway in the room. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Under Anne-Marie's guidance, Bonita and Anais practiced dance steps while holding hands. Wiping her forehead, Anne-Marie said, "Phew, summer really makes you sweat with the slightest movement. Shall we take a break?" Bonita and Anais immediately stopped. "Yes, my lady." Anais asked softly, "Shall I bring you something to drink?" Smiling, Anne-Marie replied, "That would be lovely." She walked to the window, and, as it opened with a creak, she looked outside, thinking to herself in relief, "Thank goodness I have those two with me. Otherwise, I definitely would have climbed out the window and run away from Borda by now." Her gaze fell on the open ground below, where a figure was slowly passing by. It was Edwin. "Look at him. While I'm trapped up here, he can just leisurely go out riding. What a jerk." Anne-Marie's brows drew together slightly. Why does this bother me so much? Thinking about it carefully, this really was just Edwin's usual personality. Could it be that I'm starting to care about him? Anne-Marie gave a sudden start. Looking back, every change that had deviated from the original plot so far had involved Edwin. The butler and the family doctor had both been replaced because Edwin had chosen completely different people from those in the original story. Even the fact that he had no interaction whatsoever with the heroine, Elise, had to be because something about Edwin himself had changed. But why? Why would he change? Could it be that although everything looks like the story I know, this is actually a completely different world? Anne-Marie drew in a sharp breath, and her body instinctively stepped back. If that's true, if this world is no longer running according to the original script, then maybe none of us have to head toward that catastrophic ending from the novel anymore. Do I really still need to run away? Down below, Edwin stood in silence, his expression cold. Anne-Marie shook her head sharply. "No, Anne-Marie, don't get complacent. You shouldn't stay here. Haven't you already learned that lesson once before? You once thought you had finally found a new family, and then..." Anne-Marie stood in the empty room, staring at the family portrait on the table. "Even if Edwin is kind to me now, that kindness won't last forever. Feelings are fleeting things. I can't allow myself to drown in false hope." Edwin was just about to mount his horse. As if sensing something, he stopped and looked up toward the window where Henri stood. He silently gazed upward, his eyes deep and complicated. Henri immediately shrank back, hiding behind the curtain and breathing hard. Why is he still standing there? Was he looking at me the whole time? She sat back down on the sofa, trying to steady her uneven breathing. Carrying a tray, Anais hurried into the room. "My lady, I brought tea and madeleines." Startled by the sudden voice, Henri jumped. Bonita and Anais froze where they stood. Henri laughed awkwardly. "Oh, they look delicious. Thank you, both of you." Down in the courtyard, Edwin withdrew his gaze from the window. Geoffrey reminded him softly, "My lord." Edwin gave a cold order. "Let's go." Inside, he thought to himself, so that's how it is. Then this is a test to see who can hold out until the very end. On the 5th day of confinement, Edwin set down his teacup. "I have no appetite," Albert reported quietly. "My lord, I have placed today's letters in your study, and—" Edwin asked, "And what else?" Albert answered hurriedly, "The sheriff will be coming to visit shortly. It's about the incident from 5 days ago." Edwin sighed. Another heap of tedious formalities. "How is Henri?" Sweat beaded on Albert's forehead. "Lady Henri said she will remain in her room again today." Edwin pressed on. "And her meals?" Albert gave an awkward laugh. "Ha! She said she would dine in her room as well." Night fell. The door opened with a faint creak. Henri lay sleeping on a chaise lounge, still clutching a book tightly in her hand. Edwin approached with quiet footsteps. He lowered his gaze to Henri, asleep without the slightest guard. After a long silence, he thought, so stubborn. His heart was in turmoil, delicate and yet impossible to handle. Henri seemed to sense the movement. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Edwin frowned. "Even so, I still can't stop thinking about her." After a long moment of silence, he rose and went to Henri's room. Henri was lying on the chaise, shifting slightly at the sound. Standing beside her, Edwin said, "Staying indoors all the time isn't good for your health." Henri sat up. "It's already been several days. Why are you concerned about that now, my lord?" Edwin sat down in the chair opposite her, his gaze dark and fixed on her. Meeting his eyes, Henri said, "Let's be honest. Whether I get sick or end up in danger, in the end, I'm just someone who will disappear from your life sooner or later. You're not even my real husband. So why do you care about me this much?" Edwin froze, unable to say a single word. Henri was full of confusion. In the original story, Edwin wasn't like this. He was supposed to be colder, more indifferent. So why does he now look as though he is sincerely worried about me? The two sat facing each other. A long silence fell. Edwin let out a soft sigh. "So that's what confuses her. Why I care about this marriage that isn't real." Folding his hands together, Edwin said, "I simply don't want rumors to start circulating right at the beginning of our marriage." He paused. "And besides, I am not as cold-hearted as you imagine." Henri fell silent. Clenching his hands tighter, Edwin continued, "But you always doubt my good intentions, Henri. The kindness you've shown me goes beyond what I deserve. That only makes me feel that I am the one who doesn't understand you. Unless you are simply trying to push me away." Edwin suddenly stood and strode toward the door. Watching his back, Henri called out, "My lord." In a low voice, she explained, "It's not because I hate you. It's just that I don't understand why you care about me so much." Edwin turned his face slightly. "Does a reason really matter that much?" Henri said, "I've never exactly been polite to you. I've even been rather unruly. Honestly, sometimes I'm nothing but trouble from top to bottom." She lifted her head, a trace of confusion in her voice. "So when you're this tolerant of me, when you're even better to me than I deserve, I really can't help wondering why." With his back still to her, Edwin was silent for a moment before softly calling Henri. He turned around and looked straight at her. "The reason is actually very simple." He continued, "Because I need you." Henri froze, her eyes filling with shock and confusion. The next day, on the 6th day of Henri's confinement, Elizabeth lifted an elegant teacup and gracefully sipped her hot tea. Setting the cup down, she said, "I'm relieved to see that your complexion looks much better." Henri answered awkwardly, "I'm sorry I haven't been able to visit you lately." Elizabeth smiled and waved a hand. "Don't worry. I know you've had a lot on your mind lately. Alan has already told me what happened." Gently stirring her black tea, she added, "I wanted to come see you immediately, but in the end I decided to observe the situation first." Henri thought to herself, hearing disturbing rumors right after her son's wedding can't have pleased her. Elizabeth let out a soft sigh. "That child, Edwin, your husband, often thinks in ways you may not understand. I understand why you would feel hurt." Henri lowered her eyes. "I knew it. I knew she would say something like this." Elizabeth opened her eyes. "But you must understand, when it comes to feelings, there is never a single correct answer. Certainly, there are times when you must argue over right and wrong. But when someone's heart reaches out to you, choosing to accept it is also a kind of wisdom. Even if you still can't fully understand it now, in those moments, being willing to extend your own hand, that is how a relationship is maintained. Henry froze, quietly listening deep in thought. After a while, Henry lowered her head slightly and replied, "I'll remember that, madam." Elizabeth gave a light laugh. Perhaps that sounded a little unpleasant. "Thank you for listening to my rambling, dear." Flustered, Henry waved her hands. "No, not at all. I didn't dislike it one bit." Turning her head, Elizabeth said, "I think Edwin was frightened by the thought that he might lose you. I was too. I was truly worried about you." A ripple stirred in Henry's heart. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Looking at Elizabeth, Henry thought, she really is not such a gentle person. Henry continued, "And thank you for everything you said to me today." Steady footsteps echoed through the hallway. Edwin pushed open the heavy doors and entered the dining room. Looking at Henry seated at the dining table, he said, "It seems you've recovered well enough to leave your room." "That's good." Henry lifted her head. "Yes, thanks to someone's care." A faint smile touched Edwin's lips. The two sat facing each other, dining quietly in the spacious room. Henry paused and said, "About yesterday." "I'm sorry." Edwin asked in surprise, "For what?" Henry sighed. "I was being unreasonable." Setting down her utensils, Henry said, "To be honest, I was in a bad mood then, so I spoke more harshly than I should have." Edwin picked up his napkin and wiped his mouth. "Don't dwell on it. I wasn't exactly mature in how I acted either." A brief silence fell across the table again. Edwin spoke first. Anyway, at almost the same moment, Henry also started to speak. Edwin gave a slight nod. "You first." Henry suddenly stood up, hurried to his side, and slid a letter in front of him. Looking at the letter on the table, Edwin asked, "What is this?" Looking somewhat flustered, Henry said, "Please read it, and then give me an answer as soon as possible." The moment she finished speaking, she ran out of the dining room without looking back. The heavy doors slammed shut behind her. Puzzled, Edwin picked up the letter. Written boldly across the paper were the words, "Picnic Proposal." Below that, in neat writing, was a proposal for an outing to Lake Marvelo tomorrow. The objective, to improve marital relations, ease tension through honest conversation in a relaxed atmosphere, and guide this contract marriage in a better direction. As Edwin read it, the corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously in a smile. On the 7th day of confinement, a clear knock sounded at the door. Wearing a robe and sitting on the sofa, Edwin answered casually, "Come in." Albert pushed open the door and called out loudly, "My lord." Edwin turned his head. "What is it?" Albert explained, "A letter has arrived for my lady. The sender's name caught my attention, so I thought you should look at it first." He respectfully held out a tray. Resting quietly upon it was a letter, not sealed with red wax. Edwin reached for the envelope, his eyes falling on the signature written on the back. Count Evans Brawley. His gaze instantly sharpened, and a thread of wariness rose in his heart. Looking down at the letter in his hand, Edwin curled his lips into a faintly amused smile. How interesting. He slit open the envelope with a paper knife. The paper tore with a crisp sound. Edwin unfolded the letter and read it with a cold expression. The nib of a pen seemed almost to race across the paper. "Dear Duchess of Bristol, summer has arrived, and the roses that once bloomed are now shyly closing their buds." Elise continued writing. "It took me a long time to decide to contact you, because I feared this letter might disturb the sweetness of your newly married life. However, I can no longer suppress what is in my heart. I believe you must feel the same. For the sake of the grand dream of advancing the world of art, and with this conviction, even at the risk of causing displeasure, I humbly send you this letter." Edwin let out a cold snort. What utter nonsense! He tossed the letter aside casually. "It's not even worth a reply. Dispose of it." Albert looked bewildered. "Pardon me, what did you say?" Edwin frowned. "What?" Albert stood there stiffly. "Nothing, my lord. I will take care of it." In a cool tone, Edwin instructed, "From now on, any letters sent by that man are to be brought to me first." Albert bowed slightly. "Yes, my lord." Carrying the tray, Albert walked down the corridor, glancing down at the letter in his hands, worry filling his heart. "Is this really all right? That count is certainly suspicious, and I have no right to judge my master's decision, but just yesterday his grace seemed to be in a fairly good mood. It even looked like there might still be hope for reconciliation between them." Albert couldn't stop trembling. "If my lady finds out about this, they'll definitely argue again. And when that happens, I'll get dragged into it too." Chester walked over and asked, "Why do you look so troubled? Did something happen?" Albert jumped. "And no, it's really nothing." Chester stared at him. "I clearly saw that letter." Turning away, Chester wondered to himself. What's wrong with him? Forget it. I'd better pretend I didn't notice. Albert hesitated, then called after him, Chester. Chester stopped and looked back with a puzzled expression. Albert stepped forward and said, actually, this is what happened. Henry was reading a reply with her head lowered. Henry, I received the paints you sent me. Thank you so very much. I feel a little ashamed because I am not nearly accomplished enough to deserve such support from you. But I still want to make the first painting I create with these paints into a gift for you. Henry sighed sincerely. Oh, Eunice, you really don't have to go that far. She kept reading. Oh, and yesterday, Barbarata. At that point, Henry suddenly froze. Wait, this letter doesn't mention W at all. Her brows knitted together. She clearly promised she'd tell me what happened in the next letter. Unbeknownst to her, Edwin had already appeared in the room. In an even tone, he said, the way you're staring at that sheet of paper, you're about ready to burn a hole through it. Startled, Henry blurted out, W, when did you come in? I didn't hear a thing. Leaning against the wall, Edwin said, I wasn't trying to hide my presence. That letter must be very captivating. Henry cleared her throat awkwardly. Well, I suppose so. Anyway, did you need something from me? Edwin fell silent for a moment. Then he suddenly asked, have you ever fired a gun before? Henry made a gesture like holding a firearm. A gun? Not even once. Edwin continued, are you afraid of gunshots? Tilting her head, Henry thought for a moment. Not really. Edwin nodded. Good. Go change into clothes suitable for moving around. Meet me outside in an hour. Henry looked completely bewildered. Huh? Edwin added, the proposal you submitted yesterday has been approved. Henry's eyes widened in surprise. Just like that, my 6-day confinement protest was officially over. Sunlight glittered on the rippling lake as a breeze passed over the grass. A picnic basket was set down heavily on a wooden table. Dressed in a neat shooting outfit, Henry stared at the row of firearms on display and let out an amazed gasp. To the attendant at his side, Edwin instructed, return by sunset. The attendant bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. Wearing black gloves, Edwin ran his fingertips lightly over the exquisite guns in the wooden case. He picked one up and expertly cocked the hammer, producing a crisp metallic click. Henry watched Edwin. No matter how many times she looked, he was stunning enough to take her breath away. Even this hunting attire looked as though it had been tailored just for him. Wait, Henry suddenly realized. Is this actually a date? Edwin interrupted her thoughts. He held out the gun in his hand and said, here, try holding it. Flustered, Henry took the gun. Standing behind her, Edwin explained, the basics of shooting are steady breathing and focus. You also need to make sure it's properly loaded. Henry looked a little dizzy from it all. Oh, okay. Edwin continued, correcting her posture. Your stance must also be correct. Otherwise, you'll hurt your shoulder. Reaching out, he steadily supported her arm through his glove. Here, the right side of your body is too stiff. Try extending your arm a little more. Feeling his touch, Henry's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. A deafening gunshot split the air, startling birds in the distant woods. Henry had pulled the trigger, and the bullet pierced the center of the target with perfect accuracy. Excited, she turned to Edwin behind her and shouted, my lord, look, I hit the bullseye. Edwin looked at her smiling face from very close range. Henry's smile faltered slightly as she noticed how close they were standing. For a moment, the air itself seemed to freeze. Edwin was the first to look away. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he gave a dry cough and said, well done. Lowering her head in embarrassment, Henry said, Teach, thank you. Trying to ease the awkwardness, she added, I think I might actually have a real talent for this. Edwin regained his usual composure and looked at the line of targets. Indeed, if you can maintain that level of accuracy, we can try hunting birds next. Henry waved both hands in refusal. Oh no, let's not. Thank you for the offer, but I don't want to shoot living creatures just for fun. Doesn't that feel a little strange? In a calm tone, Edwin replied, not strange at all. As long as you learn how to use a gun to defend yourself in an emergency, that is enough. Until then, Henry had been wondering why they weren't having an ordinary picnic, but instead practicing shooting. Now she finally understood. He was teaching her how to protect herself. Images surfaced in her mind of being held hostage by masked attackers. The helplessness of it was still vivid. He doesn't want me to be as powerless as I was last time. Sneaking a glance at Edwin's profile, Henry thought, good grief, this man really can't just be straightforward, can he? In that moment, she sincerely felt that this date was going very well. She kept hitting the target center one after another, even achieving a good score on the 10-shot weighted round. Patting her chest proudly, she declared, if you ever need a sharpshooter in the future, just leave it to me. Edwin sighed helplessly. It seems that talent really does run in your blood. and I very much enjoyed seeing that stunned look on Edwin's face. The sandwiches we ate by the lake were absolutely delicious. Without a doubt, it was a perfect day. It felt as if all the pressure in the world had disappeared. Then, without warning, heavy rain began to fall. The rain battered the earth noisily. Heavy drops struck the leaves and streamed endlessly downward. Edwin quickly pulled off the picnic tablecloth and held it over their heads to shield them from the storm. Huddled beneath it, Amory thought, how did things end up like this? The center of the target was riddled with dense bullet holes. Sunlight had once shone over the grass by the lake, and on the picnic cloth had sat a teapot and sweets. Amory had proudly presented the club sandwiches she made herself. Layer upon layer inside were smoked salmon, roast beef, and cucumber. Holding up the enormous sandwich, she had declared loudly, "Let's eat." Edwin looked at Amory's petite frame. Is all of that really going to fit into that tiny body? Noticing his gaze, Amory asked, "My lord, would you like me to make one for you too?" A bead of cold sweat ran down Edwin's face as he replied a bit awkwardly, "No, thank you." Amory cheerfully agreed and began taking large bites of the delicious thing in her hands. Amory suggested, "My lord, shall we come out for picnics often from now on? Breathing fresh air like this really does lift one's spirits." Sitting on the picnic cloth, Edwin answered thoughtfully. Turning to her, he said, "I understand now. Those 6 days of confinement really were quite a protest for you." Hearing that, Amory immediately puffed out her cheeks and glared at him in displeasure. A drop of water suddenly fell into the teacup, rippling the reddish tea. Startled, Amory looked down at the cup in confusion. Then raindrops began striking the picnic cloth one after another. The two looked up in surprise. The clear sky had rapidly been swallowed by dark clouds, and the sudden downpour blurred the scenery around them in an instant. Edwin lifted the red and white checkered picnic cloth over Amory's head, shielding her from the rain. The two pressed close together as they sheltered from the sudden storm. Looking up at him, Amory asked, "When do you think the coachman will come back for us?" Edwin answered seriously, "I'm afraid we may have to wait another hour." Amory cried out in surprise, "What?" The rain only grew heavier. Amory let out a helpless sigh. Hunching her shoulders, she trembled slightly in the cold air and thought regretfully, "I left my coat at the shooting grounds." Noticing her shiver, Edwin immediately threw open his dark cloak and wrapped Amory entirely inside it. Amory froze. "But what about you, my lord?" Edwin replied calmly, "Wear it. I'll be fine." The two walked side by side in the rain. After a moment of silence, Edwin suddenly asked, "By the way, how much longer do you intend to keep calling me my lord?" Amory paused, making a puzzled sound. Keeping his gaze ahead, Edwin said calmly, "For a married couple, doesn't that sound a bit unnatural?" "A little flustered," Angie replied. "Then is there some way you prefer I address you?" She muttered inwardly, "So he really doesn't like being called my lord." In a low voice, Edwin said, "You may simply call me by my name." Edwin. Amory jolted, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. Lowering her head, she muttered softly, "Wouldn't that be too intimate? It feels a little embarrassing." Edwin. Amory repeated the name silently in her heart. Calling him by name would make it impossible not to realize that he really was that Edwin. Turning his head slightly, Edwin said, "A little intimacy isn't necessarily a bad thing. The last time you said it, you didn't seem to have any trouble." Amory jerked her head up. "WN?" Edwin looked away. "We were facing those bandits." "You call me Edwin, then?" He pressed a hand to his forehead. "Damn it, how pathetic can you be?" Edwin asked her. Amory stammered, trying to explain that was... Before she could finish, she suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Edwin immediately tightened his arms and pulled her close. "Don't move around. You'll catch cold." Amory leaned against his chest. In her ear, she could hear a clear, steady rhythm, his heartbeat again and again. Amory heard it distinctly. It was Edwin's heartbeat. In a low voice, Edwin said, "I went too far before." Amory asked, "What did you say?" Looking ahead, Edwin said, "I was angry because the thing I feared actually happened. And I was frustrated because you're always worrying about everyone else, but never about yourself." Silently, he reflected that Amory had not been at the estate very long, and yet she was destined to leave after 3 years. Even so, she sincerely cared for every person in the manor. She had even won the hearts of all the servants. Even his mother had taken a liking to her. Looking down at Amory in his arms, Edwin wondered why. What exactly is driving her to play the role of Duchess so faithfully? At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind. "I just want her to stay by my side." In a low voice, Amory said, "I'm sorry for making you worry. I never meant to." She remembered what Joseph had told her. That day, Edwin had rushed out to save her carrying only a single gun. Looking at the man beside her, Anri admitted inwardly that perhaps Edwin really did have a gentle side. She lifted her head and looked at him with sincere eyes. "Thank you for saving me that day, Edwin." Edwin jolted, and in the rain, the sound of his heartbeat seemed even clearer and warmer. In a low voice, he replied, "You're my wife." It was only natural. Cheerfully, Anri asked, "Then does that mean my confinement is over?" Edwin sighed helplessly. "Very well. As you can see, aren't we already outside now?" Anri felt something swelling inside her. It was as if the soft, unstable ground beneath her feet had become firm again. Even if fierce winds blew, she no longer felt she would be swept away so easily. This sense of stable belonging felt like the very first time she had found a place for herself in this world. Like when she had once rested in her mother's arms and felt that irreplaceable warmth. In the curtain of rain, Edwin held Anri tightly, creating a tiny shelter for her beneath the checkered cloth. Fortunately, the coachman arrived in time, and before long they were inside the carriage. Inside the carriage, Edwin looked at Anri, who was sitting opposite him. "I know the bandit attack wasn't your fault, but..." Edwin opened an elegant wooden box with a crisp click. Anri looked at it in surprise. Lying quietly inside was a small pistol meant for self-defense. "Edwin," she looked at Anri and said, "to prepare for the worst, just in case, that's the right thing to do." Anri accepted the special gift. "Thank you." She accepted it, this small token of reconciliation. After returning to the manor, the firewood in the hearth crackled softly. The warm firelight filled the room. Curled up on the sofa, Anri gradually drifted off to sleep in the comforting warmth. Chester stepped in quietly and looked at the sleeping Anri. Then he noticed the teacup slipping from her hand and carefully caught it. Chester felt deeply relieved. It was wonderful to see that they had made up. Although the two of them still seemed a little awkward, this manor had not felt this lively in many years. Chester showed a look of disbelief. "What did you say?" Edwin asked coldly in return. "Was I not clear enough?" He lifted his head, his gaze carrying an unquestionable authority. "From now on, every letter addressed to Anri must be brought to me first." Chester froze where he stood. Wait, had they not truly reconciled after all? On the morning of the picnic day, a letter had been placed in his hands. Looking at the letter, Chester murmured, "This is for her grace." "But why?" Albert, standing beside him, replied. "His Grace the Duke already opened and read it first." Chester looked stunned. "What?" Albert went on. "And he ordered me to dispose of it." Chester gasped again. "What?" Albert looked uneasy. "This has been weighing on my mind, so before it was completely destroyed, I thought you ought to know." Chester stared at the man before him. What a sly fellow. He simply didn't want to bear the responsibility alone, so that was why he had dragged Chester into it too. Chester raised the letter in his hand. "So you want to keep this?" Albert spread his hands. "Well, the letter is no longer in my possession now. I'd say that still counts as completing the disposal." Chester clenched the letter tightly, glaring at the man in anger. Chester was filled with worry. Those two still had not fully opened their hearts to each other. Looking at Anri, he felt a trace of relief. It was good that they had made up, though both still seemed somewhat awkward and uneasy. He carefully reached out and took the teacup that was about to slip from Anri's fingers. Chester watched the sleeping Anri, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Then time returned to the present. Standing before the heavy double doors, Chester thought to himself, "Her Grace is always thinking of us. I can't pretend I know nothing." He raised his hand and knocked softly. Edwin called from inside, "Come in." Chester pushed open the door. Without even looking up, Edwin asked, "What is it?" Chester spoke in a low voice. "Your Grace." Edwin paused his pen. Chester drew a deep breath and said, "I hope that in the future you will stop handling letters addressed to Her Grace without permission." Edwin's hand froze around the pen. He said coldly, "Doc Albert 1 month's pay next month." Chester stood there, stunned and visibly uneasy. Clutching his apron, Chester said, "Your Grace, I'm worried that Her Grace will hear of this sooner or later. It may also have an unfavorable effect on your reputation." So, Edwin cut him off coldly. "Do not presume to be clever. When you signed your contract, you should have understood your duties very clearly. I understand your concern, but this is to protect Anri from being harassed by people of unknown background." Chester continued carefully. "In that case, perhaps you might consider telling Her Grace. If you explain it to her clearly, I'm sure she will understand." Edwin interrupted him again. "I will handle it. You may go." Chester bowed deeply. "Yes, Your Grace. Please Please forgive my offense. As Chester reached the door, Edwin's voice came from behind him. Bring me today's letters as well. From now on, all mail is to pass through my hands first. Standing by the window, Edwin thought he absolutely could not allow that woman to get near Henry. He knew all too well what methods that woman used. She had been just as cold and merciless with him back then. Edwin calculated inwardly. Albert, how long has it been since I told him to investigate Count Brawley? Looks like I need to hurry him along. That woman will surely make her move soon enough. No matter what, I have to stay alert now. Edwin, Chester asked with a frown. Why aren't you answering? Chester suddenly came back to himself. It's nothing. I understand. He walked to the desk and began sorting through the stack of letters sealed with wax. Invitations to social gatherings, tea parties. I need to find out exactly who will be attending. Edwin's fingers stopped on one letter. He picked up the envelope and carefully examined the seal impressed on it. This crest. He fell into thought. Isn't this the mark of that paint company? So she invested in this business. Edwin suddenly tore open the envelope. The sharp rip made Chester jump. Edwin lowered his eyes and examined the contents. It was only a progress report. Edwin flipped through the pages in his hand, unfolded the letter, and read on. Dear Duchess Henry, this is Walter. While developing the new product, I came up with an idea and hope to seek your advice. Edwin's face darkened instantly. His body trembled involuntarily for a moment, and then he suddenly slammed the letter down onto the desk. Chester shrank back, startled by the sudden burst of anger. Standing by the desk, Edwin's eyes were filled with cold meaning. How pathetic. I truly am the worst sort of person. Sunlight poured into the flower-filled greenhouse when Henry suddenly let out a loud sneeze. She hurriedly covered her mouth. Excuse me, Elizabeth said. I heard you ran in a heavy rain during your picnic. Looking at Henry, she continued. It seems you've caught a cold. Henry replied softly. It's nothing serious. I just got a little chilled. Elizabeth pushed a teacup toward her. Drink some of this. Henry accepted it. Thank you. Lifting her own teacup, Elizabeth said, Perhaps it's because you haven't been out for fresh air in so long. Yesterday's rain really was quite heavy. Did you get soaked? Henry, who had been drinking tea, gave a start at the question. Edwin's figure came to mind, standing in the rain, shielding her tightly. His coat had blocked all the wind and rain. Henry's face turned bright red at once. No, your grace. He protected me very gentlemanly, so I didn't get very wet. Seeing how awkward and shy Henry looked, Elizabeth thought they seemed to be getting along well. As she looked at Henry, she sighed inwardly. When I first met this child, I truly was surprised. I never imagined she had such an innocent side. Perhaps it is precisely because of that nature that she was able to settle in here. Henry set down her teacup. I thought carefully about the advice you gave me last time, about what I should do. Elizabeth paused and looked at Henry quietly. To be honest, it sounded more like nagging, she said, but hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Henry waved her hands in flustered denial. Nagging? Not at all. Lowering her head, she continued softly. I know you said those things because you care about both me and His grace. I simply wanted to express my gratitude for your kindness. Elizabeth reached out and gently placed her hand over Henry's. If you don't mind, please come by often from now on. I will be delighted to show you around this greenhouse I've put so much care into. Henry looked up, warmth filling her heart. The Duchess was truly a kind woman. Henry nodded firmly. I will. Elise held a white cat in her arms. As she turned the pages of the book in her hand, she gently stroked the cat's back. The heavy book snapped shut with a dull thud. Elise frowned slightly. Still no reply. She turned to the attendant beside her and asked, Is it truly impossible to get an answer to the letter I sent to Duchess Briston? The attendant bowed slightly. Your Highness, that is certainly possible. Elise fell into thought. Edwin had always been extremely wary of me. If he knew I was privately contacting his wife, he would surely be furious. Edwin's stern face rose in her mind. The man always looked at others as though he could see through every scheme. Elise sighed. In that case, there's no helping it. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to sit down and have a proper talk with that lord. It looked like the only solution was to invite the married couple here. 2 royal guards stood at attention before the grand crest. One of them unfurled the scroll in his hands and read aloud. By His Majesty's command, the kingdom shall not overlook those who have rendered distinguished service in preserving peace and defeating criminals who threaten public order. In order to provide an example and encouragement to the army and constabulary, we hereby bestow an honorary medal and letter of thanks. Edwin and Henry stood side by side, listening solemnly to the proclamation. An attendant presented 2 silver medals, gleaming brilliantly in the light. The reading continued through the hall. Edwin Asker, Duke of Bristol, and Anne Asker, Duchess of Bristol, are hereby appointed honorary police officers. A hint of surprise showed in Anne's eyes. Edwin silently reached out and brushed his fingertips over the metal symbol of honor. Edwin looked at the guard before him and asked, "Do you know what sort of sentence will be handed down?" The guard hesitated. "May I ask what you mean?" Edwin continued, "If the criminals were deserters, should not the military bear grave responsibility and impose harsher punishment?" The 2 guards exchanged glances. Henry had recognized their guns. They were the Army's new model rifles. Edwin gave a cold snort. Of course they recognized them. He turned his head. "This must be handled seriously, for the dignity of the Azurais." The Azurais, once the knightly order of the ducal territory. After the king took the throne, they had been absorbed into the royal army, but the Bristol ducal family still retained command of the regiment. In essence, nothing had really changed. Henry murmured thoughtfully, "So they were deserters." Edwin looked at the guards with a stern expression. "For the safety of the capital, relay my opinion. The military discipline must be reformed." The guards immediately straightened and answered loudly, "Yes, sir." Edwin was about to turn away. Also, he took an elegant invitation from his breast and held it out to them. The guard accepted it respectfully. "His Majesty wishes to personally commend the 2 of you." Henry looked at the ornate invitation in surprise. Did it really have to go this far? An invitation to a banquet. Edwin was inwardly full of reluctance. No wonder he made such a great show of medals and ceremonies. He must be planning to ask me for Kirsten again. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And in front of my wife, no less. Edwin slammed the door shut with a loud bang. That damned old man. He cursed through clenched teeth, his right hand gripping the newly received medal tightly. Albert trembled and pleaded, "Please calm yourself, sir. Don't damage the medal." The next day, the newspapers ran a large feature. The bold headline read, "True Nobility in Action. The Bristol ducal couple, the first honorary police officers." They were praised as heroes. Elizabeth looked at the framed article hanging on the wall, her hands clasped before her chest. "I knew this spot would be the most eye-catching. It's absolutely perfect." She turned and asked Henry beside her, "Don't you think so?" Sitting stiffly on the sofa, Henry felt unbearably embarrassed. This was simply too mortifying. "Do you know," Elizabeth said, "what is just as important to nobles as title and wealth?" Henry looked at her. "Honor." Elizabeth smiled. "Exactly. One must live with dignity and never lose the bearing of a noble." With her hands clasped to her chest, she looked especially pleased. "In that sense, I've been very happy lately." Elizabeth's eyes turned sharp. "You and Edwin have made all those who once mocked Bristol burn with shame." Henry sighed inwardly. They really were mother and son. Even the way they sneered was exactly the same. Elizabeth said softly, and also, suddenly, she reached out and tightly held Henry's hand. Henry froze. After a moment of silence, Elizabeth said, "Never mind. Would you like some madeleines before you leave?" Somewhat regretfully, Henry replied, "I'd love to, but I really should be going." Edwin came over to the 2 of them. "We have to leave now if we want to arrive at the palace on time." Elizabeth answered in surprise, "Oh my, is it already time?" Edwin added seriously, "We must get there before sunset." "Come, Henri." Smiling, Elizabeth bade them farewell. "Then I wish you both a safe journey." Edwin bowed slightly. "Then we'll take our leave." Watching their departing figures, Elizabeth sighed inwardly. "That child, Edwin." Walking beside Henry, Edwin said quietly, "The nights are cold. You shouldn't dress too lightly." Henry answered softly, "I'll be fine." Elizabeth sank into memory. "I always thought he wasn't merely quiet and taciturn. He was as though he had been stripped of all emotion. At that heartbreaking time, even when his father died, not the slightest ripple crossed his face. And yet in the end, he personally chose his own bride. He would even openly quarrel with others for her sake." Elizabeth smiled in relief. "Seeing him as he is now, I finally feel a little at ease." The glow of sunset washed over the grand palace buildings as Edwin led Henry into the hall. An attendant came forward with a respectful bow. "Welcome, Duke of Bristol and Duchess." Turning slightly aside, the attendant gestured. "Please rest here for a while. You will be escorted to the banquet hall shortly." Edwin gave a small nod. "Understood." Head lowered, Henry walked beside Edwin, her complexion looking rather poor. Edwin turned to her. "Are you cold?" Startled, Henry shook her head. "And no, Not that. Edwin frowned at her. You look pale. Henry lowered her head. I'm just a little nervous. Edwin took her hand. There's nothing to fear. It's no more than meaningless small talk. He helped Henry sit down. I'd wager they simply want to see what you're like. Edwin's expression darkened, and this had better be the end of it. I will never give him the chance to bring up Kirsten in front of me. The heavy doors opened. Elise entered. Have the underground guests arrived already? She halted, a faintly amused smile curling at her lips. Oh, what a surprise. Looking at Edwin, Elise said, It's been a long time. Edwin asked her. She gave a light laugh. The last time I saw you, you were still a little boy. By my count, it's been nearly 15 years. Henry thought in shock, could this be? Edwin bent in greeting. My respects, Your Highness. Elise gave a slight, elegant nod in return. No need for such formality. I only heard your wife was here, so I stopped by to have a look. Henry, somewhat flustered, pointed at herself. Me? Elise smiled with amusement. Yes, Duchess. You know who I mean, don't you? Edwin stepped in front of Henry and cut her off. You'll meet later anyway. Why the rush to come here yourself? Henry was full of shock. She could hardly believe it. Elise laughed softly. Why be so guarded? I'm not going to eat her. Edwin replied coolly. She's already nervous enough. Please be understanding. Inwardly, Elise sighed. My favorite newlyweds are standing right before me. It ought to feel like a dream come true. But why does this feel so strange? So odd. A low, authoritative voice rang out. He strode in slowly, his tone carrying an unquestionable warning. His Majesty should have told you not to behave rashly. Henry sucked in a sharp breath. She clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes trembling with overwhelming shock. Impossible, that man was. Henry's mind went blank. Why? Why was Eunice's W here? A sheen of cold sweat appeared on William's temple. He avoided Henry's gaze, looking uncomfortable. Henry watched everything with a stiff expression. Elise said in a low voice, Don't act rashly. Everyone treats me like some rabid dog off the leash, even you. William said, That's hurtful. Henry stood frozen, unsure how to react to the tense atmosphere. Elise, turn to leave. Then I'll see you later. William said softly, Duke and Duchess of Bristol, if I ruin the mood, please forgive me. Edwin answered calmly, Not at all, Your Highness. Please don't concern yourself. William answered quietly, I understand. Henry looked at him in confusion, apparently not fully understanding his meaning. William continued, In that case, that is a relief. Please rest well. The heavy door shut behind them with a crisp click of the latch. They walked side by side through the empty corridor. Henry felt a strange weariness come over her. For some reason, she suddenly felt utterly exhausted. A slight furrow appeared between Henry's brows, her heart heavy. Had Eunice already found out? In another corner of the splendid banquet hall, the king was crossing the corridor toward the lively dining table. Then he smiled kindly. Come now, everyone sit. Looking toward the seat of honor, Henry thought, So this is His Majesty the King. The king broke the silence first. So, Duchess of Bristol, you bore the greatest burden this time. Thanks to you, I have been able to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Henry inclined her head slightly. If this can contribute even a little to the peace of the kingdom, then the honor should rightfully belong to you, Your Majesty. The king shook his head repeatedly. No. Had you not acted with such presence of mind, the losses might have been far greater. He then looked toward Edwin, seated nearby. As for the Duke's bravery, that goes without saying. It deserves the highest praise. No reward would ever seem sufficient. The king laughed heartily and raised his goblet. This banquet is but a small expression of my gratitude. I hope you will all enjoy yourselves. The table was covered with exquisite dishes, and the silverware gave off soft clinks. Henry mechanically cut the food on her plate. She felt a strong gaze on her and instinctively looked up only to meet Elise's eyes. There was a meaningful smile on her lips. She was staring at Henry. Henry was startled. She's been watching me this whole time. What exactly does she want? Does she want to say something to me? Henry remembered that in the waiting room, Elise had clearly said she had come specifically to see her. Henry grew more and more uneasy. From the corner of her eye, she noticed William secretly looking at her as well. Even Prince William. This feeling of being watched by everyone was almost unbearable. Cold sweat ran down Henry's temple. The oppressive atmosphere made her feel as though her body was reaching its limit. The king set down his goblet. Come to think of it, I heard your wedding was held at the Horse Cup. Henry froze for a moment. Yes, Your Majesty. Edwin thought grimly. So this man really did bring it up," Edwin continued. "We simply wish to commemorate the horse that brought us together." The king nodded slightly, amusement in his eyes. "I see. For a loving couple, that was certainly a fitting gesture. A pity I did not witness it myself." Edwin looked straight at the king. "Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but I had assumed that matter had been completely settled." Anri tilted her head in confusion. "That matter?" The king burst into laughter. "It seems the Duchess knows nothing about it all." His gaze returned to Edwin. "But, Duke, you should understand very well that superior bloodlines must be carried on. To bury such a jewel in the dust is no different from treating a knight like a common stone." William sat nearby, listening to this exchange with a complicated expression. Edwin answered calmly. "Even buried in the earth, a jewel remains a jewel." The king's mouth twitched faintly. "True enough, but should one not display its brilliance to the world when it shines brightest?" Edwin's tone remained cool and firm. "Your Majesty, if it is truly precious, then no matter where it is, its value will not change." He paused. "And more importantly, this jewel has not been buried at all." William froze, staring blankly at Edwin. Edwin said, word by word, "It has been securely set in the place where it belongs, in the form that suits it best." The king leaned forward slightly. "So, in short, you refuse to let Br." Anri suddenly realized something. Could all of this be for Kirsten? The king clicked his tongue in displeasure. "In the end, this is merely a question of breeding rights for a horse. Must you really make matters this complicated?" Edwin lowered his head slightly. "My deepest apologies, Your Majesty." Seated in place, Anri's mind raced. So all of this conflict was because of Kirsten. His Majesty wanted Kirsten's bloodline. She recalled what Edwin had once said. "His Majesty is always asking me for what belongs to me, so I must go to the palace in person to refuse him." At last, Anri understood what Edwin had meant back then. Just then, Elise suddenly asked, "Tell me, Duchess." Anri jumped, her body shivering instinctively. Elise continued, "Have you attended any balls or gatherings in the capital lately? You are the center of attention now. Surely you've received all sorts of letters and invitations." Anri answered politely. "After that incident, I did receive a few notes expressing concern, but perhaps out of caution, I have not received many other letters. Thanks to that, I've been able to rest in peace." Elise sighed. "Heavens, what a pity. Social season is such a delight for those who enjoy company. It's a shame for you to miss it. Or perhaps you simply haven't received them yet. Soon those invitations will come flooding in." Anri smiled awkwardly. "Perhaps." Beside her, Edwin's expression grew heavy, a trace of sweat forming at his temple. He seemed worried about something. As night deepened, a breeze passed over the palace terrace. Hidden in the shadow behind a stone pillar, William nervously watched the surroundings. "Maybe now is my chance." He lightened his steps and silently followed after them. In the corridor, Edwin was accompanying Anri toward the exit. Somewhat surprised, Anri asked, "You really intend to leave now?" Edwin nodded. "Yes. If we stay at our townhouse in the capital tonight, we can return to the territory tomorrow morning. Compared to staying in the palace, our own townhouse will surely be more comfortable for you." Anri replied softly, "That's true." Then Elise's voice came from behind them. "Sir Edwin Asker, Lady Briston." The two stopped and turned back. Smiling, Elise said, "I enjoyed tonight very much." Looking at the pair preparing to leave, she asked, "You're heading out already?" Edwin replied politely, "Yes, Your Highness." Elise nodded slightly. "Very well. I hope it won't be too late by the time you get home." Standing a short distance away, William hesitated, wanting to step forward. Elise spoke again. "I'll write to you as soon as I can." Edwin's brows drew together slightly at those words. Anri then answered softly, "Very well, Your Highness." Edwin bowed slightly. "Then we shall take our leave. Please rest well, Your Highness." He turned away with Anri. William remained where he was, silently watching their retreating figures. Standing in the shadows, Elise's eyes held an unreadable chill. "William." William gave a start. Elise approached slowly. "At dinner, you hardly spoke at all. And now, for what reason have you come here?" William lowered his head in haste. Elise continued coldly. "Since my dear brother has been freed from performing his duties as crown prince, the task of entertaining guests and seeing them off naturally falls to me." William stammered, "I'm sorry." Seeing how cowed he looked, Elise's lips curved into a contemptuous smile. She leaned closer to William. "Well, actually, there's no need to apologize." The king stood before a huge portrait, At the far end of the corridor, Elise stood quietly, watching the king approach. The king stopped and said, "I told you before not to overstep." The king continued, "Do not covet your brother's place, Elise." Lowering her head, Elise gave a self-mocking smile. "Covet it, your majesty? All I have ever done is try my best to support William." William stood beside Elise, the two of them beneath the lofty archway. The king stood in shadow, watching their departing backs with a dark expression. He let out a scornful laugh. "Ah, bold words. Tell me, have you ever seen a lantern set itself alight?" He took a step forward. "A lantern's duty is to be lit by others, and when needed, to give off exactly the proper amount of light." He moved closer still. "The women of the court are the same. They need only remain in the places assigned to them, light up that small patch of space, and warm those around them." He lowered his eyes to look down at her. "Your mother should have taught you these things." Elise turned her head slightly. The king stared at her. "Do you understand what I mean?" The king's voice echoed through the empty room. "Make certain that nothing as conspicuous as before happens again." Elise lowered her gaze. "Yes, your majesty." Left standing alone before the giant portrait, Elise quietly gazed at the face upon it. From within the splendid residence came the faint sound of sobbing. Emma sat on a bedside chair, tightly holding Elise, who was curled into a ball in her arms. Elise buried her face against Emma's shoulder, her body trembling slightly with tears. Jenna called softly, "Your Highness." Face still pressed against Emma's shoulder, Elise said, "I thought I had grown used to His Majesty's anger toward me. But why does it still hurt so much every single time?" A black hound came up and gently licked the back of Elise's hand. She stroked the dog with sluggish movements. "Perhaps it is because you love His Majesty." Elise suddenly stiffened, going completely still. "What?" she exclaimed, staring at Jenna in shock. Jenna looked at her calmly and said, "Children always long for their birth mother's approval, Your Highness." Elise gave a cold snort. What an unpleasant way of putting it. But you're right. That is my own feeling. She lowered her head and looked at the letters scattered across the table, all clearly bearing William's name. "Still, there's one thing I am curious about." William held a letter in his hand, looking somewhat forlorn. If his precious son disappoints him, will His Majesty still protect and cherish him as he always has? Emma held the white cat Miley in her arms. The cat was purring comfortably, then opened wide and let out a long yawn, revealing its tiny, sharp teeth. Elise sat at the tea table and asked, "How has Miley been lately? Is she still exchanging love letters with that young lady?" Emma gently stroked the cat in her arms and replied, "No longer, Your Highness." Elise asked in surprise, "Why?" She used to be very diligent about it. She even went so far as to forge the address of the knightly order to send them. "Don't tell me she's been rejected. That simply won't do." Emma sighed. "I'm afraid it may be something like that. She's been staying in her room all these days, looking listless. It seems she truly did fall in love this time." Elise murmured thoughtfully, "I see. In that case." William unconsciously rubbed at the corner of his clothes with his fingers. Standing behind him, Elise watched everything coldly. William stared anxiously after Henri's back, as though he wanted to go to her, yet hesitated. Elise suddenly stopped moving, as if she had realized something. She let out a soft laugh. "Ah, so that's it. Poor Miley. She finally worked up the courage to act, and I ended up ruining it. I only interfered a little because she kept trying to reach those connections I had already marked out." Cradling Miley, Emma replied, "Well, perhaps we had better watch a little longer, Your Highness. After all, she went out early this morning." William strode quickly through the corridor. His footsteps hurried, his face full of unease. Elise smiled meaningfully. "Is that so?" From the stables came the sound of steady chewing. Marilyn was leisurely eating her feed. Henri widened her eyes in surprise. "Pregnant? Geoffrey, is that true?" Standing by the stall, Geoffrey replied, "Yes, miss. She'll foal next spring, though you can't tell from her appearance yet." Henri covered her mouth with both hands. "Heavens!" She gently stroked the mare's face. "Congratulations, Marilyn. I pray both you and your little one will be safe and healthy." Watching the horse continue to eat, Henri thought everything yesterday was strange. Why was Elise so kind to me? Was it just a whim? And why did Edwin seem so uneasy whenever he was near Elise? Originally, Edwin should have been drawn to Elise from the very beginning. Yet yesterday, he went to such lengths to avoid her. It's a good thing for me, but something still feels off. As Henri was thinking, the horse suddenly nipped her finger. Ow! She drew back her hand. "Sorry, Marilyn. Here, have this." She picked up another handful of licorice and offered it. Marilyn let out a cheerful whinny. and lowered her head to eat. Looking at Marilyn, Amory thought, now that I know the person who signed with the initial W is really Prince William, I need to write and tell Eunice at once. But come to think of it, in her last letter she never mentioned anything about W at all. Could something have happened? As Amory was thinking, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded in the distance. Jeffrey shouted, "Miss!" Amory turned her head to look at Jeffrey running toward her. Edwin slammed an envelope down onto the table. Written clearly on it were the words, "To the Duke and Duchess of Bristol." Looking at the letter before her, Amory asked, "A letter for me? What happened? Who sent it?" Edwin's face was grave. "See for yourself." Amory opened the envelope. The contents were brief and direct. "There is an urgent matter that must be dealt with. I request a meeting with Duchess Amory today." At the signature was written plainly, "William Branuel." Amory sucked in a breath. "Your Highness the Prince? Why would Prince William suddenly contact me? The only connection between us is through Eunice. Could something have happened to Eunice?" Edwin leaned forward slightly. "It sounds urgent. Do you know what this may concern?" Under his gaze, Amory felt somewhat guilty. Oh well. Just then, urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. The doors were thrown open. "Your Grace! Your Grace!" Amory turned in surprise. The royal carriage has already arrived at the estate. Sitting inside the carriage, William looked through the window toward the ducal residence. A fine sheen of sweat covered his forehead, and he looked anxious and impatient. William sat stiffly. "I'm very sorry to pay such a sudden visit on such short notice." Amory smiled in reply. "It's all right, Your Highness. Don't you agree?" Edwin, seated beside her, said nothing. Amory quietly reached out and poked Edwin in the side. Edwin still wore a dark expression. Looking at the two before him, William appeared even more uncomfortable. Stammering, he said, "Originally, I meant to request a private meeting with the Duchess, but..." Edwin asked coldly, "Does my presence trouble you?" William shrank back. "And no, not at all." He drew a deep breath. "Your Highness, I never imagined I would say such a thing aloud to the Crown Prince, but..." Amory looked at William before her. "You came here to ask for advice about love, didn't you?" Edwin let out a long sigh. "Very well. Since this concerns my wife's family, the Duke may hear it too. After all, the first time I met Eunice..." "Wait!" Edwin abruptly raised a hand, cutting him off. "Your Highness, are you saying that you are courting Miss Eunice, my wife's elder sister, the Viscount's daughter?" A flush spread across William's face. "Yes, exactly." Amory stared at him in astonishment. She could scarcely believe it. Edwin frowned deeply. "Have you lost your mind?" Amory jumped and hurriedly protested. "Good heavens, Your Grace. That's far too harsh." She turned to William. Their meeting really was only a coincidence. William nodded frantically at her side, looking tense. Edwin turned his head away. "In that case, I won't participate in the rest of this conversation. Continue as you please. Pretend I'm not here." Relieved, William answered in a small voice, Thank you." Edwin repeated the name inwardly. "William, Duke of Bristol, please hear me out." William stretched out a hand in agitation. "A foundation of authority built on bloodshed will only lead him down the road to tyranny." Edwin let out a contemptuous sigh. "Even if he takes the throne, all those grand words and noble ideals will not sway me, Your Highness. And as for the road he must walk from now on, he knows it very well himself." Seated in the broad armchair, Edwin looked down on the man before him from above. "Unlike you." William gave a violent start. "Please, Duke of Bristol, I beg you." Edwin looked coldly at William kneeling before him, judging inwardly. Indeed, he had none of a future king's backbone. He bowed too easily. Edwin leaned back in his chair. "What I want is peace and compromise. Elise knows that very well too. And yet the only advice I can offer you is to flee abroad. So long as you remain alive, Elise's legitimacy will always be questioned. She will never let you go." William lowered his head and fell into a silence as dead as ash. He said quietly, "My sister, her greed will ruin her someday. And you, Edwin, your greed will ruin you as well." William turned and walked heavily toward the door. "Even so, I still hope we might become friends." Edwin stared ahead expressionlessly, his eyes deep and cold. In the empty hall, only the shattered wine glass remained scattered across the floor, crimson liquid slowly spreading over the ground. Edwin looked at the person before him. What a fool. Even knowing he was doomed, he still. Edwin spat out two cold words. "Pathetic." William's voice trembled with tears. "Please, I'm begging you." Edwin gave a sudden start and was pulled out of the phantom of memory. He steadied himself and looked at the William before him. William was gazing at him pleadingly. "Please help me. Help me see Miss Eunice again." Amory asked in surprise. "Me? William lowered his head, his face flushing red. I don't know what I did wrong. After a moment of silence, Henri said honestly, to tell you the truth, Eunice has never once mentioned you in front of me. William froze in place, his face turning deathly pale. Seeing how shaken he was, Henri continued, thinking back on it now, I believe it was because she was afraid she might accidentally let something slip and reveal your secret. William stood there stunned, tears glimmering in his eyes. Looking at him like this, Henri thought, he's nothing like Elise. He's far too easy to read. William coughed lightly. Then please allow me to explain, as briefly as I can, what happened between Eunice and me. At first, I only wanted to finish that dance quickly and retreat to a corner. On the dance floor, William confessed in a low voice, I've never been good at dealing with people. Eunice started slightly, then replied softly, neither am I. Eunice lowered her eyes. I'm not like Henri. I can't blend into other people's conversations so easily. If she hadn't brought me here tonight, I never would have come. The moment I saw Eunice again, I understood. Our souls were the same color. William gently took Eunice's hand. If this is not too presumptuous, may I know your name, miss? Blushing shyly, Eunice lowered her head. My name is Eunice. Eunice Wentworth. William said sincerely, what a beautiful name. It suits you very well. Eunice lowered her gaze awkwardly and avoided his eyes. May I know your name, sir? William gave a violent start. Well. The people around them began to stir. Noisy whispers spread through the hall. With a complicated expression, William looked off into the distance and did not answer her question. William let out a long breath, but in the end, he could not gather the courage to tell her the truth. Instead, when he began writing to her, he borrowed another man's address and surname. Eunice received those letters decorated with pressed flowers. At first, she always replied earnestly. Every week, William sent out a letter, using up bottle after bottle of ink. Eunice held those letters to her cheek, overflowing with joy. But then the replies suddenly stopped. William said with a lonely look, to be precise, it was after I saw her again at your wedding. After that, the letters ceased. In the garden on the day of the wedding, William had tried to approach Eunice, but could only watch helplessly as she turned and walked away. Henri looked puzzled. Oh, why was that? Edwin also frowned. He attended the wedding? Then why don't I remember seeing him at all? William knew he had been too rash, but he desperately wanted to understand the reason. To others, he may have looked like an irritating man who would not let go. But to him, the feelings built through their exchange of letters were far deeper than the short time they had actually spent together. William sat in the carriage and looked out at the scenery racing past the window. When the outline of Wentworth Manor appeared on the horizon, his heart pounded so hard it felt ready to burst through his chest. Then his eyes froze. There, in the middle of the road, he saw that familiar figure. In that moment, William was certain this was fate. Wait, stop the carriage. Eunice walked lightly through the woods, though her heart was full of turmoil. The truth was, William had intended to speak to her the moment he arrived. But all along the way, he kept agonizing over how he should begin. While he hesitated, the two of them had already reached the Great Lake. Henri answered excitedly, I know that place. It's quiet and beautiful, isn't it? William watched Eunice's back. He had never seen such a lovely face. Yet at that very moment, fear quietly began to grow. William started to worry that if he suddenly appeared before her like this, it might make her uncomfortable, or perhaps she had already discovered the lie about his identity, and that was why. She stopped replying. Resting her chin on her hand, Henri said, So whose fault was this, exactly? Is hiding one's identity the latest fashion among gentlemen? Edwin, who was holding a teacup, gave a start at those words. William lowered his head. I know that was wrong. Looking at him, Henri pressed on. So in the end, you still couldn't gather the courage to speak? At the very moment William decided to turn and leave, there was a rustle in the bushes. Eunice noticed him first. Who's there? William was so startled that he froze on the spot. Eunice covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my goodness. Willie. Eunice, William called out tenderly. He had worried she would be angry at his uninvited appearance. But to his relief, Eunice looked overjoyed. Ever since the letters had abruptly stopped, she had been terribly worried. Henri asked in surprise, Good heavens, were the letters lost? William shook his head. No, it seems her sister intercepted them and threw them all away. Elise. Eunice had once mentioned that she found charred scraps of letters in the fireplace. and they were letters William had sent. Eunice calmly told him of the unfair treatment she had suffered, and William felt a sharp pain in his heart. He could not bear to imagine that if he had not found the courage to go see her that day, their bond might have been severed without a sound. That terrifying thought sent a chill down his spine. Yet after confirming that Eunice's feelings had never changed, William was overwhelmed with joy. He comforted her in person and told her not to worry. They could simply write the letters all over again. Tilting her head, Anne asked, if that was the case, then wasn't everything resolved smoothly? William replied hesitantly, well, because I was just too happy at the time. In a low voice, William said, I proposed to her right then and there. Anne cried out, what? Edwin blurted, what? William hurriedly waved his hands. Please, hear me out. He no longer wanted to hide his identity, and he did not want to leave Eunice in uncertainty again. He longed to prove his sincerity through a formal engagement. Anne covered her mouth nervously. Then, did my sister accept? William sighed. At first, she really was very happy. But when I confessed my true identity, her expression changed at once. Eunice turned away. I still love you, but, with her head lowered, Eunice said, I can't marry you. I'm sorry. Then Eunice turned and left, leaving William standing there alone. He stayed nearby for one night, then went to the manor again the next day. It was raining heavily that day, and William looked utterly bedraggled. The Viscountess took one look at him and mercilessly shut the front door in his face. After returning to the palace, William sent many more letters, but never received another reply. Now, I truly don't know what to do. In a stiff voice, Edwin said, if the matter is already settled, why waste your energy trying to change it? William was so struck by those words that his face went pale. Seeing that, Anne quietly reached out and pinched Edwin hard at the waist. She glared at him. Edwin, be polite. Edwin stiffened from the pinch, and a bead of cold sweat appeared at his temple. William slumped back into the sofa. So, there's really no hope? Seeing him like that, Anne quickly shook her head and comforted him. Please don't lose heart. If you don't hear the other person's feelings directly, you can't know what they truly think. If you are willing, I can go speak with my sister for you, Your Highness. William sprang up from the sofa. Why, you really would? Clasping his hands before his chest, he answered excitedly, really, thank you so much, Lady Briston. After receiving Anne's promise of help, William finally seemed to relax. He looked far more at ease than when he had arrived, and soon took his leave of Anne and Edwin. Standing on the steps, Anne watched William's carriage disappear into the distance. She fell into thought. Why had Eunice refused that proposal? Walking beside her, Edwin said, the reason is obvious. A marriage so unequal in status was bound to be refused. Anne refuted him at once. But if she truly cares for him, she wouldn't reject him so decisively for that reason alone. Expressionless, Edwin replied, that's hardly strange. William is a prince. His marriage is destined to face endless obstacles. People would use every excuse they could to belittle Eunice. He continued his calm analysis, and they've only known each other for a few months. Most of that time, they communicated through letters. Anne puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. Even so, whether it was through letters or not, his feelings looked sincere. Edwin said flatly, then perhaps her feelings were not that deep. Privately, Anne complained to herself, why does this man always have to look at everything in the worst possible way? Couldn't he just once simply say, I understand? Edwin paid no attention to Anne's mood and came to his own conclusion. At best, you should pretend to help, then let the matter drop. This relationship will never have an ending. Anne asked angrily, why are you always so negative? Edwin stopped walking. He came here asking for help without even obtaining His Majesty's approval. Why should Eunice accept the proposal of such a reckless man? And besides, for the daughter of a mere viscount to dream of marrying a prince is simply absurd. Anne listened in silence, her face growing uglier by the second. Edwin kept going as if talking to himself. In other words, is the Wentworth family's daughter too low-born to even dream of marrying a man of noble birth? Anne glared at Edwin, her eyes full of anger. Edwin let out a quick sigh. What I mean is, such a union would be dangerous. It would provoke fierce opposition and could even affect the succession to the throne. If they force the marriage through, Miss Eunice will suffer sooner or later, one way or another. As Anne listened, she knew he was right. Back then, it had been William's place in the line of succession that led Elise to attack him so viciously. In a low voice, Anne replied, you're right about that. The two stood in the empty corridor, the atmosphere heavy. Anne lifted her head. Even so, I still want to hear Eunice's true feelings. She's always been the type to keep her emotions hidden. If her feelings are real, then I want to help her. Looking up, Henry added, to measure love by status and rank. That's just too cruel. Edwin looked at her in silence. Do as you please. He turned and walked away with steady steps. Henry remained where she was, watching his back disappear at the end of the corridor. Meanwhile, in another house, Barbara was hurrying toward a room with a letter in hand. She knocked hard on the door and called urgently, Miss. Barbara pushed the door open and rushed in. A letter has come from Lady Henry. Eunice took the letter. Thank you, Barbara. Sitting alone on the edge of the bed, she slowly unfolded the letter. Dear Sister Eunice, how have you been lately? I wonder whether Wentworth Manor is still the same as before. I miss you very much. Letters could only carry words. They could not convey voices, nor the complicated feelings hidden deep in a heart. At the end of the letter, she saw a special note. Please don't tell Mother. Or Candace. A carriage stood in front of the house. Barbara asked, Miss, are you sure 2 bags of luggage will be enough? Eunice answered softly, yes, that'll be fine. Just as Eunice was about to get into the carriage, she suddenly felt someone's gaze behind her. She instinctively shrank her neck. Hiding behind a pillar, Candace was staring this way. Henry had said she should leave in secret, but in a house this small, there was no such thing as secrecy. Eunice secretly felt relieved that the carriage could only seat 2 people. That way, Candace would not be able to insist on coming along. In fact, this 2-person carriage had been specially arranged by Henry to avoid Candace. Eunice had just begun to relax when a deep voice suddenly sounded behind her. Eunice, my child. Startled, Eunice froze where she stood. Her father walked over with calm steps. From what I've heard, you've been corresponding with Henry lately. Eunice swelled nervously. Ah, yes. Looking at her, her father said, I had thought she had already cut off all contact with the Wentworth family. I'm glad to hear that isn't the case. Eunice twisted her fingers uneasily. Her father sank into thought. I certainly hoped she would not be lonely, but more than relief, what I feel is. He drew back from his thoughts and looked at Eunice. In any case, have a safe journey. Eunice gasped in surprise. Her father scratched the back of his head awkwardly. When you come back, tell me about Henry. Eunice nodded to him solemnly. Her father smiled in relief. Then he took a letter from his coat and handed it to her. And this as well. Could you give this letter to her for me? Looking at Eunice, he added, please. Eunice reached out and took the envelope. I will. Seeing her tuck the letter away, her father smiled gently. In the study, Henry was flipping through a book in her hands. Oh, it seems she has set out smoothly. She put the book down. Today, I want you to go ahead to the Hartfield estate and confirm whether all the preparations there have been properly arranged. Chester respectfully bowed his head. While Henry was speaking with Chester, Edwin suddenly pushed open the door and entered, calling Henry's name. Looking at him in surprise, Henry said, your timing is perfect. Edwin strode in and stared at what Henry was holding. What's that? Henry lifted the letter in her hand. News from my sister. She's already on the road. Henry continued. She should reach the capital by tomorrow evening. Edwin looked thoughtfully at the letter. So it's a letter. Seeing this, Chester bowed slightly. Then I'll take my leave first. He hurried out of the study with his head lowered, looking somewhat flustered. Edwin watched Chester's retreating back, then turned to Henry. About that matter, after a moment of silence, he said, I will also be going to the capital tomorrow. Henry turned her face away with some displeasure. Do as you like. Are you going to keep contradicting me like this? Edwin lowered his head slightly. Contradicting you? I am doing my best to respect your wishes. Henry asked, then why were you looking for me just now? Edwin walked over to the sofa, sat down, and casually picked up a book. I wanted to ask how long you plan to stay in the capital. Holding a book, Henry walked over to him. You could have asked that at dinner. Edwin was silent for a moment, his gaze resting on the bookshelf. Henry continued, ever since that day, you've been avoiding me. I haven't had a chance to ask you anything. Looking awkward, Henry avoided his eyes. You've misunderstood. Edwin let out a faint snort. Have I? Then he asked in puzzlement, why are you reading books about the Grand Tour? Those routes are meant for young men who have just graduated. Henry looked flustered. What's it to you? This. I've always dreamed that one day I could travel. If that happened, I'd have lots of stories to tell Eunice. Henry opened the newspaper in her hand and pointed to an article about steam locomotives. Maybe before long, I might even be able to travel by steam train. Somewhat surprised, Edwin asked, you're interested in steam locomotives? Henry answered righteously, of course. It's the hottest topic in the city. Edwin was quietly startled. Since when had she started planning all this? Henry suddenly leaned closer. Then about that vote, can you support it? You're a conservative senator, after all. Edwin abruptly stood up. Henry froze where she was. With his back to her, Edwin said, "You still haven't answered my question. How long do you intend to stay in the capital?" In a low voice, Henry replied, "I haven't decided yet." Edwin straightened his cravat and turned toward the door. "As you wish." Watching his back, Henry called out Edwin. Then she suddenly laughed. "I'll write to you. I promise." Edwin stopped walking and listened silently to the laughter behind him, then left the study. In the corridor, Chester was waiting quietly. Edwin stopped in front of him and looked at him. "I told you all letters were to be handed to me first." Chester kept his head down, not daring to meet his gaze. Edwin continued, "You disobeyed my order. This month's wages will be docked." Chester closed his eyes. "Yes, my lord." Edwin examined him and gave a cold snort. "By the look of you, are you planning to defy me again?" Chester bowed slightly. "My lord, I serve you always. At the same time, I also serve Her Grace the Duchess." Edwin stared at Chester. In the corridor, the two faced off in silence. With a snort, Edwin turned and walked away. Chester remained standing there, silently watching Edwin's retreating back. The next evening, a carriage slowly came to a stop before the grand residence. Martin was waiting respectfully nearby. Henry hurried forward. "Eunice, you must be exhausted from the journey." Eunice stepped out of the carriage, looking a little awkward. Martin took the suitcase from her hand. In a small voice, Eunice said, "Thank you." Henry affectionately draped an arm around Eunice's shoulders and led her toward the house. "Come on, let's go inside. You must be starving." Henry continued excitedly. "For tonight, I've specially prepared a lavish French dinner." Listening to Henry's arrangements, Eunice replied, That sounds wonderful." Looking at the magnificent residence before her, Eunice could not help exclaiming, "Henry, this place is amazing." Henry let out a meaningful laugh. "Good. Next comes the part about love." Elsewhere in the house, Edwin was standing before a bookshelf. "What did you say?" Martin stood nearby, reporting respectfully, "A guest from the palace has arrived." Edwin frowned. "Prince William again?" Martin shook his head. "No, my lord. It's Princess Elise." Edwin gripped the edge of the shelf. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. In disbelief, he muttered, "Who? Why would she come at a time like this?" 3 royal guards stood in perfect formation. Looking at the scene before him, Chester thought, a prince came just a few days ago, and now even the princess? What on earth is happening? Edwin pushed open the heavy doors and entered the room. Elise was waiting there in silence. Edwin stopped and said, "Your Highness." Elise turned around. "Sir Edwin Asker." Edwin lowered his head slightly. "Please forgive me for receiving you in such a state. I had no preparation at all." Elise extended a hand. "It's all right. I only wanted to see the look of surprise on your face." Edwin looked at the hand she had offered, paused for a moment, and fell silent. Then, politely, he reached out to greet this uninvited royal guest. Seated on the sofa, Elise lightly tapped the armrest with her fingertips. "So then, where's your wife?" Edwin replied calmly. "She always has many things to keep her busy." Elise lifted her teacup. "So we missed each other? What a pity. I had hoped to see her today." After a brief silence, Edwin said, "If I may ask, what reason does your Highness have for taking such an interest in my wife?" Elise smiled. "Oh, why can't I like her?" Spreading her hands, she continued, "First, she's charming." Hearing that assessment, Edwin let out a helpless sigh. Elise went on, "Second, she has an exceptionally keen eye for art." Holding up 3 fingers, Elise continued, "Third, she looked at the Duke of Bristol, her tone turning meaningful. Because she is your wife." Changing her posture, Elise asked, "Duke Bristol, my brother came here recently, didn't he?" Edwin answered, "That is quite a personal question." Elise smiled. "There's no need to be so guarded. I have no intention of interfering in William's affairs." Frowning, Edwin asked, "Then was this your plan?" Elise countered, "What?" Edwin stared at her and continued, "Do you think I believe William's romantic pursuit was arranged by me?" Elise burst into laughter. "Duke, no matter how much I may try, I cannot control people's hearts." Edwin listened in silence, his expression hidden in shadow. Elise continued, "Still, that young lady may truly suit William. He has always dreamed of a simpler, quieter life. But tell me, why do you ask? Are you worried about William, the famed iron-blooded Duke Bristol?" In a low voice, Edwin answered, "Not for his sake, but for the turmoil he may bring to the kingdom." He already understood her true purpose. It was not to monitor William. Edwin rose to his feet. "Your Highness, it was you, wasn't it? You pressured His Majesty to summon us back to the palace." He continued, using the pretext of bestowing honors. Elise looked up at him. "What makes you so certain?" Edwin slowly paced across the room. He recalled all the suspicious aspects of the matter. This was completely unlike the old king style. On the surface, it was an honor, but underneath it silently moved everyone into the positions you had prepared in advance. That had always been your method. To himself, he thought bitterly that he should have realized it that very day. Edwin walked to the table and opened a delicate wooden box. He remembered that His Majesty had been dissatisfied with him for some time because he had refused a request concerning Kiristan's breeding issue. Picking up the metal inside the box, Edwin said, "And the new constabulary system was your plan. It was the reformists' proudest victory, so the conclusion isn't difficult to reach. His Majesty would never have given such strong support to the new constabulary system." Beneath the metal was a note. On it was written, "Be the star that shines even in the darkest place." After hearing his analysis, Elise could not help laughing softly. "Just as I expected. I have always taken pride in being a poet, and you have never disappointed me." Turning around, Edwin said, "Without question, you wanted me to see through your plan." Looking at the woman before him, Edwin said, "You made us drift upon your ship with the current, and then stretched out your hand, inviting us to sail alongside you." Elise smiled faintly. "Goodness, what a gloomy interpretation. Don't be so harsh. This does no harm to you or your wife. If anything, this honorary constable title is beneficial to her. It will only make her reputation more secure." Edwin pressed his lips tightly together, and a faint grinding sound came from his teeth. "Whenever I look at you and realize you remember nothing of what happened before, my heart twists. But then again, what immense mercy that is. Once on the chessboard, the most worthless and easily manipulated piece was me." She reached out and lightly pinched a dark chess piece. Before the huge white pieces, that one looked painfully small. He knew very well that woman was a flame that devoured all things. Even so, because he could not endure the cold, he could not look away. Elise looked at Edwin. "That man is nothing like you. He is not warm, and he is not easy to be with. He unsettles me." Looking into Edwin's dead black eyes, it felt as though she were staring into a mirror. Who, in their right mind, would kiss their own reflection? To call such a relationship love would be an insult. It was clearly self-destruction. That was the true nature of the bond between them. Sunlight poured into the luxurious room. The table was covered with delicate sweets and fruit. Looking at Eunice as she ate, Henry said, "Eunice, starting tomorrow, we're going to try every fun thing the capital has to offer." Holding a pastry in her hand, with her mouth stuffed full, Eunice looked shyly at the excited Henry. "I've already fallen in love with this place." Brimming with anticipation, Henry planned out their future schedule. "But the city must be even more fun. Since we've come to the capital, go to a ball would be wonderful. Though for that we'd need proper dresses. So let's put that aside for now. Oh, how about the opera? Or we could visit an art exhibition." Smiling shyly, Eunice said, "I'm fine with anything as long as I'm with you." Henry, looking at Eunice's adorable expression, Henry beamed. "Wonderful. First, let me show you your room. Come on." Pulling Eunice along, Henry hurried up the stairs. Not long before that, Eunice had stopped Henry in the corridor and said, "Henry, Father asked me to give this letter to you." Henry stopped walking. "Father? Is he at home?" Eunice nodded. "Yes, he saw me writing to you." Henry took the envelope, her expression growing complicated. Then she looked at Eunice and smiled. "I understand. Thank you for telling me, sister." Alone in the corridor, Henry lowered her head and looked at the letter in her hand. "Why now of all times?" "Your Grace." A voice suddenly rang out. Startled, Henry instinctively clenched the envelope, producing the crisp sound of wrinkling paper. Composing herself, Henry said, "You've come, Chester." Chester bowed, slightly in apology. "Please forgive me. I only wish to pay my respects." Henry replied gently, "It's all right. Thank you for coming all this way with us to the capital. Nothing happened at the estate, did it?" At those words, Chester's body jolted. Henry noticed something was wrong and cautiously asked, "Chester?" Pressing his lips together, Chester hesitated. "Well," taking a deep breath, he finally said, "While you were away, Her Highness the Princess came to visit." Henry froze. "What?" Looking at Henry, Chester said, "During your absence, Princess Elise came to the estate." Henry stood stunned. "Elise came to the manor?" Chester continued, "But she only stayed a short while, then left." Henry's face turned pale in an instant. "My lady?" Chester asked worriedly. Henry did not answer. She spun around and ran off. "My lady!" Chester called after her. Henry ran so fast that something slipped from her and fell onto the floor. Chester muttered in confusion, "My lady." He bent down and picked up the fallen envelope. "This is Chester looked at the handwriting on the envelope. It read, "To my beloved daughter, Anri." Elise looked at Edwin and said, "Don't be so severe. This does no harm to you or your wife. If anything, this honorary police title will be greatly beneficial to her. It will only make her name shine all the more." Elise rose from the sofa, her palm resting on the carved armrest. Edwin watched her in silence. Every kindness offered with a purpose comes at a price. Elise replied coldly, "Why so aggressive, Duke? What harm is there in establishing ties with a princess?" Turning his head slightly, Edwin said, "Your Highness's interest in my wife is an unwelcome burden." After hearing that, Elise gave a soft laugh. "Then do you intend to keep her isolated from the world forever? A provincial bride with no footing at all in the capital?" Looking out the window, Edwin said, "Precisely because she came here alone, with no one to rely on, I believe she is safest by my side, to enjoy art as she pleases, to travel now and then, to live peacefully. That is her dream." Drawing back his gaze, Edwin said, "I will never allow any danger to destroy that peace." With her hands on her hips, Elise said, "If she wanted a quiet life so badly, then why did she marry a duke?" Looking straight at her, Edwin replied, "Because I promised her such a life. No matter what the name Briston may mean, I will not let her be dragged into strife." Elise repeated the words softly. "Strife, is it?" Narrowing her eyes slightly, she said, "You make it sound as though I intend to thrust her into the center of some political storm." Edwin turned away in silence. Looking at him, Elise thought to herself, a man so fiercely protective of his wife, yet one who takes away another's freedom for the sake of safety. Duke, that is hardly appealing. Besides, when a stranger of uncertain origins has been bothering her ever since the day we were married. Edwin lowered his eyes. Am I not supposed to feel uneasy? Staring at him, Elise asked, "Then does your wife know that her husband has been intercepting her letters?" Edwin turned his face aside. "I don't know what you mean. I merely wished to make sure she could settle into Briston smoothly without being troubled by unnecessary nuisances." Elise let out a short laugh. "How interesting. I wonder how many words in that sentence are actually true." In a cold tone, Edwin said, "It is a husband's duty to keep his wife away from disreputable people. And if I remember correctly, Your Highness, you never wrote to her either." Elise stopped moving, and a complicated emotion flashed through her eyes. Elise turned away. "If that is the case, then let us leave it at that. I believe I have already shown more than enough sincerity, Duke." Edwin continued, "I appreciate your Highness's goodwill, but it is entirely unnecessary. Our loyalty to the kingdom has never wavered." With a cold snort, Elise turned and left the room. Outside the estate, the sound of hooves rang sharply over the stone road as several riders escorted the departing carriage. Standing by the window, Edwin called out Albert. Albert stepped forward at once. "Yes, my lord." Edwin asked, "How goes the matter I told you to investigate?" Albert cleared his throat. As for that," gathering his thoughts, he said, "the investigation turned up remarkably clean results. He graduated from Amon Academy and afterward inherited a title. At present, he has no living relatives. The Duke of Moore is his godfather and guardian, and the two of them often appear together in public. His territory lies at the far southern end of the southwestern frontier. The land is not fertile, but it possesses a pure gold mine, which seems to be his primary source of funds." Albert paused. "However, there is one very strange detail." Edwin turned around. "Strange?" Albert explained. "The Duke of Moore recently purchased a building in the capital. The gallery on the first floor is managed by Count Evans. The truly unusual part is the collection inside. Nearly all the paintings are by anonymous artists or artists using pseudonyms." Edwin repeated softly, "Paintings." He recalled Evans once saying that Anri possessed a discerning eye for art. Edwin sank into thought. If he is running a gallery, that would explain why he became interested. In his memory, Evans wore that unsettling smile, as though everything were under his control. Most of those in signed works were likely painted by women, noble ladies, or their daughters who could not attach their real names. Looking into the distance, Edwin thought, is he building some secret league of female artists? The Duke of Moore's connection to him is closer than ever before. Is it because I never became one of his people? The Duke of Moore, Jenna's husband, Elise's confidant and the leader of the reformists. He was also Elise's closest ally. Edwin fell into thought. Elise is more active and more forceful now than ever before. I avoided her at the ball, but perhaps my wife's appearance disturbed her in another way. Edwin let out a long sigh, winning over the Duchess's support in order to secure the Briston family's position. That must be her objective. Turning around, Edwin said, "Well done. From now on, any letters from Browlorn are to be delivered to me first." Albert bowed slightly. "As you command, my lord." Edwin muttered softly. In truth, perhaps sending my wife away from here to the capital was the best choice after all. Heavy rain pattered down, its dull sound swallowing the wilderness. Carriage wheels crushed through muddy water, splashing as they rolled, while the horse's hoofbeats sounded especially urgent beneath the curtain of rain. Pulling his hood tight, the driver muttered in complaint through the storm, heading to East Carleton in weather like this late at night. These nobles really are. Inside the carriage, the compartments swayed endlessly with the jolting road. Anne sat with her head lowered in the shadows, not saying a word. Anais looked at her worriedly. What on earth is going on? She recalled how, not long ago, Anne had suddenly burst into the room and hurriedly told her to pack, without having time to explain anything. Anais was full of confusion. Miss insisted on returning to the manor so suddenly, and even Chester seemed uneasy. They had left Miss Wentworth alone at the residence. What kind of matter could make Milady this frantic? Suddenly, Anne called out Anais. Anais snapped back to herself. In a low voice, Anne asked, "How much longer until we arrive?" Anais answered, "About 20 minutes, Milady." Lowering her eyes, Anne said, "I see." The carriage rocked through the rain, but Anne's heartbeat was clearer than thunder, pounding heavily against her chest. She gripped the edge of her cloak tightly. Why am I rushing back now? They said Elise had already left. Then why does this fear still cling to me so tightly? The rain poured down mercilessly, and the outline of the manor loomed in the storm, cold and oppressive, like some beast crouching in the darkness. At last the carriage stopped before the main gate. Anne stepped down, and the damp, icy air instantly invaded her whole body. Albert pushed open the heavy doors. My lady, to live in that household as a child was to survive in loneliness. Elise stood before a mirror, covering her face with both hands. In that family, which had never welcomed her, she felt like a jagged stone, utterly out of place. This was Elise, the princess of the kingdom. With the violent crash of shattering porcelain, Elise shouted furiously, "You expect me to become some fat old man's consort? I don't care whether he's the future king or not. All you're doing is telling me to marry and bear children, just like Mother did back then. Then how am I any different from a broodmare in a stable?" Grinding her teeth, Elise turned her face away, no longer looking at the person opposite her. The room sank into deathly silence. Enough. With her back to the man behind her, Elise said, "I will never beg for anyone's approval again. If there is something I want, I will seize it with my own hands." She turned around. "You'll help me, won't you, Edwin?" Edwin looked at her in silence, his gaze deep and complicated. Elise continued, "You know how I feel. You're the only one who can understand me, aren't you?" Looking at the woman before him, Edwin answered, "As you wish. I will understand. All of you." Elise gave a bleak little smile. "I knew you'd say that." She reached out and lightly rested a hand on Edwin's shoulder. "I once thought we were looking in the same direction. I thought I was like you, and you were like me." Edwin turned to look at the portrait on the wall. Elise's voice echoed by his ear, "Because we share the same loneliness." Elise had once said, "We can return together to that sky." But Edwin's heart was full of bitterness. How foolish of me. I was only smiling at the reflection in her eyes. As he stared into Elise's eyes, he saw himself there, but he understood that the image in the mirror had neither will nor soul. That woman was unsettling. Looking into those dead black eyes was like looking into a mirror. By the time he realized the truth, he had already offered everything to her. The glory of Elise ascending the throne had become the only achievement in his empty life. In the grand hall of the palace, Elise put on the crown and received the kneeling homage of the crowd. Standing far away, Edwin looked at that unattainable figure. He had long been accustomed to loneliness and thought he could endure it forever, like pouring out old wine that had sat too long in a cup. In that moment, he finally poured her away as well. Edwin stood in the room and looked at the woman before him. "Is this the reward I receive after giving you everything?" He stepped forward. "Have you forgotten, Elise? Without me, You could never have reached the position you hold today. Elise replied softly, Edwin, you've misunderstood. You've misunderstood everything. Edwin demanded angrily. You mean your plan to dump my corpse into the sea? Did you take me for a fool? Do you think I'm some idiot incapable of thought? Even while you mixed with those vile people, I remained loyal to you. I never asked much of you. Did I ever ask even once that you love me too? Elise turned away. You were always begging. It was disgusting. With her back to Edwin, she continued, every time you laid those blood-stained trophies at my feet, shouting that you would do anything for me, shouting that no one could replace you. Your love was worthless. Edwin, because it was never love at all. Looking into those eyes, Edwin saw a pair of loathsome serpent's eyes. Even at the very end, they deceived him. Elise swirled the wine in her glass. How about this? Let us take this opportunity to redefine our relationship. She raised the glass, her voice calm and without the slightest warmth. I promise I will respect you strictly as a loyal subject of the Queen. Let's make peace, Edwin. Don't be like this. It is no harm to you or your wife, does it? He pushed open the door and entered an empty, silent room, glancing around. There were only neatly arranged sofas and chairs inside. Edwin suddenly woke with a start. He realized he was standing before a magnificent set of doors, cold sweat soaking his back. Edwin lowered his gaze to his left hand. The silver ring on his ring finger trembled slightly. With a self-mocking sigh, he said, of all times, that person isn't here. He began to walk with heavy steps, his leather shoes making a steady sound in the corridor. At last, he stopped in front of an enormous oil painting. Edwin raised his hand and lightly brushed the surface of the painting with his fingertips, feeling the dried ridges of the canvas. With a bitter smile, Edwin murmured, we haven't even been apart for a day. I am truly hopeless. Outside the window, rain poured in sheets, the endless sound of it battering the building. Albert stared at the figure that had suddenly appeared in the storm and cried out, Madam. Henry called out urgently. Albert hurried inside. Where's the Duke? Albert looked completely flustered. Well, Henry strode straight ahead. She headed deeper into the corridor. Albert anxiously tried to stop her. Madam, you should change out of those wet clothes first. Henry ignored him completely and shoved open the heavy door. Duke Kirsten. She looked around. Edwin, where are you? Henry ran through the empty corridor, her breathing turning ragged and uneven. Elise and Edwin were bound to become entangled eventually. That fate had merely been delayed. I knew it all along. Sooner or later, it was going to turn out this way. Then why am I still? She abruptly stopped and pushed open another heavy door. The fire in the hearth burned quietly, lighting up an empty room. Henry scanned the towering bookshelves around her, unease filling her chest. She turned to Albert, who had caught up with her. Albert, is the Duke in Elizabeth's quarters? Albert avoided her gaze. No. Henry pressed on. Then did he go out to inspect the territory? Albert lowered his head and avoided her eyes. No, he's at home. I'll go inform the master for you. So, please warm yourself first. You'll catch cold otherwise. Henry looked at Albert. Why is he avoiding my questions? Did Edwin go somewhere he can't tell me about? In this house, if there is any place he cannot mention to me. Henry's gaze settled on the enormous wall of books at the far end of the room. If it's that kind of place. She quickly walked to the bookshelf and shoved hard. Albert cried out, Madam, with a heavy grinding sound. The shelves slowly split apart, revealing a hidden door concealed in darkness. So there really was a secret passage behind this bookshelf. Henry stared at it. This connects to the study. I need to arrange the books in the correct order and then press a specific one. If Edwin is inside, the books should already be arranged. Then all that's left is, she extended her hand, her fingertips brushing over the thick books, then stopped at one on the side and pressed it firmly. With a heavy mechanical click, the hidden door slowly opened. Albert cried out, and Madam, how did you know about this place? Has the master already told you? Henry didn't answer. She stepped straight into the hidden space behind the shelves. So this was the secret concealed behind them. This was a hidden chamber known only to the head of the Kirsten family. But at a glance, there was no visible door inside. Henry looked around. Albert followed close behind, wringing his hands in panic. Henry stopped and looked down at the wooden floor beneath her feet. Wait, she lifted her head, her gaze falling on a large oil painting directly in front of her. In the dim secret room, the mythological figures in the painting looked especially eerie. Henry stared at it, suddenly hesitating. Once I really face him, what exactly am I planning to do? Tell him not to go see Elise? Standing at the entrance to the hidden room, Henry was filled with uncertainty. Edwin doesn't even know I've discovered this room. I should leave before I'm found. She was just about to turn around and leave when a faint noise came from deeper inside. Henry froze and instinctively looked toward the source of the light. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Edwin. He stood where light and darkness crossed, his expression carrying a hint of fatigue and surprise. He stopped and called softly, "Henry." "And no, how did you get here, Edwin?" Edwin noticed that Henry was soaked through. "More importantly, why are you dressed like this?" He strode over, his voice urgent. "Did you come through the rain?" He reached out and gripped both of Henry's shoulders tightly. Edwin's fingers tightened sharply, digging into her shoulders through the wet fabric. Henry stood there in stunned silence. She only tilted her head up and looked at him. Suddenly, Edwin bent down and pulled her whole body into his arms. His arms wrapped tightly around her. Seeing this, the attendant beside them hurriedly grabbed his cloak. "Then I'll take my leave first, Duke Edwin." In the dim room, Edwin stood motionless, silently holding Henry in his arms. She was supposed to be in the capital. Why had she come here? And how did she know that room existed? Edwin said softly, "My wife." Henry gave a slight shiver and lowered her gaze. Edwin released her and said, "At this rate, you'll catch cold. Go wash up first." Henry remained silent, looking at how drenched she was. Edwin suddenly bent down and swept Henry into his arms. She let out a startled cry and instinctively clutched his robe. Carrying her down the corridor, Edwin said, "I have a mountain of questions I want to ask you, but first we need to warm you up." His expression was stern. "After that, I expect to hear why you came looking for me." He noticed how weak she felt. "Don't fall asleep." Henry curled up in his arms, her face burning red, unsure how to face what came next. Steam rose from the bath. After washing up, Henry changed into a light night dress and sat on the edge of the bed. Anais stepped forward with a teacup. "Madam, please have some tea." Henry took the cup. "Thank you, Anais." Anais asked with concern, "Are you feeling any better now?" Henry smiled. "Yes, I'm fine now." "Anais, I've put you through so much because of me." Anais quickly shook her head. "Not all, madam." "Then I'll take my leave now." Henry said softly, "Good night." Anais's expression gradually turned solemn. A faint sound came from outside the door. Hearing it open, Henry turned her head. Anais had just stepped out and was closing the door behind her. Edwin entered wearing a dark robe. Looking at Henry, he called softly, "My wife." Henry jumped, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. Edwin strode to the bedside and asked, "May I sit here for a while?" Like a subordinate facing a superior, Henry stammered, "Why, yes." Edwin froze for a moment and repeated, "Yes?" Then he asked, "Didn't you say before that you didn't know when you'd be able to return? Why did you suddenly come back at this hour?" Henry's mind was in chaos. What should I say? She hesitated. Edwin looked at her and said, "I heard you call my name just now." Very urgently. Henry suddenly looked up. "What?" Edwin added, "Albert told me." Henry flushed crimson and hurriedly took a big gulp of tea. Looking at her, Edwin asked, "Did something suddenly occur to you that you wanted to ask me?" Holding the cup, Henry avoided his gaze and repeated, "Something to ask." "I forgot." Edwin's expression darkened with disappointment. "Then how did you open the bookshelf? And how did you know there was a door there?" He leaned closer. "Don't think you can fool me with a clumsy lie." Intimidated by the pressure of his presence, Henry's heart skipped a beat. She stammered, "Albert." Edwin lifted a brow slightly, waiting for her explanation. Henry hurriedly explained, "I asked him where you were, but he kept avoiding the question and his eyes kept drifting in that direction." The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became, lacking conviction. "So I thought there might be some sort of hidden room there." Edwin's expression turned gloomy. "Do you really think that explanation is convincing?" Inwardly apologizing to Albert, Henry quickly waved her hands. "And not just that. From the beginning, I thought the width of the study didn't match the length of the corridor. It felt too narrow." Henry swallowed and forced herself to continue the fabrication. And the former Duchess once mentioned that after an argument, she couldn't find the former Duke for an entire day. Inwardly she prayed, "Sorry, Your Grace." Of course, it was a lie. In truth, that scene was from the original novel. Henry could only use it to conceal the fact that she knew the plot. The former Duchess had complained about her husband's coldness and mentioned such trivial matters. But Edwin felt nothing but disgust for his father, and even grew furious whenever he was compared to him. That had been one of the major turning points in Edwin's complete estrangement from Briston, which was why Henry remembered it so clearly. She had never expected to end up using that information like this. Edwin thought to himself, has she already shared even such private stories with Mother? Just then, Henri suddenly sneezed and shivered. Edwin let out a sigh. He realized that no matter how deeply he pressed her, she would probably only keep giving the same excuses. And keeping a sick person awake any longer would only make her feel worse. He relented. Fine, we'll leave it at that for now. Henri blinked. For now. Edwin rose to his feet. I'll have Anais bring hot milk and some medicine. Drink them and get some rest. He picked up the teacup and turned to leave. Suddenly, Henri reached out and grabbed the hem of his robe. Wait. Looking up at him, cheeks flushed pink, she said, stay a little longer. Could you stay with me a little longer? Edwin looked down at her, visibly startled. After a moment of silence, he said, then I'll stay by your side until you fall asleep. Henri stared at him blankly, her face growing warm. She lay under the blankets, still shivering slightly, yet unable to take her eyes off Edwin. In a small voice, Henri said, it's a little cold. Can I move closer to you? Edwin sat at the bedside without a word. Henri carefully shifted her body, inching closer and closer until she lightly rested against his back. Edwin felt the warmth behind him. His body stiffened faintly, but he did not move away. Henri had thought Edwin would refuse, but to her surprise, he truly stayed. She asked softly, can I ask you something now? The reason you suddenly came back, was it because of Princess Elise? No matter how she thought about it, that seemed to be the only explanation for his strange behavior. Henri remembered Edwin mentioning the princess on their wedding day. Even on the day we married, didn't you say she was close to your ideal type? Edwin was silent for a moment. I did say that. After a pause, Edwin said, my wife already gave you a clear answer back then. He lifted a hand and gently pressed a fingertip to Henri's lower lip. Do you remember? Edwin spoke slowly. An ideal type means nothing to me, because I may already have met that person. He avoided Henri's gaze, a faint, unnatural flush spreading over his face. Henri asked blankly, then who is that person? Edwin abruptly sat upright. Were you even listening to what I said? Blow your nose first. Somewhat aggrieved, Henri protested, but we're talking about something very serious. Edwin replied helplessly, the one ruining the serious atmosphere is you. Holding the handkerchief, Henri blew her nose loudly. To have a runny nose from a cold at a moment like this. How embarrassing. Edwin sat at the bedside with his arms folded, silently watching the wife who gave him such a headache and yet left him utterly helpless. With a serious expression, Edwin said, Princess Elise's feelings toward me and toward Briston are nothing more than political calculation. Carefully, Henri asked, and you? Edwin let out a low snort. I have no particular interest in her either. Recalling the scene at the palace, he continued, didn't you see it? It's the kind of relationship that makes one uncomfortable. So what I'm telling you is, don't be anxious. Edwin took Henri's hand, and haven't I already told you? I will be faithful to my Andromeda. Henri stared at him blankly. Just from that one sentence, the anxiety that had been wrapped around her heart melted away like snow. In its place came a strange emotion she had never known before. She gazed at Edwin, her cheeks faintly flushed. Looking at their joined hands, Henri felt that because of the tenderness Edwin kept showing her, the small hope inside her continued swelling of its own accord. For someone who had only temporarily stepped into this position, she seemed to be growing greedier and greedier. Edwin pulled Henri tightly into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Henri's eyes flew open, Edwin's silhouette reflected in them. Edwin's palm rested at Henri's waist, his fingertips tightening slightly as he drew her closer. Then he placed a hand on her shoulder. Henri let out a startled breath and tilted her head back, her breathing turning uneven. In a low voice, Edwin said, why? You're burning up. He laid Henri down on the pillow. I'll call the doctor tomorrow. For now, go to sleep. Henri lay on the bed without a word. Edwin reached out, his fingertips brushing gently across her forehead. In the end, I still like Edwin. Henri murmured inwardly. I like this man. She closed her eyes, letting that warmth linger on her skin, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, and clear birdsong drifted in from outside the window. On the wide bed, Henri woke and sat up alone. She lifted her hand and lightly touched her lips with her fingertips. The feeling from last night seemed to still remain there. Suddenly, hurried and heavy footsteps outside shattered the morning stillness. Henri and several maids looked toward the corridor in alarm. Anais flung open the door, tray in hand, and cried out, Madam, Henry was already unsteadily making her way toward the veranda. Anais hurried after her. You shouldn't be standing in the wind like this. You already have a cold. Before Henry could answer, she let out a loud sneeze. With a helpless sigh, Anais guided her back to the bed, serving her medicine as she muttered, Honestly, madam. But Henry's mind kept replaying the scenes from last night. Everything that had happened yesterday felt like an unbelievable dream. I kissed Edwin. The thought made Henry freeze where she sat, her expression turning dazed and absent. Though it had been more like a kiss from him, it had definitely happened. Henry squeezed her eyes shut, her cheeks burning as that moment replayed endlessly in her mind. And Edwin didn't seem to dislike it. Thinking back on his reaction, Henry felt as though he might even have liked it. Suddenly, she plunged her face into a basin of cool water, trying to calm her overheated mind. Water splashed everywhere. Anais gasped, Good heavens! With a towel wrapped around her wet hair, Henry sat there while Anais stood behind her, looking deeply worried. Since he didn't reject me, Henry thought, then why did he suddenly stop? Could it be he actually has no experience? Wrapped in a thick towel, she wondered what on earth happened yesterday. Anais quietly called, Madam? Started, Andri answered, Igriegagis. Anais continued, The master left word that you are to rest well today. Dr. Allen will come by this morning to examine you. The master also asked whether, until your cold improves, you would like Miss Wentworth to come keep you company. Henry's expression instantly froze. Right? I completely forgot about my sister. Meanwhile, at Hackfield Hall, Eunice sat alone at the dining table, bringing a small bite of food to her mouth, though her thoughts were elsewhere. I wonder how Henry is doing now. When I saw her yesterday, she looked so pale. Eunice paused and turned to look at the maid attending nearby. Sensing her gaze, the maid immediately bowed respectfully. Eunice looked at the busy servants. Though everyone here was kind and perfectly polite, there was still a strange sense of distance. Eunice rubbed the windowsill. I was so nervous, I ended up eating too much. She walked to the window and looked out at the bustling scene outside. So this is the royal capital. Gazing at the distant buildings, Eunice wondered whether Willie was looking at the same scenery too. William's gentle smile rose in her mind. Eunice shook her head violently, her cheeks turning red at once. No. Patting her burning cheeks, Eunice muttered, I can't keep thinking about Willie. If this goes on, I'll really be in trouble. Just then, a light knock came at the door. Eunice jerked her head around in fluster. Chester entered and bowed politely. Excuse me, Miss Eunice. Chester held something out with both hands. I know this may be somewhat improper, but I thought it best to deliver this to you personally. Eunice took the envelope blankly. Chester added in a low voice, It seems to be a very important letter. I thought it would be more appropriate for Miss Eunice to hand it to the Duchess herself rather than for me to pass it along. Somewhat awkwardly, Eunice accepted the envelope. Thank you. Could this be a letter from Father? Chester gave a slight bow. No need to be so formal. Please make yourself at home here. Nervously, Eunice nodded. All right. As the door softly closed, silence returned to the room. Sitting alone in the armchair by the window, Eunice lowered her eyes to the letter and fell silent. She gripped the envelope tightly, her fingertips pressing into it. This letter has to be delivered to Henry personally, so it won't be tossed aside like Willie's letter was. A dull booming sound suddenly came from the orchard. William, who had been pruning fruit with a pair of shears, stopped in surprise. Was that a gunshot just now? An attendant behind him explained quietly. Her Highness the Princess has been hunting since early this morning. William frowned. It seems something has happened to upset her again. After a moment of silence, he looked at the fruit he had just picked. Let's go. William walked through a corridor blooming with flowers, his attendants following behind. I wonder whether the conversation over there is going smoothly, he thought. I miss her so much. In the study, Edwin sat before a desk piled high with documents, the final page of the report, coming to rest beneath his hand. The work had been finished much faster than expected. There was fatigue in Edwin's eyes. To forget what had happened last night, he had worked almost desperately, trying to use the weight of paperwork to fill every inch of his mind. Edwin stared into space, a heavy look in his eyes. That obedient, lovely image would not leave his mind. He remembered her slightly parted lips, as though he could still feel their warmth. Suddenly, a dark and bloody memory surged over him like a tide. In it, a woman lay in a pool of blood, bright red at the corner of her mouth, her life slipping away at frightening speed. Edwin jolted back to himself, his hands gripping Henry's shoulders on the bed, rough and chaotic. What a pitiful creature. Edwin tore himself away from the chaotic thoughts. What did Clark say? Albert, standing at the side, answered, "Fortunately, Dr. Allen said Madam only has a mild cold. I also heard that after breakfast, Madam has been busy writing letters to the estate in town." Meanwhile, in the bedroom, despite Anaïs's attempts to stop her, Henri kept at it. Anaïs anxiously called, "Madam, please take your medicine first." Edwin let out a helpless sigh. A sick person ought to rest properly. Albert looked at Edwin and suggested, "Madam should be resting now. Would you like to go see her?" Edwin didn't answer. He merely waved a hand, signaling Albert to withdraw. Edwin's eyes were deep and complicated. After a long silence, he finally stood, going to the full-length mirror. He straightened his jacket and looked at his own stern reflection. Then Edwin walked through the quiet corridor toward Henri's room. At the same time, from the kitchen, a burst of cheering broke out. Henri excitedly announced, "All done." Several maids gathered around the table, clapping in delight. Holding up a plate of delicate cookies, Henri said, "These cherry ones are especially for all of you. Thank you for helping me." The maids answered in flustered gratitude. "Thank you, madam." Following after her, the maids eagerly asked, "What kind of tea would you like us to prepare? We'll bring it directly to the tea room." "Madam, you really should go rest." Henri smiled and waved them off. "It's fine. I want to take these up myself and enjoy them with his grace. Please arrange the cherry cookies on a pretty plate. I made these especially to suit his taste." The maids answered brightly, "Yes, madam." Anticipation colored Henri's face. "This is my tea time surprise. He told me to rest, but surely having tea together is fine, right?" In her mind, she had already imagined the perfect scene. In an elegantly decorated tea room, the two of them enjoying the cookies she had baked by hand and spending intimate time together like a date. Now all she had to do was go back and change into a pretty dress, and everything would be perfect. Edwin is definitely going to be surprised when he sees this. Carrying a teapot and a tray of sweets, Henri happily walked toward the door. Edwin pushed it open. "My wife, at a time when you should be resting, what exactly are you doing here?" Startled, Henri nearly dropped the tray in her hands. 5 minutes earlier, Edwin had pushed open the heavy door, frowning as he thought, "Her body hasn't recovered yet, so where has she run off to now? Honestly, not a single day can she sit still." At that moment, he noticed movement behind him. Anaïs was hurrying over in panic. With a dark expression, Edwin asked, "Where is my wife?" Fixing her with his gaze, he continued, "She didn't say she was going back to the capital without even preparing a carriage, did she?" Flustered, Anaïs answered well. Edwin coldly ordered, "Tell me the truth." Under Edwin's severe stare, Anaïs flushed bright red and broke into a cold sweat. And so, unable to keep the secret, Anaïs told Edwin exactly where Henri had gone. Inwardly she lamented, "I'm sorry, madam." Edwin strode forward. Why is a sick person going out of her way to make trouble for herself? Henri's heart was in utter chaos. "It's over. I must look a complete mess right now." Stammering, she said, "Well, I thought maybe we could have some tea together." Looking up at him, the blush still on her cheeks, Henri watched as Edwin silently held out his hand. "Give it to me." Edwin carried the tea tray in front, then turned and asked, "Shall we go to the tea room?" Following behind him and looking at his broad back, Henri smiled brightly with delight. The two of them entered a spacious, sunlit conservatory. Edwin said quietly, "The furniture here looks as though it was bought yesterday. Everything is gleaming." Sitting down on the sofa, Henri said, "I had everything cleaned and prepared in advance. It was all to surprise you." Looking at her, Edwin asked, "Has your fever gone down?" Henri clenched her fist emphatically. "Of course. After sleeping, I feel completely recovered." Edwin frowned slightly. "Even so, your voice still sounds a little hoarse." Henri hurried close to him. "No, look, my forehead isn't hot at all." She unconsciously closed the distance. Edwin froze. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly turned subtle. Edwin snapped back to himself, and Henri too realized she had been too forward. She stepped back, blushing, trying to break the silence. Henri lifted a plate of delicate sweets. "Would you like to try this?" Edwin looked at the plate. "Cookies? I don't really like sweet things." Henri urged him quickly, just one bite. "I didn't make them too sweet." Edwin took one of the cookies and examined it carefully. "This is full of expectation." Henri explained, "They're called melting moments. Since you said you don't like sweets, I used dried cherries instead of cherry jam." Edwin placed the cookie in his mouth and chewed. Henri watched him nervously. "What do you think?" After a moment of silence, Edwin murmured, "Isn't this a very familiar taste?" Looking at the cookie in his hand, Edwin asked, "Where did you learn this recipe?" Henry blinked. "Learn? It's just something I've eaten since I was little, so there wasn't really anything to learn." As she poured him tea, she continued, "I happen to have some good ingredients on hand, so I asked Mrs. Bird for advice and tried making them." Lowering her eyes, Henry muttered inwardly, "Actually, I copied it." These cookies, called melting moments, were very common, and everyone adjusted the recipe to suit their own taste. But in the original novel, there had been only one version specifically described as something Edwin liked. The variation improved by a woman named Lady Adelaide. Semi-dried cherries with oats, ground together and baked, so little sugar was needed at all. Henry gave a guilty little smile. This kind of cookie is so common that overlapping recipes isn't strange, right? After a moment, Edwin said, "That's true. These cookies are indeed common." He sank into memory. "In my previous life, there was a lady whose name I can no longer remember. She made these cookies specially for me and asked me to take good care of her husband. He was one of my conservative colleagues. Because those cookies were hardly sweet at all, I was the only one at the table who ever chose them. After that, I tasted cookies of the same flavor from someone else as well." Exchanging recipes in noble society is nothing unusual. If that trend spread among the ladies, then identical flavors could certainly appear. Edwin fell into thought. But Henry. Meanwhile, Henry took small bites of the sweets, thinking they did indeed taste good. Looking at her, Edwin wondered. She has no connections at all in society, so how does she know that recipe? Quietly, he said, "It's delicious." Twisting her fingers shyly, Henry replied, "To be honest, I'm not very confident in my cooking or baking, but afternoon tea feels too lonely without something to go with it, so Mrs. Bird helped me a lot." Hearing his praise, Henry instantly broke into a radiant smile. "Right? So my effort wasn't wasted." Edwin listened silently. "That's right. She didn't make them alone, and this could simply be a recipe that has already spread widely. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Gazing at him gently, Henry said, "As long as you like them, I'll make them for you whenever you want." Looking at Henry, Edwin replied softly, "It's all right. You don't need to force yourself like that." He cleared his throat and looked away, then added, "Don't steal Mrs. Bird's job." Henry blinked. "Honestly, dear, why do you always twist 'it's all right' into something like that? And besides, this is simply something I want to do for you." Edwin's expression shifted slightly. Sunlight poured into the flower-scented tea room. Sitting across from one another, the atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. At that moment, a memory flashed through Edwin's mind like a lantern slide. It was from early summer in his previous life. Back then, I was still very young. The fountain in the greenhouse had seemed enormous in my childish eyes. "Are you asking why I married your father?" Elizabeth said. "Why are you suddenly interested in that?" With a solemn face, the young Edwin asked, "Then, mother, did you love father?" Elizabeth stopped what she was doing. "Edwin, if I didn't love your father, would you still be standing here beside me now?" Edwin muttered a rebuttal. "That's a lie. Yesterday you were crying because of father." Elizabeth crouched down. "Listen carefully, my son. From the very first moment I saw him, I had already fallen." Tilting his head in confusion, Edwin asked, "What does fallen mean?" Elizabeth burst into laughter, pulled him into her arms, and said, "The questions you're asking today are just too adorable. If every day could be like this, that would be wonderful." Thinking for a moment, she explained, "Let's see. You know, people say it feels like butterflies flying into your stomach. Why am I suddenly remembering that day? Standing on the terrace and gazing at the grand palace buildings in the distance." Edwin fell into a long silence. This strange feeling wasn't because of the cookies he'd just eaten. "It feels like butterflies flying into my stomach." Unconsciously, he lifted a hand and pressed it lightly to his chest, as if trying to calm the inexplicable flutter there. Suddenly, Henry leapt up from her chair. "What? He suddenly left to inspect the territory?" Albert bowed slightly. "Yes, he is expected to return within a week." Henry fell silent in thought. He left for a whole week without even saying goodbye. No wonder he had someone bring Eunice here. So he had planned to leave all along. Henry said nothing, looking somewhat aggrieved. Elizabeth said evenly, "To be honest, that young lady has already traveled such a long distance. And now you're going to make her go all the way to the Far East?" Elizabeth continued, "In that place, where there's nothing but a single isolated residence, what enjoyment could there possibly be? Besides, sending a guest away so casually is terribly rude for a host." Hearing this, Henry looked a little wronged. Elizabeth said, "I don't think your cold is very serious. Your fever has already gone down. At your age, a little cold should clear up in a day or two." Turning away, she added, "Besides, I'll be leaving home for a while starting tomorrow. If you're feeling well enough, why not return to the capital? Henry looked startled. Where are you going, madam? Elizabeth smiled. A friend who adores chocolate is holding a chocolate party. I'm still not quite used to that hard chocolate, but the party seems lovely, so I attend every year. With an admiring expression, Henry exclaimed, wow, that sounds wonderful. So solid chocolate is already that common among the highest nobility? Just imagining it makes me feel like it must be sweet. Looking at Henry like that, Elizabeth said, oh my, then I suppose I should bring back more than usual. She added, in any case, think carefully about returning to the capital, all right? Henry answered brightly, all right. Left sitting alone, the excitement gradually faded from Henry's face. Right? Edwin isn't here anymore. Since he isn't, I'll just go see my sister. Spending time with her in the capital should be a lot of fun. The next day, a carriage stopped in front of Hackfield Hall. Accompanied by Anais, Henry entered the house and looked around in confusion. Where did everyone go? Anais answered softly, you're right. As Henry looked about, she suddenly saw someone running down the stairs. Oh, there she is. Bonita cried urgently, madam. She stopped, looking flustered as she reported, more guests have arrived. Henry looked surprised. More guests? Chester came in from the side. Welcome back, madam. At once Henry turned to him. Chester, what do you mean there are more guests? Chester looked troubled. Well, Lady Wentworth and Miss Wentworth have arrived. Henry froze. What? Without another word, she walked down the corridor with a darkened face. Anais and Chester hurried after her. Eunice was standing at the far end of the hall. Hearing the commotion, she turned around sharply. Hey, Henry. Henry stopped before a tightly shut door and asked coldly, are they in there? Eunice lowered her head. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to them for you. Henry withdrew her gaze and flung the door open. The room was in complete disarray, clothes tossed carelessly over the bed and benches. From behind the folding screen came the sounds of splashing water and laughter. With a dark expression, Henry strode toward the bath. Steam filled the room. Candace and Catherine were sitting in a bath together, enjoying themselves. A maid was wiping Catherine's shoulder. More gently. My skin is very delicate. Catherine let out a contented sigh. I can finally feel the fatigue fading away. Then she turned her head sharply and saw the figure at the door. Oh my, Henry, what did you get here? Barging in without making a sound. How rude can you be? Henry's face was icy. Everyone, leave for a moment. The maids answered in low voices, yes, madam. They quickly put down what they were holding and hurried out of the bath with lowered heads. Catherine clicked her tongue in irritation, slipped on a robe, and walked to the table, pouring herself a drink as she complained. Honestly, the mood had just started improving. Henry stared at her coldly. What do you think you're doing? Turning with the wine glass in hand, Catherine asked, as if it were obvious. What do you mean, what are we doing? Moving about with the glass. She went on, really, after all this time, you're still this merciless to your own mother. Henry answered coldly, if uninvited guests barged into my house, anyone would be shocked. Catherine stopped dead. Oh my, uninvited guests. You haven't contacted your family even once. She strode over to Henry. We came because we were worried, and with Eunice staying here all alone, we thought she must be having a wonderful time. Grinding her teeth, Catherine cried, I'm truly hurt. Truly hurt. We're family. Henry stood still and quietly repeated the word, family. Then she slowly walked toward Catherine. People who are always talking about family. Where exactly did you put father? From what I've heard from Eunice, father has unusually been staying at home lately. Shouldn't you be spending time properly with him instead? Even if you've already been married for a while. You're still practically newlyweds, and you still haven't managed to give me a younger brother. Wasn't that your promise to father? Catherine recoiled, her face turning ghastly. In a shrill scream, she cried, Henry, how dare you drag your parents' private affairs into the open? It's shameless, disgraceful. Henry sneered inwardly. There is only one reason a nobleman with only daughters would choose to remarry. Daughters could not inherit the family estate. Enraged, Candace shouted, hey, haven't you said enough? She suddenly lunged forward and grabbed a fistful of Henry's hair. You're the one who never contacts father, yet here you are wagging your tail to please a man. Who do you think you are? Henry's eyes turned cold, and with a sharp motion, she flung Candace off. Candace stumbled backward with a scream and crashed into a nearby clothes rack. Catherine cried out in horror, oh my God, Candace! Looking at the two of them sprawled on the floor, Henry said, "Worry about yourselves first." Adjusting her skirt, she continued in a mocking tone, "Do you really have the time to meddle in your sister's affairs? At this rate, you may end up being married off to some relative you've never even met." Candace lay there in a miserable heap, her face ashen. Her eyes were full of fear and rage. "Why you?" Candace reached out with a trembling hand. "I won't let this go. Enough. Stop it." A scream cut through the argument. Eunice stood there, her face bright red and her eyes brimming with tears. Catherine froze, calling out reflexively, "Eunice." Eunice suddenly rushed forward and shoved Candace aside. Caught off guard, Candace cried out and fell to the floor again. Catherine shouted in dismay, "Eunice, what on earth has gotten into you, attacking your sister like this?" But Eunice only glared at the two women before her. "You too, if you don't. Get out of here right now." Her stare was full of fury and resolve. "I'll call the guards." Looking straight ahead, Eunice said, "If you don't leave now, I'll call the guards." Catherine shouted sharply, "Eunice!" Eunice had no time to react before Catherine's palm swung through the air and struck her hard. "How dare you? We came all this way because we were worried about you. How can you treat us like this?" Henry stepped forward and stood between them. "Stop. Both of you stop." Catherine looked at Henry. "Stop? You're telling me to stop? You can't even bring your own sister back to the capital, and now the two of you are going to gang up on me? And you, Henry." Catherine pointed ahead and shouted, "Now that you've married into wealth and seen the world, shouldn't you be thinking of helping your own family? But every word out of your mouth is only about your brother. You ungrateful little beast." Henry lowered her head. "Ungrateful?" Then she suddenly burst out laughing. "Honestly, I never imagined a person could be shameless to this extent." Eunice and Catherine both froze. Henry continued, "If you want to throw your weight around as though you have the Briston household backing you, then you'd better first understand exactly who it is standing behind me, and remember clearly who I am." Catherine was so overwhelmed by Henry's force that she could not say a word. Calmly, Henry declared, "I am no longer merely a member of the Wentworth family. I am Briston's new Duchess." Henry asked her. Candace pointed at her and shouted, "Hey you, I've been holding back all this time, but this is just—" Catherine hurriedly covered Candace's mouth, then put on a smile and said, "Oh, look at him. He's only speaking loudly because he's a little hurt inside. Please don't be too hard on him, all right? As her mother, let me apologize to you first. Please, can we leave it at that?" Henry replied coldly, "Then please leave within an hour. I will have a carriage prepared and cover your travel expenses, so there's no need for you to feel slighted." Struggling in Catherine's arms, Candace could not understand why everyone was against her. As Catherine soothed Candace, she replied with a placating smile, "All right, I understand." Looking at them, Henry said, "If you can show respect to me and to my people, then I will repay you with the same care and trust. Isn't that what a real family should be like?" Eunice stood there, lost in thought. On the street, the sound of hoofbeats rang out as Henry and Eunice walked side by side along the road. Henry spoke up, "Sister." Snapping back to herself, Eunice answered, "Ah?" Henry smiled and asked, "Would you like to go see an opera with me? I've always wanted to see one in the capital. Let's go together. Let's enjoy ourselves for once." Eunice looked a little surprised. Henry continued, "It'll also give the servants some time to clean the house." Eunice froze for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'd love to. Let's go." Henry cheered happily. Wonderful. On the stage, Anna was singing at the top of her voice while Henry and Eunice sat quietly in their box, watching the performance. The opera being performed was Anna Bolena, the story of King Henry VIII's second queen, Anna, the woman who starred in The Thousand-Day Promise. For that passionate but fleeting love, the king had cast aside his loyal wife and married Anna. Yet he soon grew tired of her strong-willed nature. Their conflicts became endless, and since Anna could never bear him a son, the king, wishing to marry Anna's lady-in-waiting Jane Seymour, falsely accused Anna of incest with her own brother and stripped her of her crown. Having lost the king's favor, Anna's final days were bleak, and in the end, she vanished on the execution ground like morning dew. With beautiful yet exceptionally difficult arias, the opera retold Anna's tragedy. On stage, Anna sang mournfully, "Cruel fate has cast me aside alone. Remember, Giovanna." On stage, Anna continued, "If the splendor of the crown ever tempted you, remember my sorrow." sitting in the box. Henry quietly listened to the lyrics, filled with regret. She turned to look at Eunice beside her. Eunice was staring at the stage with complete concentration. Her hands were clasped before her chest. Henry thought to herself that perhaps a fairy tale production, something like Sigmorty, might have been a better choice. This kind of heavy tragedy did not seem to suit the mood right now. On stage, Anna's singing reached its climax. "Beloved of my bosom, even at this moment, I will not curse you." Eunice gazed at the stage, a complicated light flickering in her eyes. Anna spread her arms wide. "With a heart that shows you mercy, I shall go to the Lord's side." The performance came to an end, and thunderous applause erupted through the theater. The actors bowed on stage in thanks. As Henry applauded, she turned her head slightly to observe Eunice's reaction. Eunice was clapping hard along with the rest of the audience. After the performance, Henry and Eunice walked out of the theater. Their carriage was already waiting at the entrance. Henry looked at Eunice and asked, "Sister, did you enjoy it?" Eunice hesitated for a moment. "Oh yes, it was wonderful." Lowering her head, Henry said, "Your mood seemed a little off earlier. I was worried the story might have been too sad for you, too cruel." Eunice quickly shook her head and explained, "No, that's not it. I truly liked it. It's just my first time seeing an opera. The songs were beautiful, and the acting was truly moving." Henry let out a sigh of relief. "Really? Then I'm relieved." Sensing something unusual, Henry turned to look at her. With her head lowered, Eunice said, "Henry, about what happened earlier, I want to apologize to you on their behalf. You've always been taking care of me. I am truly sorry." The two of them stopped walking. Henry quietly looked at Eunice without speaking at once. In a low voice, Eunice said, "Actually, I saw my mother in Anna Bolena. Anna lost the king's favor because she couldn't give birth to a son. My mother was divorced for the very same reason." Eunice sank into her memories, seeing her mother's back turned to her, that figure that had always seemed so lonely. Henry had once coldly questioned their mother. "Still no little brother? Wasn't that what you promised, father?" Eunice remembered that when Candace charged at Henry after hearing those words, she herself had been powerless to stop it. But Henry had always protected me. Whenever Candace bullied me, she would stand up for me. She even secretly slipped me her dessert whenever I was upset. Before they became like this, Henry had always been that kind of person. She even brought out her mother's treasure dress for my sake, because she couldn't bear to see me shivering from the cold. Just like Henry, when our biological father abandoned us, it was he who warmly took us in. That man had once pointed at Mother and us sisters and roared in fury, "I don't need a mother who killed my own son. Who knows whether these little brats are even mine? Don't expect me to spend a single coin raising a girl." Hiding behind the door, Eunice watched her mother kneeling despairingly by the bed. That was a lie. Infertility had to be a lie. As long as no one finds out. Catherine gripped her skirt tightly, then turned to Eunice and Candace and said, "Don't worry, my children. Mother will find you a new father. I promise." Catherine pulled her two daughters tightly into her arms. "I will never let you end up on the streets." Eunice struggled inwardly. "I have to tell her. So you see, I can't betray Henry anymore. I have to say it." Henry spoke calmly. "Sister, I already knew everything." Eunice froze where she stood, as if struck by lightning.